As someone based in Scarborough, I'm operating on the traditional territories of many Indigenous nations. This area has been under the care of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, Mississaugas of the Credit, and any other nations that may be unrecorded. The territories that encompass Toronto are under a number of treaties, including the Toronto Purchase, the Rouge Tract Claim submitted in 2015, and the Williams Treaty. Conversations around the Toronto Purchase Treaty began in 1787, and settlement between the Government of Canada and the Mississaugas of the Credit was only reached in 2010. This took more than 200 years due to lack of guarantee of land rights, inclusion of Indigenous voice, and proper financial compensation. This is important to highlight as it shows how slow justice has been for Indigenous peoples. I'd like to acknowledge my settler privilege and extend my solidarity to Indigenous communities whose land I continue to benefit from. Many of us came here as settlers, immigrants, or refugees. I'd also like to acknowledge those who came here involuntarily as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. Thank you. I'd like to welcome committee members Trustee Earhart, Trustee Hastings, Trustees Nunziata, Trustee Pei, Trustee Sriskandarajah, and Trustee Wong. In the room, we're joined by Trustee Pei and Student Trustee Zhao. If there are any other trustees who have joined online, we ask you to please let us know.
Dawson is present.
Up next, we have the approval of agenda. So I'm going to need a mover and seconder, please.
Sriskandarajah.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Sriskandarajah, seconded by Trustee Pei. All those in favor? This is going to be a verbal vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to declarations of possible conflict of interest. We'll give folks a moment to come off mute and share if they have any possible conflict of interest. Seeing none, we'll move on to delegations. Delegations are a way we hear from parents, students, and the community where they're able to address the committees of the board directly. This ensures members of the public can provide input into the board's decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and not to engage in any behavior contrary to the board code of conduct, human rights policy, or delegations procedure. Our bylaws state that delegates have up to 5 minutes to address the board. Because there are 40 speakers today, we have asked delegates to share their concerns within 3 minutes, just so we can go through the rest of the agenda. A reminder to trustees, we have a hard stop at 12 a.m. To delegates, once you have a minute left, you hear a little bell. At the end, we ask you to please stay there, as there might be some questions of clarification from trustees. If there are questions, just a reminder, the question and answer trustee the question and response time per trustee is 3 minutes. I'm also reminding trustees, as stated in our bylaws, to ask questions of clarification that are based on the delegation being presented. Please only refer to the information you've heard. If it is not a question of clarification, I will ask you to move on. So up first, our first delegate for the night is Sarah Pravesh Rizzi, who will be speaking on student governance. And welcome to Chair Chernoslin, who has also joined us in the room, and Trustee Laskin. Oh, welcome, it's in person. So make sure to test the mic to make sure it works, and then once you're ready to begin, you can start.
Hello. Oh, does the mic work?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Do I start on my first word?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, trustees and staff. I am Sarah Pravesh Rizzi, Vice President of the TDSB Student Senate, and I'm also representing Sophie Khan, President of the Senate, who unfortunately couldn't make it here today. We plan to come here today as a delegation to discuss an important issue that undoubtedly impacts the engagement and representation of student voices within TDSB. The TDSB Student Senate, as it currently operates, does not adequately reflect the voices of the students that it was created to represent. See, the Student Senate does not accurately address student voices within the TDSB, and this is because there's little communication between the Senate and the individual schools where students are. In other words, the student councils of each school are basically detached from the board-wide student council that is supposed to represent them. This lack of communication decreases engagement across the TDSB with the Senate, making it so that students are either unaware of what it does or unaware that it is there in the first place. For a body or council to be effective, it must have a representative sample of the population that it is supposed to serve. If the Senate does not adequately represent student voices, then it is failing to do what it was intended to in the first place. See, the Senate is effective in organizing events that uphold elements of leadership, as shown through the ones that have been running for years, such as the annual Grade 9-10 Leadership Retreat and the TDSB Student Leadership Day. These events do well to promote leadership with TDSB students from across the board and engage students with content that is affiliated within their own school board. However, the task of uplifting students' thoughts and concerns, such as through learning center meetings, should be delegated towards a council that is separate but not an entirely different body from the Senate. For example, having SAC representatives, such as the presidents and vice presidents from each respective school, bring forth their students' opinions would increase involvement with the TDSB schools and ultimately uphold the voices of students across the board. Student Senate will still exist, that is for sure. However, it would focus more on upholding the primary goals of leadership, which is planning initiatives for TDSB students. By dividing the roles of the Senate bimodularly, now involving another governance body, we are ensuring that student leaders can focus on promoting leadership, while elevating student voices in board decision-making processes. By redefining what Student Senate aims to achieve for TDSB students as a whole and adopting solutions that would combat the core of these problems, Senate can be transformed into a body that truly represents and amplifies voices of students within the TDSB. This way, we would be bringing justice to what student leaders' role in the TDSB should be, which is ensuring that students are accurately heard and accounted for in decision-making processes that ultimately affect them. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sarah. Just give us a moment, see if there's any questions for you online. Seeing none, thank you so much for your delegation today.
Thank you.
So, Chair, Trustee Deovitis,
Please hold on. We have a question for you from Trustee DeVitis. Please go ahead.
thank you. Appreciate that. Sarah, thank you so much for your presentation. And I wanted to follow up on why personally you think this is important. What's your experience? You described it in general. What have you seen? Why don't you think the current setup works for students the way it should?
Yeah, for sure. So based on my experiences, speaking with students from different schools, they don't necessarily have an idea of what Student Senate is in the first place, because Student Senate is kind of detached from what student councils across TDSB aim to do as a whole. Even though that is one of the objectives that it does do, in the end, we do collect and get contact information from different SACs across the board. There is no method that ensures that we do stay in contact, and there's nothing that does ensure that whatever the Senate passes or whatever the Senate believes in and what they are upholding and representing is reflected across the schools. And again, in a similar way, as the Senate does not really have proper contact with these schools, the schools, the students within these schools do not have proper contact with the Senate, meaning that a lot of the times we would get a lot of questions regarding what Senate is in the first place, just because of this lack of communication, which does not do a lot to uphold what Senate is there to do in the first place. Does that answer your question?
It does, Sarah. And just to make sure everybody understands this that's listening, you're currently in the Senate and you're saying we need to do better. Would that be fair? You're sitting there and you're saying this isn't good enough and we want to be able to do better. Is that a good way of saying it?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't quite catch that.
That you currently sit on the Senate, but that you think that it needs to do better, that you need a better structure to do a proper job.
For sure. It needs to be restructured in a way that upholds the voices of students in a better way, because currently I don't believe that it does do that.
Really appreciate it, and really appreciate you coming down and sharing that with us. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that all the questions?
Those are all the questions. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Up next, moving on to the next set of delegations, which will be on item 7.1, reviewing policies pertaining to political activities of TDSB staff and/or educational partners during school hours. Up first, we have Yaron Beitan, a community member.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the delegation. Thank you for your time. I come before you today in support of the motion against politicization in the classroom and with a sense of urgency and deep concern regarding the radicalization of politicized teaching within our schools, particularly the TDSB. Just a few years ago, in 2021, a TDSB equity advisor distributed materials to over 1,000 teachers aimed teaching about Palestine in a way that sought to erase the existence of Israel, Jews, and its people. These materials contained links to websites of designated terror organizations and terrorist propaganda, spreading dangerous ideologies and misinformation to our educators and ultimately our students. This is not only unacceptable, but poses a serious threat to the safety and well-being of our school communities. It is imperative that the TDSB take immediate action to create policies that identify and restrict all radicalized teachings of politics in the classroom. We must adhere to the Ministry of Education's guidelines on keeping politics out of the school activities, as emphasized by Stephen Lecce in recent comments to the Peel District School Board. Furthermore, we must ensure that the TDSB implements policies to monitor and address radicalization behaviors among teachers, students, and parents who may be indoctrinating children with extremist views at home or at school. Indoctrinating children with radical extremist ideologies is a form of child abuse. Please let that sink in. And it must be met with zero tolerance. We cannot allow hate and divisiveness to infiltrate our schools. It is our duty to provide a safe, inclusive, and unbiased learning environment for all students. Let us refocus our efforts on providing objective and meaningful education that fosters growth, critical thinking, and empathy in our future leaders. I urge each of you to stand with me and demanding change through policy making and adaptation with the TDSB. Together, let us work towards a future where our schools are free from extremist ideologies and where all students can thrive and prosper as individuals and leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, looking to see if there are any questions of clarification for you. Thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Dr. Ragini Sharma. Is this online? Oh, okay. Ragini, can you hear us?
Thank you, Yalini. Thank you, trustees.
Okay, please go ahead.
Can I begin? Thank you. Dear trustees, I speak as a mother of two daughters who attended TDSB and now a grandmother of two TDSB students. I have 35 years of experience in anti-racism work, and I'm here to express my deep concerns about the politicizing of TDSB schools. The board's policy seems to be controlled by divisive agenda of geopolitical activists and organizations. I see DEI policy being applied unequally, selectively, which has led to a toxic school environment and unsafe where students who are targeted feel unsafe, and bullying is allowed of students who do not wish to engage in politicization. In 2021, the board denied ISIS survivor Nadia Murad to read her book because it would offend Muslims and foster Islamophobia. What action is now being taken to remove anti-Semitic books, stop slogans seeking erasure of Israel, and threats of harm to Jewish students? Activism by staff needs to be curbed. In 2021, the Sikh Heritage Month posted a staff resource on the farmers' protest in India, which was rabidly anti-Indian. Further to my written complaint, the item was removed. Hindus are deeply hurt and concerned with growing Hinduphobia in TDSB. My request to present to Human Rights Office on Hinduphobia has fallen on deaf ears. The recent posting for DEI staff fails to include anti-Hindu hate as a category, while their annual report shows data on anti-Hindu hate incidents. With over 10% representation in students, we see no Hindus in senior management. There's no equity for Hindus. While the previous Director of Education attended the launch of Hindu Heritage Month event in 2018, we are sad that the current director has never attended a single launch till date, nor has she sent a message of support. We heard her and DEI staff and openly express their strong support for the caste oppression motion at the GPC committee on February 7th, 2023, but her office email said that the motion was being driven by trustees. And who was driving the trustees? Academic and geopolitical activists with an open anti-Hindu and anti-India agenda. With not even a single incident reported to TDSB or any other board or larger community, the board passed a motion that singles out and targets all South Asians and Caribbeans as inherently bigoted. I'm not aware of any Hindu organizations being included by the TDSB in its combating hate consultations. Message to us is clear. TDSB doesn't care about the safety or well-being of Hindu students or staff. It's disturbing to see the board position Asians as being white adjacent, privileged because they do well academically. The lottery system denies them fair access to SIPs. I urge the board to introspect at the harm they are causing to students and school climate by allowing special interest activists with geopolitical agendas to control its policies. The board must take responsibility to review its DI policy to make it more fair, equitable, and inclusive for all students and staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Just looking around to see if there are any questions for you. Thank you so much for joining us today. We'll move on to the next speaker. Taya Samuel is our next delegate. Hi, Taya. Are you online? Can you hear us? No?
It didn't show.
Oh,
Sorry,
she-
was I
okay.
okay?
Oh. Hi, Taya. Can you speak up, please? Delegate number 4. No. Okay. We'll move on to the next speaker. And
Hello?
Hello, Taya.
Hi. That's not my name, so I'm not sure if I'm up to speak. I'm Behan.
Sorry, what's your name?
Behan Farhadi.
Oh, you're number 8. We're not there yet. We're just looking for delegate number 4, Taya Samuel. Okay, we'll move on to Sarah Berger, and if Taya joins the meeting, we'll come back to her afterwards. So, Sarah's not there yet.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm a mother of 4 based in Toronto, and I
One
want to
moment.
talk about
Sorry,
the
is
need
it-
to stop
Sarah,
blurring
is
the
that you?
lines. Yep, can you hear me all right?
Yes. Is your name Sarah? We're just double checking with our governance staff.
Yes, my name is Sarah Berger.
Oh, okay, perfect. Welcome. Okay, please go ahead, and if you can start again from the start, we will restart your timer.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm a mother of 4 based in Toronto, and I wanted to talk about the need to stop blurring the lines between politics and education in our school. And I wanted to start with just a quick vignette of the type of indoctrination that's happening in our schools today. So a few months ago, Nelson Mandela Park Public School in downtown Toronto invited Gada Sasa to speak. And I know I'm not able to play any video here, but please look for it. You'll see Miss Sasa screaming into a microphone for students and faculty to repeat her chant of Israel and USA, how many kids did you kill today? Canada and USA, how many kids did you kill today? And I'm wondering, is that really what we want to be teaching our 5 to 14-year-olds in elementary and middle school in Canada? And this kind of indoctrination and politicization of schools is running rampant without any proper controls in place, and we've seen it manifest in different ways. So there's been teaching of 5-year-olds about genocide. There's been compulsory reading for 11 and 12-year-olds, encouraging them to participate in the BDS movement, videos from Al Jazeera, Cassia Days, and organized student walkouts. We live in the second most diverse city in the world, and we can't let schools educate our kids to be racist and hateful towards a group of people or towards selective countries. And that's what's happening. Parents send their kids to school to get educated and not indoctrinated, and we send them to learn critical thinking skills and not to be fed propaganda. And you might think that some of those examples were just one-offs, but actually many are being institutionalized from the top. A few years ago, for instance, you might remember resources were shared with TDSB faculty with links supporting the use of terrorism against Jews and Israelis. There was a recent introduction of Nakba Remembrance Day in Peel. That's another striking example of politicizing even a school calendar. And why is it all so important? Because the outcome of politicizing schools is that schools are no longer safe environments for our kids or our teachers. Kids and teachers are being attacked for being Jewish, even though they have nothing to do with the current war happening 9,000 miles away. We've seen horrible acts of physical violence that have included stoning of a Jewish student, children giving Nazi salutes, yellow stars of David placed on deaths of Jewish students. The situation is actually so bad in Toronto that our schools have captured headlines in the international media, and for a horrible reason. And the twisted irony is that this push to politicize the curriculum further is happening against the backdrop of an alarming rise in racism against Jewish Canadians. 56% of hate crimes in Toronto in March of this year targeted Canadian Jewish residents. So my question is, shouldn't we be focusing on teaching acceptance in our schools instead of stoking the fire of hate and intolerance by bringing politics into the classroom and pushing extremist ideologies? I think we owe that to our children. And I think we need to focus on what matters. There's a need to act now. And I would encourage this committee to investigate all issues of politicization and develop policies to keep politics out of the classroom, to publish all curriculum resources for parents to actually view, and to request the Ministry of Education to provide standards for school boards as it pertains to human rights, racism, days of significance, and learning tests. I don't think that's something that schools or boards need to determine individually.
Sarah, your time has run out. I kind of gave you 30 extra seconds to wrap up, but we're going to see if there are any questions of clarification for you. Trustee Chernoslin, please go ahead.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for your delegation. I'm wondering if you can expand on what you think the ministry should be doing here.
Sure, certainly. I think that the ministry actually has a responsibility to provide standards for the school board so that it's not each individual school board out for themselves trying to figure out what's the definition of racism, what does human rights mean, and why do we have definitions of human rights that are different from school board to school board. I think the Ministry of Education has to be the one to say, this is how it should look across Ontario, and this is how different school boards should abide by these things.
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Seeing no further questions for you, we'll move on to the next delegate. Aaron Kucherchuk, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Aaron, you have 3 minutes to speak. When you're ready, please begin.
Okay. My name is Aaron, and I am a TDSB parent. We've heard some people talk about geopolitics inappropriately entering our schools. It's a problem. We all know it's a problem. The proposed motion concerning geopolitics in schools is a very important first step towards addressing these problems. I want to go through a couple of parts of the proposed motion and explain why it makes sense. Section 1 of the motion is lengthy, but it can be summarized succinctly. It is a request for staff to develop a report that outlines current policies, current implementation practices, and possible improvements to policies to ensure an appropriate balance between education and geopolitical activism. That's all. A request for recommended improvements in regards to a known issue. For example, it asks whether registered political lobbyists should be TDSB educational partners. I checked both publicly available lists, and it is indeed the current practice of the TDSB to allow registered political lobbyists to teach our children. This clearly establishes that there is a need to assess current policies and propose possible improvements. Section 2 of the motion simply requires the TDSB to publish curriculum materials that it develops for the purposes of teaching our children. I simply ask, why would the TDSB want to hide these materials? Section 4 of the motion is an attempt at removing politics from human rights policies. Part 1 says that the board must follow its own established definitions and not implement new ones without proper authorization. Really, this provision just defends the trustees' own authority. Staff are not authorized to implement things that are not supported by policies approved by our trustees unless required by applicable law, which is a concept inherent in every motion and policy. That is why delegates spoke to you last month about adopting new categories of racism, because it is your decision, not staff. Part 2 of this section ensures that the policies are updated in a manner to align with the province of Ontario, which would remove the TDSB from being in the middle of political lobbying related to definitions of hate and racism. This committee and TDSB officials should not be inundated with letters and phone calls and meetings on issues like the IRA definition or anti-Palestinian racism. Our school board needs to be focused on educating our children, and we need to leave the development of human rights law to human rights experts. Additionally, this motion acknowledges that human rights are human rights and not TDSB rights. It is very strange that different definitions of hate and discrimination would apply differently depending on which school board I send my child to. It makes no sense. This motion would be the TDSB recognizing the universality of human rights by moving towards a broader harmony and consistency across the province. And that is really what this motion is all about, trying to bring a separation between the geopolitics of the outside world and ensuring a harmonious, safe, and welcoming educational environment for all of our children. I strongly encourage you all to vote in favor of the proposed motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Seeing no questions for you, we'll move on to the next delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Delegate number 7, Corey Fruitman.
Thank you very much. Today I come to you with a deep concern about the troubling trend of bringing politics and personal agendas into our children's classrooms. As parents, we entrust our schools to provide our kids with a safe, nurturing, and unbiased environment to learn and grow. However, in our son Zachary's equity and leadership class at Earl Grey, we've encountered concerning situations that threaten to undermine this core purpose. The content and activity of the teacher, Ms. Pierby, she is teaching in class, do not align with the Ontario curriculum or the syllabus for this course. Instead, she is using the classroom as a platform to promote her own personal political agenda. It's important to understand that this is not isolated. Imagine if a religious teacher started preaching in the classroom that life begins at conception, or if a teacher started displaying slogans like bring them home or Hamas is a terrorist organization. Just as these would be inappropriate, bringing political messages into the classroom is equally out of place. Immediately following a Holocaust survivor speaking engagement, Ms. Pierby has been teaching about the Israel-Palestine conflict and the Nakba, equating it to all the horrors of the Holocaust, telling children that they need to be able to recognize genocide and ethnic cleansing when it's happening today. This is an extremely contentious and one-sided perspective that should not be presented as fact to—
Mr. Fruitman, you can please continue without mentioning any specific staff.
Okay. This is an extremely contentious and one-sided perspective that should not be presented as fact to impressionable 12-year-old students. The two events are vastly different in scale, context, and historical significance, and it's inappropriate to conflate them. Moreover, this teacher displays posters in her classroom promoting these politicized views, and has posters that say end apartheid and ceasefire now, and a QR code directing students to a website for Palestinian genocide victims. These materials go well beyond the scope of the curriculum and create a divisive, uncomfortable environment for Zachary, who is one of the few Jewish students in the class and in the school. I do understand the desire to explore current events and social issues in the classroom. However, it's critical that this be done in a balanced, fact-based manner that reflects multiple perspectives. The Israel-Palestine conflict is an exceptionally complex topic, and it's inappropriate to introduce it within a Holocaust education discussion or frame it as a genocide, ethnic cleansing, or apartheid. In conclusion, I firmly believe that politics and personal agendas have no place in the classroom. Our schools should be sanctuaries of learning, not platforms for indoctrination. And I urge you, as school trustees, to ensure the political slogans, divisive symbols, personal beliefs are kept out of our children's classroom and that they receive a balanced, fact-based education. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Corey. Looking around, there's no questions in person or online, so we'll move on to the next delegate. This one's going to be a virtual delegate. Behan Farhadi, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. If you can just speak a little louder, and when you're ready, please begin.
I'll do my best. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to respond to the motion on political activism and professional boundaries, the scope of which are antithetical to the board's core mission and values. And I'm here to offer expertise on this motion within my role as an assistant professor of education policy and equity at the University of Toronto. I also have 15 years of experience as a secondary teacher, and I'm a parent to 2 children in the TDSB. The core question that I want the board to consider is how do we effectively educate students who need to develop skills, ways of thinking and being to respond to a complex world? How do we promote democratic engagement in a society that is increasingly divided by income inequality, a climate crisis, racial injustice, and culture wars targeting queer and trans youth? How do we promote global citizenship and raise consciousness about our responsibility to respond to justice, both here and at home, because we know that these are interconnected? These questions are at the heart of TDSB's mission to enable students not just to reach high levels of achievement and well-being, but also, quote, to acquire the knowledge, skills, and values they need to become responsible, contributing members of a democratic and sustainable society. Now, we have a range of tools to support this work already. We have curriculum that sets out the scope of instruction, a regulatory body that governs and regulates the profession, and established policies within the board that govern conduct for staff and teachers. And while there are many concerns that have been reflected, we have processes to deal with these concerns. In short, this motion offers no added value. Further, this motion is explicitly political, providing a very narrow range of interpretation for personal opinions, worldviews, and politics, with thinly veiled discriminatory examples which may have the unintended effect of further alienating families from their schools and deepening divisions between groups already in conflict. This motion does not strike a tone of caring and safe schools, but instead offers examples of content that specifically target Palestinians that are already dehumanized and vulnerable to violence. The work of education, to conclude, is not to exclude, but to hold tension between worldviews, even when they are competing, to be open to change and transformation, and to promote, yes, to promote social justice, so we can better negotiate the work of living together. The work of schools is to help foster productive dialogue so we can find common ground and the inclusion of all people, even when that process is messy and difficult. This motion does not contribute to, but rather detracts us from this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Behan. We're just going to see if there are any questions for you. Thank you so much for coming in today, and we're going to move on to the next delegate.
Thank you.
So just to everyone, we're just going through the list. We're at number 9 of 40 delegates. Just a reminder to folks, please don't mention any specific names of teachers or principals. You're welcome to share your concerns, but please don't mention any specific names of staff members. Up next, we have John Weatherup. Is this one? And this is a virtual delegation. John, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Can
you hear me?
We can. We're just asking if you can please speak up, and once you're ready, please begin.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, it's John Weatherup. I represent the members of QP 4400. Is that okay? Can people hear me?
We can hear you. Everyone's good? Yeah.
Okay.
John, you're going to have to
it's
turn
probably
down
because I'm running
the
both
live stream
computers here,
because
so
we
I
can hear
just
the
want to
background.
hold on just 1 second. I'm just going to turn it all down.
It's very exciting stuff happening. I know you're trying to pay attention as well to the conversations. Okay.
I'm watching it on video and the same thing. It's John Weatherup. I'm the president of QP 4400, and I'm never quite sure what document I'm referring to on what's going forward here, but I can say that on behalf of our 17,000 members, this is a terrible motion to go forward. It serves none of our students or staff. It's almost like McCarthyism. I think that we need to protect our staff and students, and 4400 will do everything to protect staff and students. I think we're going down the wrong path here, and people who put motions forward, then there's going to be I'm not even sure what motion we're talking about, because the one they put on the website is supposed to be amended and changed. I can tell you on behalf of 4400, we will protect all students, all staff, and all members in this process. And I'm deeply disturbed that we're going down a right-wing path of putting people in places or saying things or afraid to say things that will put our students and staff at risk. I understand that this issue is very complicated, the Palestinian-Israeli issue. I have no answers for it. I don't plan to give you any advice, but I can tell you this motion, which is completely based on right-wing ideology and McCarthyism, is inappropriate. We need to protect our students and staff what's going on in schools. We should continue to protect our staff and students in schools. And if there's issues, whether it's anti-Semitism or anti-Muslim or anti-Palestinian, the board has those processes in place to take care of those issues. But going down this path, it's almost Trumpism to me that we're now going to go in an area that is beyond us. And we saw it with LGBTQ issues now, where we have protests at our schools that threatened our students. I think we need to stand up. We need to protect our students, no matter who they are. And I'm almost at odds with myself I don't want to get too over the top. We protect our students every day. We go to work with our students every day, whether it's the principals, whether it's the EAs, and we protect our students. This motion will hurt everybody. Vote it down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. We're going to look to see if there's any questions for you in person or online. Seeing none, thank you so much, John, for your time. And we're going to move on to the next set of delegates, which are in person. Up next, we have...
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Jack Koppel from the Toronto and York Region Labour Council.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? So my name's Jack Koppel. I'm here today representing the Toronto and York Region Labour Council. I'll start off by making our position on this matter very clear right out of the gate. The Labour Council, which represents over 220,000 working people in Toronto and York, firmly rejects Motion 7.1 and the confusing amendments that the earlier delegate mentioned. We view this as another in a series of anti-democratic and anti-worker motions which have been brought forward recently, including one which was brought forward to the Toronto City Council this week and was thankfully defeated. So what do these motions do? The other delegates have, I think, made it clear, but put simply, they seek to restrict the charter-protected rights of working people in Toronto. Particularly, they seek to restrict their ability to make concerted political activity by exercising their right to free assembly and free speech. The Labour Council finds it to be no coincidence that motions like this one and others seek to restrict this type of activity after a massive uptick of working people standing up for justice for themselves and others. In 2023, for instance, there was more strike activity in Canada than in any other year since 1986. Working people are loudly saying enough is enough and are taking a stand for us all. Now, there are those in our society, however, who do not want to see workers stand up for themselves and who will do everything in their power to keep them down. The problem is these actions, these activities are rightly recognized to be integral to the very fabric of our society and are therefore protected by our charter. So, what do they do in turn to respond to this? Well, to restrict this charter-protected activity, they attempt to cynically exploit existing laws and bylaws and expand their powers so that they can keep working people down. And that's, in our opinion, exactly what this motion does. Once again, the Labour Council has been very clear on this issue. We oppose any attempts to restrict the charter rights of working people, and we, along with our affiliates, will do what is necessary to protect them. The Labour Council implores trustees to vote this motion down and to seek no further avenues to restrict the rights of working people, be it at the school board or elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. Just looking to see if there are any questions for you. Thank you so much for your delegation. And we'll move on to number 11, Zaid Zawade. And when you're ready, please begin.
My name is Zaid. I'm a parent of 2 children in the TDSB ages 5 and 9. My family is Palestinian. I am here to speak about why the motion being presented in agenda item 7.1 should be rejected. The motion speaks of political opinion while brushing aside that what is considered political is a reflection of the era that we live in and a reflection of the nature of privilege and power structures in a society at that time. Abolishing slavery was considered political. Today, it is not. Talking about apartheid in South Africa was considered political, and today it is not. As a Palestinian family, we are very well aware of these power structures from a very young age. We are very well aware of how our lived experiences, family stories, and simply uttering the words, "I am Palestinian," elicit strong reactions attempting to silence us and erase us from the conversation. We are labeled too political. Telling the story of how our parents and grandparents were made refugees in the Nakba and what they did to rebuild their lives afterwards is not political. We deserve to have our identity and history affirmed. If the person telling the story had any other identity, you wouldn't have labeled it political. But you know what makes it political? Politicians, like those behind this motion. Politicians who want to erase my kids' Palestinian identity to suit their political agenda. Politicians who are afraid of a children's book that simply references Palestine. My child sharing with their class that their great-grandparents came from Jaffa, Haifa, Akka, Jerusalem, and Nablus is inconvenient to your political agenda. Shame on you. The board is not only failing Palestinian families, the board is also failing teachers and staff by providing them with no resources nor guidance on how to affirm their students' identities and talk about world events without fear. Had the board provided these resources from the get-go, they wouldn't be labeled as political opinion, and teachers and staff wouldn't have to fend for themselves, covering for the failure of the board and providing them with appropriate resources. The motion quotes Minister Lecce saying, "There is no place for divisive ideologies." I agree. Erasing, silencing, and intimidating our children and the teachers supporting them is divisive. As it stands, this motion pits one group against another and runs counter to the equity policies of the TDSB and the multi-year strategic plan. It runs counter to all principles of belonging and equity. Every child matters, but not according to this motion. I call on you to withdraw the motion or reject it outright.
Thank you, Zed. We're just going to wait to see if there's any questions for you. Thank you so much for your delegation. Up next, we have Corey Silverberg.
Hello, hi.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Corey. I'm here today as a parent of a child at a TDSB school, as a former TDSB student myself. I'm also here as an educator, as a person who's Jewish, who's queer, and the grandchild of a Holocaust survivor. I'm here to share my objections to the motion regarding the review of policies and procedures and to request that it be rejected. The motion is overly vague and defines political activism so broadly that it's not useful for policy guidance or development. And it also leaves open the possibility of abuse that will fall disproportionately on already marginalized members of our TDSB community. In my school communities, I see professional activities throughout the year that unarguably fall under the banner of political activism. I see it when teachers and staff mark Orange Shirt Day. I see it when they mark Holocaust Remembrance Day. I see it in June when TDSB schools fly rainbow flags alongside Canadian flags, and teachers across the board are encouraged to include material about queer issues and identities in their teaching. I see it when speakers are invited into schools to promote Zionism, which is a political movement separate and distinct from my religion, which is Judaism. And I wonder, are these the forms of political activism that trustees seek to restrict? They may not be the current target of trustees here, but the proposed motion is the beginning of a slippery slope that could easily lead us there. Speaking about the human rights of people who are marginalized is always categorized as political activism. Speaking of the human rights of people who are not marginalized is fine. If you were a teacher in the TDSB 40 years ago and you spoke about apartheid in South Africa, you were engaging in political activism. Today, it's part of the curriculum. Today, the target is not South Africa, but Palestine. The motion insists that the lives and experiences of my child's Palestinian schoolmates, their parents and families cannot be acknowledged, let alone held up or celebrated. It insists that their grief cannot be spoken. I know what this is like because this was what it was like for my grandfather when he fled Poland for Canada. At that point, Canada's policy regarding Jews was, famously, none is too many. None was too many. I hope that some of you here recognize that horrific quote, which comes from a Canadian immigration official in 1945. I know that quote because I learned it in a TDSB school. Had I been a student a few decades earlier, I would not have learned that quote. I wouldn't have seen myself reflected in the material I was learning. I would have learned that saying that I was Jewish was too political, that the TDSB was not a place where I was welcome. This motion will return us to a time when a small group of people with power get to determine whose lives and experiences are worthy and welcome at the TDSB and whose are not. That is why I'm opposed to it, and that's why I'm asking you to also oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. We're just going to see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your delegation today. Up next,
Dennis Hastings.
sorry, Dennis, Trustee Hastings, do you have a question?
Yes, and it's to the delegates, to you,
Please.
Madam Chair.
Please go ahead.
You speak of the subject matter that we're trying, I'm one of the people bringing this forward. You speak of the trustee matter being too broad, too vague. How would you shorten it so that it's not, as you say, too broad, too vague?
I mean, I think that the motion as it stands is just not workable. I think the response to, if we're trying to respond to intolerance and hatred, the response is not to restrict speech, right? The response to bad speech or hateful speech is not to restrict speech, it's more. So in a setting like the TSB, what I want are more opinions. And I think the TSB already has a lot of guidelines to protect us. Doesn't always do it well, but we do have policies to protect around hate speech. So I appreciate the question, and I also appreciate that it's a very difficult issue. And I just see the motion as it stands is it's not tenable, it's not workable because in its foundation, it's it's problematic. I hope that answers your question.
Sort of. The reason the reason the motion's there, it's not so much as hate, no hate. It's we've got little people, JK to 10, and I think they're too young to know what it is that we're talking about, and it's really hurtful when I look at it and have to try and put it on paper,
Trustee
put it on
Hastings, did you have a
paper,
question?
and that's my comment.
I don't know if it's a question, so I'm going to take a second to respond, though. I mean, I appreciate that you're thinking about kids. I primarily am interested in educators and the ones who are in the room with our kids. I actually do trust educators, and I also trust, more or less, the system that protects our families and our kids when educators are going off the rails, for lack of a better term. So I see the motion as unnecessary, and I also see it as an attack, but you and I would just disagree on that.
Yes, we will disagree on. I'm looking at it and I'm going, how do I fix it?
Well, I'm glad you're thinking about that.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. We're going to move on.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Corey. We're going to move on to the next speaker, Nigel Barif from the Elementary Teachers of Toronto. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Nigel Barif, and I serve as the Vice President of the Elementary Teachers of Toronto, representing nearly 10,000 dedicated educators within the Toronto District School Board. Our discussions today focus on a critical issue impacting our ability to educate comprehensively and inclusively. I'm also a member of a progressive Jewish community. My family history is deeply intertwined in the Jewish experience. My son attends a Jewish school weekly, and his great-great-grandmother was lost in the Holocaust. This personal history informs my commitment to justice and equality, principles that guide both my professional and personal actions. The motion proposed by Trustees Pai and Hastings pertaining to reviewing policies, pertaining to activities of the TDSB staff or educational partners, wherever it's landed today, during school hours is not just restrictive, it is a significant regression in our educational mandate. This motion seeks to silence essential discourse on global and local events that affect our students directly, contradicting our fiduciary responsibility to address real-world issues such as transphobia, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian racism, and more. Furthermore, the influence of external organizations like CEJA and the Simon Wiesenthal Center introduces a disturbing dynamic that are into our educational environment. For example, CJA's actions at Mark Garneau Collegiate Institute, where they falsely accused students of anti-Semitic chants, and the Simon Wiesenthal Center's encouragement of reporting on any criticism of Israel exemplify how such groups foster discord and inhibit educational freedom. This behavior, along with the misinformation spread, has not been adequately addressed by our board. Instead of tackling these verified issues of external interference, the motion focuses on restricting educators' capacity to teach and discuss essential topics. This is where our attention should be directed, to ensuring that our teachers are supported in providing education that reflects the lived experiences of our students, including those from Palestinian, Muslim, Arab, Israeli, and Jewish communities. By opposing this motion, we affirm our commitment to an educational framework that values inclusivity, truth, critical engagement with societal issues. It is imperative that we allow our educators to teach without fear of censorship or repercussions instigated by unaccountable external entities. In conclusion, I urge you to stand with us in opposition to this motion, to uphold the integrity of our educational system and ensure that our schools remain bastions of learning and understanding, not conflict and exclusion. Thank you for considering this crucial matter.
Thank you, Nigel. We're just going to see if there are any questions for you online. Seeing none, thank you, Nigel. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Carolyn Wilson, TDSB parent. Hi, Carolyn, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Carolyn Wilson, and I am a Jewish mother of 3 children, 2 of whom attend Perth Avenue Public School. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the board. I am here today to speak to you about the motion put forward by trustees Pay and Hastings to item 7.1. I urge you to oppose this motion. First, I draw your attention to the problematic manner in which this motion has been put forth. The motion published on May 27th was worded to appeal to parents who want their children to receive an education free of bias and equally embracing of our diverse student body. The wording released after the deadline for delegation requests has passed leaves no question as to the racist intent of the motion. The updated wording includes dog whistles and outright appeals to target those who rightfully oppose anti-Palestinian violence. For example, you've labeled the book Baba, What Does My Name Mean? As inappropriate because it references Palestine from the river to the sea. This book helps Palestinian children and their classmates see themselves represented in their schools. The wording of the motion and its preamble echo the language used to ban books. I'll remind this board that the TDSB's own policies demand that anti-Palestinian violence and racism be addressed. Yet this motion makes obvious its intent to stop staff from using board resources and paid time to uphold the board's own policy. Make it make sense. Beyond this shameful bait and switch and racist dog whistles, I appeal to the trustees to consider the waste of board resources that this motion itself represents. TDSB teachers are certified professionals held to public account through the Ontario College of Teachers. Our teachers have a professional responsibility to exercise good judgment in teaching our children. They have a professional responsibility to deliver the curriculum, which includes teaching about geopolitical events and guiding kids to make connections between themselves, their learning, and the world. I'm unsure of how trustees Pay and Hastings envisage teachers enacting these professional responsibilities. The college has mechanisms in place to hold teachers to public account when they do not fulfill their responsibilities. Who determines what constitutes political activism? Are they held to such public account? If only all politicians were. 2 of my children are gender non-binary. I can affirm that our education system as it stands now already reflects political bias. When adults address a room full of students as boys and girls, even my 5-year-old understands that they are being excluded. This motion will have a chilling effect on staff working to make our schools more equitable. My child, like all our students, deserves to focus on their learning without the humiliation of an adult constantly misgendering them. I want my children to continue to learn from the professional teachers who have the expertise to help kids make sense of their world in an age-appropriate way. Oppose this motion so the work can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. There are no questions for you, so thank you so much for your time.
Dennis
Thank you.
Hastings.
Oh, Carolyn, are you still there?
I am.
Okay, we have a question for you from Trustee Hastings. Please go ahead, Trustee Hastings.
How, unless they're really bad at putting words together, how is that you've come up with an idea that we mean to shut you up, keep you from talking, and keep you from knowing? That wasn't the intention of the motion at all.
Trustee Hastings, can you repeat your question? It's a bit unclear. Can you repeat your question?
Yes. How is it that you've come up with the idea that we're trying to keep you from knowing and keep you from speaking? Because that's not the intention of the motion at all.
Trustee Hastings, so we're going to ask that questions relate to the presentation and they're questions of clarification.
It is the presentation, and it is for clarification.
Trustee Hastings, I believe you've confused me with a teacher in a school. I'm here presenting as a parent. And so I'm not sure how you mean. I'm not sure if you missed a portion of my delegation.
I hope I didn't. I was listening to it.
Okay, great. So I'm presenting as a parent. I'm speaking to the educational opportunities that my children receive in terms of themselves and what they're learning about their classmates. I am pulling that directly from the wording of the motion, the latest version that was put together after the deadline, wherein you specifically reference and label a book talking about Palestine and Palestinian identities as inappropriate. So defining and labeling a book like this as inappropriate is itself political activism. It's a political move. So this motion seems to be out of place with what you then claim as a goal to eliminate political activism in our schools. In fact, we can see from your very motion that political activism is already there. It's an oppressive framework, and we need the work of teachers to continue in our schools to make it less oppressive. I want my kids and I want their classmates to be focused on their learning and not distracted because of the racism, the anti-Semitism, the transphobia that they do experience at times in their schools now. I want the teachers, like the amazing teachers we have now for my children who are at Perth, I want them to continue to be able to do that work and not be in fear of being targeted by even the production of a report that would investigate, which is, again, a term that you've used here, investigate what they are doing.
Again, I will state to you this.
Trustee Hastings, the 3 minutes is over, so we're going to move on to the next. If there are any more questions for Carolyn?
No, she can remember my name. And
I will, don't worry.
I don't know if that's good or not, but anyway.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings.
That's a good question to ask yourself. And
thank you. So just a reminder to trustees that according to the delegation procedure, when you do ask a question to the delegate, the question and response time combined must be within 3 minutes. So we'll move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. So move on to the next speaker, and we welcome Trustee Earhart, who's joined us in person, Ananya Ohari from the Grove Community School. Ananya, can you hear us? Hi, Ananya. If you press *6, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear you. We're just going to ask you to speak a little louder, and when you're ready, please begin.
Okay. Thank you. I'm a mother to a racialized trans kid. She attends a TDSB school and is thriving to a great part because her school, formed around values of social justice, understands that the personal is political and celebrates and normalizes gender diversity. I'm also here because kids at this very school have had no support in processing the horrific crimes against humanity unfolding in Palestine right now. Whatever structures TDSB already has in place has kept our teachers silent.
This has been a source of great confusion and distress for kids, whether they're Arab, Muslim, racialized, or Jewish, and who, like many across the TDSB, have stood in support for other global crises, but are asked to stay silent when it comes to Palestine. This motion asking for a review of policies and procedures on political activism by TDSB staff and partners claims to be in favor of safety for all, but is a thinly veiled attempt of anti-Palestinian racism. It asks that the TDSB uphold current definitions of hate, discrimination, and racism, while asking that it not allow others to be added to its policy. What kind of motion, wanting safety for all, asks that others be barred from seeking protection themselves? This motion would hurt any unrecognized group experiencing marginalization at the TDSB, but particularly in this context, it would hurt Palestinian human rights, which parents and students across the TDSB have been asking to be explicitly addressed. There's an actual rise of anti-Semitism, and this letter on which the motion is based makes a mockery of that by conflating peaceful acts of resistance against Israeli occupation and genocide with actual anti-Semitism. All Jewish people should not be held responsible for the actions of the State of Israel. Palestine Solidarity in Canada, composed of many Jewish folks, worked hard to decouple this, but there are folks like the author of this letter who continue to conflate Israel with Jewish people generally, a conflation they use to shut down urgent critiques. This motion that claims to speak for safety of all is representing narrow interests, and the trustees putting forward this motion are proposing a report that can endanger the well-being of so many of our children. Some may say that it's just a report, but I'd like to bring your attention to what Hannah Arendt, the Jewish historian and philosopher, said about what enables evil. It's not so much criminal or psychopathic behavior, but rather people just going through the motions, doing their jobs without thinking through the political consequences. This is what this motion ultimately wants the teachers to do, and specifically in the case of Palestine and Palestinian human rights. Years from now, we'll be at a Remembrance Day ceremony asking ourselves how we allowed horrors to unfold unchecked. And the answer is because we enabled systems of repression to take hold, systems that are built on reports like this aimed at shutting people down. I strongly urge you to not let this happen and to vote against this motion. The TDSB already has a great student learning strategy for combating hate and racism. I urge you to build on it, beginning with putting in place curriculum and resources to address anti-Palestinian racism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ananya. We're just going to see if there are any questions for you.
Hastings,
Please go ahead, Trustee Hastings.
thank you for coming to present. But I hope I'm not misrepresented in what it is that I'm trying to say. What I'm actually trying to say is keep politics. I don't mind teaching them, but keep politics out of the classroom. I really, because invariably what happens is you don't learn enough to know what it is that is happening. So because JK or K to 12, they don't have an understanding of what they're hearing. That's why my motion, keep politics out of the classroom. It's not to tell you that it didn't happen or that to say,
Trustee Hastings, did you
let's
have a
bar
question?
this person from.
Trustee Hastings?
Can I
From
respond
being.
quickly?
One moment, Ananya.
Yeah,
So
I think it just, oh, sorry. Can I respond?
One moment, Ananya. So I just want to make it clear to all folks, we have plenty of time to discuss the motion when it's on the floor. At this point, it's the time for delegates to share their concerns. If you have questions, please ask questions. We have a long list of delegates, and to get through it, we're asking that trustees please stick to questions and save their comments for when the motion is before us. So Trustee Hastings, did you have a question? A question?
No, it's a comment.
Okay, so I ask kindly, please save your comments for when the motion is on the floor.
Madam Chair, what I'm trying to do is address the people that have so kindly taken of their time to come here to speak, because they might not be here when we get around to talking about it.
I understand.
Thank you.
I understand, Trustee Hastings. Maybe this is a conversation we can have during the bylaws review, but in its current state, this is the process that we follow. And our meetings are live, and folks have an opportunity to view it afterwards when it's posted online as well. I know it's not ideal for community, but we just need to keep moving it along. And this portion is just for questions. So do you have any questions of clarification, Trustee Hastings?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ananya, there are no questions of clarification for you in the room or online. Thank you for your time, and we're going to move on to the next delegate. Welcome, Marissa Small. Can you hear us? Marissa, if you can press *6, you should be able to unmute yourself. Did she unmute? Should we move on to the next one? Okay, I think we've lost Marissa. We're going to go on to the next delegate, but we'll come back to Marissa if she joins us again. So the next delegate is Ricardo Rodriguez. I believe this is in person. Welcome, Ricardo.
Before I start, could I ask people to lead by example and get off their phones? We have a policy on this board that we're trying to lead by example. So if you could just put your phone away, especially if you move this motion. Hastings, you're listening. So if you could do that, that'd be great. I tend to lead by example. I'm a teacher, but I'm not here as a teacher today. My name is Rico Rodriguez. Shelley, how are you doing? Good to see you again, Ms. Laskin. How are you? I'm the president of Escondidos No More, is Hiding No More, and I am here to represent a Latinx group, queer Latinx group. This motion purports to maintain neutrality in the TDSB classrooms, but it's essential to recognize that the proposed measures will stifle important educational discourse and limit the development of critical thinking skills among students. This could have a particular detrimental effect on the queer Latinx community and their representation in education. Here's why this motion should be withdrawn and soundly defeated. No, education is not just about imparting academic knowledge, but also about fostering critical thinking and preparing students for the complexities of the real world. For the queer Latinx community, exposure to diverse points of view, including those that are politically charged, helps students learn, analyze, debate, and form their own informed opinions. Overly restricting political content can erase important narratives and experiences that are crucial for understanding the multifaceted nature of voices of queer Latinx communities and individuals whose histories and experiences are underrepresented. While it is crucial for teachers to maintain professionalism and not impose their personal views, it is equally important to distinguish between promoting political ideologies and encouraging critical examination of political issues. Discussing queer Latinx issues often involve addressing political and social contexts that impact these communities. Teachers should be trusted as professionals capable of navigating these boundaries without needing the overtly restrictive policies that could lead to self-censorship, thereby silencing important discussions about inclusion, equity, and human rights. Many subjects inherently involve political dimensions. For example, history, social studies, literature often require discussions on politics, power dynamics, and societal issues that directly affect the queer Latinx community. Ensuring that queer students understand the context and implications of political actions and decisions is part of a comprehensive education. The proposed restrictions could impede the ability to teach these subjects effectively, thereby neglecting critical aspects of queer Latinx history and contemporary issues. I'm going to tell you something. In conclusion, the implementation of this motion will hinder educational quality in the development of critical thinking skills, particularly affecting the representation and inclusion of the queer Latinx community. A balanced approach that trusts educators to handle political content professionally and encourages critical examination rather than censorship would be better serve the interests of students and the broader educational community. Furthermore, if this motion would have been in the books, I wouldn't be here speaking to you today. I will not be here because you wouldn't let me.
One second, Ricardo. We're going to check if there's any questions of clarification for you.
Get off your phones.
None in the boardroom, none online. Thank you so much for your time, Ricardo. Next, we have Chris Chandler from OSSTF. Welcome, Chris. When you're ready, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Chandler, and I'm one of the vice presidents of the Toronto Teachers Bargaining Unit of the Ontario Secondary School Teachers Federation. I represent over 5,000 contract high school teachers working in TDSB schools, and I've come today to speak about a motion which seeks basically to restrict what the movers deem to be political activism by TDSB staff from playing any part in what they imagine to be academic achievement that is somehow not political. I'm here to tell you that as a trade unionist, a teacher, a parent, and as a citizen, that this motion is poorly thought out and dangerous. This motion lacks any definition of the terms political activism and political views. No reasonable person would oppose a school board eradicating hateful speech or conduct from its classrooms. In fact, many of the necessary struggles that teachers are already engaged in to support the board's equity goals are exactly that. They are political activism and political views. Minister Lecce, whom the mover and seconder cite in support of their motion, represents a government who rolled back gender identity and sexual consent curriculum because of that government's views about trans and queer rights. Doug Ford in 2018 canceled the rewriting of curriculum for truth and reconciliation with First Nations, Métis, and Indigenous peoples because he felt that would detract from his so-called back to basics agenda for schools. These were political views which do not deserve respect in our schools. Does the TDSB want to enable stakeholders opposed to social justice to better equip them to attack progressive curriculum? This motion is actually an attempt on the part of two trustees to impose their own political agendas when the TDSB already has policies and procedures to deal with hate speech and discrimination. Public education itself is a form of political activism. It depends on taxes and on spending public money on all of our students, even those with no immigration status. Our schools themselves are political activism of the deepest kind. If a teacher said to students in a TDSB civics classroom that government cuts to funding for public education partially explained a leaking roof in their school, would this be a political view? Those crying for more tax cuts would say yes. If an economics teacher taught TDSB students about growing income equality in Ontario and about the benefits of stronger rent controls in other countries, would this be political activism? Condo developers would probably think so, but that is no reason not to teach the truth. You, as trustees, are charged with an inescapably political task, the preservation and indeed the expansion of the public good. Teachers in Toronto urge you to do your duty and to turn from any interests that ask you to shy away from the best possible education for all students under your care. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. There are no questions for you. Thank you so much for your delegation today. Up next, we have Maria Palmaro, who's in an in-person delegation. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today regarding the motion to shorten the timeline for the review of Policy 100 student interest programs. My name is Maria Palermo. The views that I am sharing this evening are informed by my 24 years of experience as a principal in both middle and secondary schools. Most of that time has been spent in secondary schools located in the northwest corner of the city that rank high on the Learning Opportunities Index and serve many students from historically marginalized communities. I have led schools with both arts and STEM-based specialized programs. As a principal, I am responsible for implementing board policies to the best of my ability so that the needs of my students are met. This is the first time that I have felt compelled to delegate to a committee of the board regarding one of those policies. I am here tonight because I am passionate in my belief that the implementation of Policy 100, the Central Student Interest Program policy, has been the single most significant step that our board has taken to honor its commitment to anti-oppressive practices and the equity of opportunity for all. An analysis of system data for specialized programs prior to the implementation of this policy showed that students from marginalized groups were underrepresented in specialized programs. The objective of P100 was to ensure equity of access for all students. While we are early in the implementation of this policy, I can tell you that I have seen the overall number of applications to our STEM-based CSIP program increase as we have moved into the central randomized selection process. I have heard students and parents from my feeder schools indicate that they appreciate that they have an opportunity to access an arts program of interest without the pressure of an audition. At our grade 8 information evenings since the implementation of the policy, it has been clear that more students believe that they have a place in a CSIP program. At our session last fall, a family approached me to share that they never thought that their child would be able to join a STEM program because they have an IEP and have struggled with learning. P100 opened doors for that child. Other parents have indicated that they found the previous application process stressful when their older children applied for specialized programs. From my observations, the implementation of P100 has led to increased interest in CSIP programs, improved access for students that represent marginalized communities, and improved pedagogy as staff in these programs have focused on strategies to support increasingly diverse classrooms with the benefit of professional learning opportunities that have allowed for the sharing of best practices between schools as part of the implementation plan for this policy. With any improvement process, there's a cycle that involves gathering research, developing and implementing a plan, followed by reviewing data to evaluate the impact of that plan. In school improvement, it is critical to allow time to follow a cohort of students in order to gather meaningful data. I believe that moving up the timeline for the review of P100 will not allow for enough time to truly understand the impact of this policy. The inequities being addressed by P100 were years in the making. It will take time to determine the effectiveness of this policy, and I encourage you to reject this motion to allow for that time. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. We do have a question from Trustee Charlson. I just want to acknowledge that I think on our side, the order got mixed up because we're still on item 7.1, but we'll make sure that on our end, the minutes reflect that your delegation was for the next item. Please go ahead.
Thank you. You spoke about how it has offered and opened opportunities for families and children who might never have imagined themselves in these programs. Do you have any sense of how the kids are doing in the programs this year?
I can speak to my own school. I have a STEM-based program. And what we have seen, and again, early days, our students are being very successful in the program. We have cohorted classes, one each semester. I can tell you that in the cohorted technical TEJ 103 course that our students took first semester, all but one student passed the course. Most of those students were at 70% and above. The student who didn't pass the course had some significant extenuating circumstances, and we're working with that young person to help them make up the lost credit.
That's great. And I think that's all from me. Thank you. I do wonder if you could share your delegation with us by email.
I would be happy to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Dennis Hastings.
Trustee Hastings, please go ahead.
I have a question for the speaker, the delegate. 70%. Not to say that this is not good. What do you do when you're up against people that are heading to the Juilliard School? We're talking about super athletes in the STEAM system. STEM with an A, excuse me. What do you do about that? Will they be able to compete on that level? Thank you.
So in response, my school has a STEM-focused program, not an elite athletes program, or an arts-based program. What I can say is that all students, in my belief, have the right to have access to these programs and opportunities to learn. I do not believe that providing opportunities for more will limit the success of others. I think if students have that elite level of skill, they're going to Juilliard. Honestly, sometimes in spite of us, they're getting there anyway. As a member as a principal in a public education system, I'm here for all students.
Trustee Hastings, do you have a follow-up question of clarification?
No, ma'am. I thank the delegate for her answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to the next delegate for tonight. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Trustee Didoviti, would I be able to ask a question as well?
Maria, if you can please come back. We have another question of clarification for you. Trustee DeVitas, please go ahead.
Hey, thank you very much, Chair. Maria, I just want to thank you for coming out and making a deputation. I thought you're brilliant, but I sometimes, in my experience interacting with you in the past, you've been a bit humble. You have over the past a significant amount of experience helping train and develop a number of different elements throughout the system. Maybe you can speak to that a little bit, because I think that speaks to your personal knowledge, your personal expertise, and your professional opinion. We've had lots of people come in and depute about their personal experience. I'm interested about the type of expertise that you bring to the system.
I'm not sure what specific parts of my story that you want me to share. I'm more than 30 years with this board. As I said at the beginning of my remarks, most of that time has been spent in the northwest corner of the city. And I have always tried to seek opportunities to engage in board committees or system level experiences that allow me to address inequities in the system. I strongly feel that the change in how we deal with specialized program, now centralized student interest programs, lets me do my job better. It lets me reach more students. It opens doors. I see myself as someone who should be creating opportunity, not gatekeeping. And frankly, our old policies were gatekeeping.
I appreciate that, Maria. Thank you so much for coming in today.
Any more questions online, trustees?
Trustee Arts?
Please go ahead, Trustee Arts.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The speaker spoke to building capacity amongst teachers. And I realize that we have a very full agenda and long speakers list. And so I would like to understand maybe what that looks like, especially for a STEM program. So I would, if it's quick to clarify now, that would be great. But if that could be included, something like that could be included with sharing the written delegation, I would be happy with that as well. Thank you.
So in terms of what I was referring to with professional learning opportunities, schools that had pre-existing STEM programs came together as the new policy was being rolled out to look at making sure that there was some consistency of opportunity for students, regardless of which STEM program they attended. We looked at what are the best strategies for engaging students, and recognizing that there would be a wider diversity of student ability and student prior experience coming into the programs as we move to a randomized process. We looked at working together, how can we utilize effectively universal design for learning. Those were sessions that were attended by principals, by teachers, 4 or 5 teachers from each school, and we collaborated to look at the approach to curriculum development. And colleagues that I've spoken to, and certainly I can tell you that I'm really proud to see that there's a deeper richness in the program that is offered at my school.
Thank you so much.
Trustees, any more questions online? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you so much for your delegation today, Maria. Robin Menzies, this is going to be a virtual delegation. Robin, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. We're just going to ask if you can speak a little louder, and when you're ready, please begin.
Of course. Is this better?
It's a little it's not as clear.
Okay, 1 second. Let me
It's a little
just try to.
fuzzy.
Oh. I'll take you off my speakers, perhaps. See if this is better. Is this better now?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. My name is Robin Menzies, and I am the mother to a child at the Grove Community. I'm here today seeking to limit or prohibit discussions or actions of a political nature from happening on school grounds within school hours, as well as activities TDSB staff might engage in outside of paid hours on their own personal time.
This is extremely problematic in theory and draconian. Would be prohibited from speaking of LGBT.
Robin, you're breaking in and out.
As well as what I can only infer is the reason for this motion, the current ongoing genocide and human rights abuses in Palestine. Our small alternative school was founded on the pillars of social justice, environmentalism, and community activism. These pillars are interwoven into our curriculum and engaged with age appropriately by all of our students. They are taught to view the world through these lenses and apply critical thought to ongoing issues. They participate in many beautiful and meaningful classes, workshops, events, and protests to stand up to the things they believe in. All of these things can be deemed political. This motion is so vaguely worded that anything can be restricted. Teaching about clean water rights, the history of residential schools, colonialism, white supremacy, and yes, even the Israel-Palestine situation. All teaching through any constructive framework. Our children must be allowed to question, to investigate, to debate, and to disagree. Not allowing this does them a great disservice. We want our children to become thinkers and questioners, and not allowing them to engage in these important political conversations will only make them followers. This motion also puts all TDSB staff in an untenable position. If passed, any and all of their teaching, conduct, and opinions are open to sanctions. Current events, historical texts, literature, all could be viewed as political. And according to the motion, if they attend a Pride event, an Earth Day celebration, a protest, or march, their livelihoods could be at risk. Are our teachers not allowed to voice their opinions even while off the clock? I would also like to note that I find it extremely disingenuous that this motion has been brought forth now, as most of the issues I mentioned above are already embedded in our curriculum. I can only surmise that this is a specific response to the increasingly vocal support against the ongoing genocide in Palestine over the past 7 months. With accusations of anti-Semitism and creating unsafe environments, this appears to be the only political issue that the TDSB has any interest in stopping. Trying to hide this anti-Palestinian racism in this vague definition of political speech is an extremely dangerous precedent to set and will have damning ramifications. It will shut down any talk surrounding the human rights of Palestinians, which you already effectively have, but will also allow anything seen as contention to be silenced as well.
Robin?
Yes.
Robin, there are portions of your delegation that were cutting in and out. We do have the closed captioning on, so those of us online were able to read your delegation along. If I may suggest, perhaps you can email us your written delegation, just so that if colleagues wanted to review your delegation again, they can read over it.
Yes, of course. I'm so sorry I was cutting out.
No, it's okay. I tried catching your attention a few times, but I wasn't able to get you. Just give me a moment. I'm going to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. Seeing none, thank you so much. And please do email us your delegation.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Dominic Bellissimo. Hi, Dominic, can you hear us? If you can press *6, you should be able to hear us.
Hi there, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. When you're ready, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Thanks for letting me share my thoughts on these important issues. So you've heard, my name is Dominic Bellissimo, and I was an employee at the TDSB prior to amalgamation. I worked as a student program worker dealing with issues of social justice, inclusion, and equity. I'm also here as a parent, having had 3 young men graduate from Toronto schools. When I heard that this discussion was happening, I thought it might be useful to share some of my experience over a 10-year period, struggling with discussions in our schools about issues like apartheid in South Africa, Indigenous rights in Canada. You know, the conversations were as difficult then as they are now when dealing with international war, dealing with sexual identity, and human rights. We were told that the issue of racism in South Africa was too political and that Nelson Mandela was too controversial as a political prisoner to discuss with young students. Some even called him a terrorist. Well, we all know what happened when that prisoner became president of South Africa and visited the Sky Dome and spoke to tens of thousands of TDSB students. That was a life-changing experience for many of those young children, and some of them have become educators right here in our board. I'm also here today to encourage the board to continue with a forward-looking approach, despite the difficulties that may arise from time to time. Were it not for progressive thinking boards of education around the province, my own children would not have learned about the Holocaust, the Rwanda genocide, violence against women, or the Indigenous missing women and girls, or even climate change for that matter. I'm also glad they learned about safe and healthy relationships from their teachers. There will never be unanimity on any of these political struggles occurring around us today in the Middle East or Ukraine. But we know that social media and 24-hour access to information ensures that our students are hearing about it. We as educators have a special responsibility then to develop the kind of critical thinking we want in our students as global citizens. We don't have to agree, but we do have to engage in these discussions in a safe, respectful, and careful manner when dealing with controversial issues. I believe the employees, trustees, and parents of the TDSB have the capacity to understand and accept that. I ask that you not restrict or remove the opportunities for students to participate in these difficult experiences. When handled properly, I recall that they were some of the best discussions students ever had. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dominic. We're going to see if there are any questions of clarification for you. Seeing none, thank you so much for coming in to speak to us. So Marissa Small is back online. We're going to go to delegate number 22, and then we'll come back to delegate number 16, just because she's there. So welcome, Shalia Anishinaabe O'Brien. When you're ready, please begin.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Welcome, Marissa. Marissa,
Can people hear me?
I'm glad
Hi.
that you're ready. We're just going to go to one in-person delegation, and then we're going to come right back to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Marissa.
Anin Bojo, Shayli Anishinaabe Nadishnakaz, Jijak Indondem, Nibising Indunjaba Takaranto Indonda. Miigwech for allowing me the opportunity to be heard this evening. I am a mother, a First Nations woman, and an educator. I am the first in my family to graduate from university. I am the daughter of a residential school and day school survivor. If I were born in Saskatchewan, I too would have been made to attend a residential school. I share these things with you because my being here, my employment, my very existence is political. This motion and proposal being discussed is political. Paulo Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed. All education is political. Teaching is never a neutral act. Who becomes elected? Who creates the curriculum, the policies, the textbooks, and whose voices are missing in those pages? The ideology of neutrality in classrooms removes years of equity work and creates spaces filled with identity erasure of staff and students. To simply remain neutral at all times denies the identities and intersectionality of the educational community and hinders social justice and equity work in classrooms. The TDSB honors diversity and inclusion for all. Every child has a right to go to school and be safe. This motion infringes on fundamental freedoms guaranteed in the Charter and violates the Ontario Human Rights Code. The TDSB does not censor books, and we should not begin now. As a parent and an educator, I have observed that children and youth are often not given enough credit for their capabilities. In terms of the motion itself, a few points to make. Section 1CI, political propaganda, Prohibiting public speakers. This would mean no politician should be permitted on school grounds as politicians have political agendas. Section 1C2. This would mean we are no longer to teach about Nelson Mandela, Elijah Harper, Nellie McClung. All were political activists. CHV 20, CPC 30, CPW 4U, all Ministry of Education courses will be banned. Number 5, remain apolitical. Advisory to be issued from the OCT, a prejudicial aspect. The motion is a dangerous silencing precedent, and to silence people is in and of itself a political agenda. I was honored to learn from and be mentored by the likes of Lloyd McKell. My family, my Nokomis. We don't learn by denying our identities, our bias, our differences, our questions, or by avoiding tough discussions. Nothing changes by not communicating. Courageous conversations happen every day in classrooms and schools. Perhaps it is time that other spaces and places learn from the youth that are willing to have those conversations. Education has gotten us into this mess, and education will get us out. The Honorable Murray Sinclair. Yesterday, I watched as history was made, and I cried. Not tears of sadness, but of pride. In the Ontario Legislature, MPP Sol Mamakwa spoke in Oji Cree for the first time. Indigenous languages are now recognized as official languages in the legislature. For us, they tried to take everything from us, our languages, our culture, our traditions, our children. If this motion passes, I would not be permitted to discuss this in a TDSB classroom. Chimigwach for your time.
Thank you. We're just gonna... Was there a question online for this delegate? Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you so much for your delegation today. We're now going to go back to Delegate 16, Marissa Small. Hi, Marissa. When you're ready, please press *6.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for letting me come back into the queue.
No worries.
Are you
Marissa,
able
if
to
you can
hear
just
me?
speak a little louder, and when you're ready, please begin. And if you can please restart her clock.
Okay, thank you so much to the previous delegate. I really appreciated also all of the things she said, and I agree with them. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I'm also a parent of a TDSB student. I'm also an educator. I'm also a descendant of a survivor from an attempted genocide. And so I hear and respect everything that she said. I would like to say before anything else that I do stand unequivocally for human rights for all people, regardless of gender, ability, age, race, religion, gender identity, nationality. As a proponent and supporter of public education, I don't think this is an all or nothing situation. I think that there needs to be some guidance around what kind of politics are allowed to be discussed. I feel like nowadays there is a lot of rhetoric that is, very politically motivated among society. And I believe that children should have a fair and high quality education. It is possible to teach about human rights and history, that the human rights that apply to all students. For example, freedom from harassment because of any type of orientation, gender, race, color, background. But I do not believe it means having a right to promote your own political beliefs that may not apply to everyone in a classroom. I'm thinking of, as a teacher, students in my classroom who may come from families where they have two moms or two dads. I personally support that, although there might be teachers whose personal beliefs do not. It is not right for them to state their personal opinions in that case. I am worried, however, that because of the political climate currently and current geopolitical events, that certain groups are being targeted. And I think that if we do not put this motion in place, how would students who are marginalized in any way be protected from students' personal opinions and prejudices? They wouldn't. We must ensure that our personal political beliefs do not supersede a student's right to feel safe and included in their classroom and to come to school and learn. Canada's Supreme Court ruled that teachers' off-duty conduct, even when not directly related to students, is relevant to their ability to teach. I've seen many, many, many anti-Semitic posts by union members, by other teachers, and that frankly really disturbs me because that I'm afraid that that will color their teaching and the perspective that they share with their students who are a vulnerable audience. I would like this motion to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Marissa. Seeing no questions in person or online, thank you so much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Up next, we have another virtual delegation by Lori Wolf. Hi, Lori, can you hear us? If you press *6, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Lori.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Can you just
Hi, I'm
speak
so
a
sorry
little
about that.
loud, and then when you're ready, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you to everyone for hearing me out and taking my call. I just wanted to give a shout out to the previous caller, Marissa, who said everything so well and so diplomatically. I also have to say a few other things. I find that the timing of this motion to be suspicious, and it seems that it's only coming about now because of activity happening on the ground and on the school level. And it's a very, very practical motion, because on the ground, yes, we all have our beliefs, and we all think that it should be a student right to, and it should be a student right to learn something without any sort of hindrance. But at the same time, on the ground, we are facing a lot of unrest, we're facing a lot of divisiveness, and I feel that it is largely because certain teachers and union members, who do not represent everyone, by the way, feel that it is all right, and in fact, compulsory to share their own political beliefs with the students and put forth one idea over the others. There is a lot of argument to be made on both sides. This is not a one-sided issue. It is very nuanced, and we can't necessarily leave it in the hands of people who are highly politically motivated. It's not fair to the kids to only hear one highly polarized side of the story. It seems to me that in this environment, there's two kinds of anti-Semitism. There's intolerable anti-Semitism, such as Hitler salutes and swastikas and horrible things we're hearing in schools right now, like Jews go back to Europe. And then there's tolerable anti-Semitism, the low-lying anti-Semitism, the ones that we're just supposed to be okay with. And both of them are unacceptable. In November 2023, this is right after October 7th, already we were seeing 2,000 parents signing a letter stating that their children were being maligned in public schools, and they were worried for their safety. So I would like this motion to pass very much, so that we can start to, and perhaps it needs to be worded differently, and perhaps it could be reworded but it is very important that people's personal opinions and do not enter into a classroom discussion. Of course, everything needs to be discussed. However, the teacher's role is more to be a sounding board and a presence to keep things even in a discussion rather than be the source of all the information. And that's mostly what I have to say. There have been some really terrible posts put up by ETT executives condoning hate against Jewish people. And we have plenty of examples of it. And we're quite tired of having them claim that they represent us when they don't in that matter. So that is all I have to say for now, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. You're out of time, but I gave you about 30 seconds to wrap up. Seeing no questions online or in person, thank you for your time, and we're going to move on to Amy Skippen, TDSB parent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori. Hi, Amy. Can you hear us?
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Hi, Amy. Can you just speak a little louder just so we can hear you in the boardroom?
Give me 1 moment, please. Is this better?
Much better. And when you're ready, please begin.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. I would like to start by saying I'm speaking today as a parent to some of our youngest learners. I have a child in junior kindergarten and I have a child in grade 1. And I would like everyone to take a moment and imagine with me 2 teachers with their classes on a Monday morning. Each is answering questions about something very exciting to their students, their teacher's wedding. Now, imagine that one teacher married someone of the opposite gender and the other spouse, the other teacher's spouse, is the same gender as them. Historically, one teacher would have been expected to self-censor or risk being accused of indoctrinating their students. Now, I'd like to ask everyone to imagine 2 teachers, both of whom have immigrated to Toronto. Both share stories and information about the home that they left behind. Now, perhaps one teacher is Israeli and one teacher is Palestinian. Is one teacher at risk of accusations of political activism under this motion? With all appropriate deference to Trustee Hastings, this motion seems hastily thrown together. It ignores the fundamental truth that the personal is political and amounts to little more than kinder-fascism and modern-day McCarthyism. This motion violates fundamental and guaranteed charter rights and demands that our educators deny their humanity, and in doing so, both harms them and denies the humanity and harms our students as a consequence. Speaking very personally, I think about my own child in grade 1 who is brilliant and beautiful and perceptive, and already at the age of 7 has such a strong sense of morality and justice, and would be very aware and very confused by the silencing around any great number of political issues that would occur should this motion go forward. I'm also thinking personally that because this motion so clearly violates charter rights, that the battle to undo this motion, should it were it to pass, and I strongly advocate that it does not, would inevitably probably result in some sort of legal proceedings or battle, and would siphon resources and money away from our classrooms that are already doing so much with not enough. My child benefits so much from the daily support of an SNA, and when they're not there, he is not able to go to school. I think about children all across the TDSB who have similar needs, and families who are already struggling so much and cannot afford any further resource loss from our schools and our classrooms.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank
Seeing
you.
no questions in person or online, thank you for your time. And we're going to move on to the next delegate. We had 2 cancellations, so we're going to go straight to delegate 27, Joanne Herbert. Hi, Joanne, welcome. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. We're just going to ask folks that are speaking online to just speak a little louder, just because we're having a bit of trouble in the boardroom. So whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for having me today. My name is Joanne, and I am here as the parent of a student at Nelson Mandela Park Public School and the school council co-chair. And I would like to express my concern about the motion by trustees Pay and Hastings to review policies, procedures, and guidelines on political activism and professional boundaries for TDSB staff and/or educational partners. I am a registered psychotherapist in private practice for the past decade, with 15 years of experience prior to that in schools in various capacities. My work includes therapy for individuals, couples, and families with mostly racialized and/or queer clients. We are regularly addressing atrocities happening in the world, and our children and their friends are not shielded from it. I have concerns about the motion in the attached Appendix A. First, let me clarify the statement in Appendix A, which uses the following false incident as one of 5 to support this motion. Quote, TDSB Nelson Mandela Elementary Public School, speeches by known instigator Gada Sasa with one goal to indoctrinate children. As per the principal at Nelson Mandela Park Public School, and I quote, no, we are not having speeches by Gada Sasa. 6 months ago, there was a rally on St. David and Regent, which was posted on Instagram and tagged to the school. That post continues to make the rounds. It was not connected to the school other than being across the street from it. So let me reiterate, this speech did not happen on TDSB property. It did not happen during school hours. This video circulating is enraging folks, and it's not true. My next concern comes from questions around how we define what is political and what is divisive. The reality is that educators make and communicate political choices every day, from the books they select to the behaviors they reward to the arrangement of desks in their classrooms. These reflect their ideologies and beliefs about what is important and how to best teach students. It's not possible to remove ideas or politics from the classroom, nor should we want to. Our teachers are already regulated by the Ontario College of Teachers. We now need to empower educators and school staff to make political choices that are grounded in human dignity, human rights, and equity. It is noteworthy that the motion singles out one specific example, a book about Palestine. It is a political, divisive, and disturbing choice to mention a book about a people undergoing the kinds of atrocities we are witnessing as the one type of book that is unacceptable to teach children. The motion states that children have no capacity to understand the issues in the book, and I truly hope our trustees do not have low expectations of what children can and cannot understand with adequate instruction. Singling out a book about Palestine erases the many children across Toronto who are from Palestine and who are old enough to understand through direct experience of war and occupation. It erases those children who have had to learn about anti-Palestinian racism because they experienced it directly, as this board heard an example after example 2 weeks ago. Surely these children understand and ask questions and have the right to have teachers empowered and educated to support their learning. It is not only necessary for those directly impacted by what is happening in Gaza to learn about it, of course. All students of all ages are exposed to information about global events from their friends, social media, from overhearing adults in their lives. It's imperative that our school system engage directly in their ongoing learning. Our kids can read. There are screens everywhere with news stickers. In the lobby of my building, at my kid's doctor's office, while waiting. Yes.
I'm sorry, Joanne, but you're out of time. We do encourage you to share your delegation with us just so we can finish reading it at our leisure. I'm just so sorry. It's just we've reduced the speaking time to 3 minutes, and we have a long list of delegates. We're only about halfway there.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're just going to see if there's any questions of clarification for you.
Trustee Williams.
Trustee Williams, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joanna, for coming and delegating to this committee this evening. I guess my question of clarification, I'm just interested in getting some clarity in what you that you're finishing your thought. You were mid-sentence, and I'd really like to hear. I would just like to get some clarity in understanding your full delegation, if you wouldn't mind, through the chair.
Trustee Williams, I'm so sorry, but we're going to be really strict on the questions of clarification bylaw that's related in the delegation procedure, but we encourage Joanne to please share her delegation with us. Do you have any other questions of clarification, Trustee Williams?
Through the chair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I know your intent, Trustee Williams, and I'm all for it any other night, but we have 41 speakers to go through. Joanne, we don't have any other questions for you, but again, seeing the interest in your delegation, please do share it with us.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You too. Up next, we have Amitiaz Bala, who is joining us virtually.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
We can, but we're just encouraging folks to speak a little louder just so we can hear you in the boardroom.
Okay, it's the first time in my life I've been asked to speak louder. I'm one of those naturally loud people, but I won't take the full 3 minutes. I have significant concerns with Trustee Hastings' proposal, and I echo the comment 2 speakers ago that it is a bit hasty. Now, this proposal is very similar to what the Republicans are doing in the United States, especially in Florida. Ban certain books and certain types of views. Now, I have 2 kids within the TDSB, and my deputation is just about their experience. My daughter is 6 years old. She was told by a friend in school shortly after October 7th that Muslims are terrorists. When it was brought to the teacher's attention, the teacher had to, in some way, shape, or form, talk about geopolitical events, and those events committed by those people do not represent what my daughter is and who she is. My son, he's a teenager. One of the kids in his school, he was wearing a keffiyeh that was gifted to him. One of the kids in his school said that is a terrorist symbol. When he raised it to his teacher discussed it within the class. It is not a terrorist symbol. I should also note Appendix A, that parent's email calls it a quote-unquote terroristic email symbol. It's not. This was a gift. It's a family heirloom. It is a cultural item. But he raised it to his school. We raised it to his school, and his school addressed it. Now, how do you discuss these issues if you can't wade into quote-unquote geopolitical events? You can't. If we want to teach our children effectively, we cannot ban books like they do in Florida. Trustee Hastings, this was truly, it was hasty. Then that's subject to any questions, what I have to say.
Thank you, MTS. Let me just see if there's any questions of clarification for you. Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Up next,
Bye-bye.
Bye. Up next, we have Katia Berdichevsky, who's going to be an in-person delegation. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Good evening. As both a parent, teacher, and professional learning lead for the TDSB in equity, I am compelled to speak against this motion. As a Canadian-born daughter of Chilean refugees who suffered their own genocide, my experience has not only been informed but led by political activism. I can affirm that educators and parents alike share values, ideas, beliefs, and rights and responsibilities with our students and our children. This is a fact. It is actually the job. If we are not concerned with the engagement of our students and our children and their human rights, then why are we even here? It is interesting that this motion dares to criticize education workers for exercising their individual human rights and emphasizes that they should not be pushing a political agenda in their educational environments or elsewhere. Yet that is precisely what this motion is doing. It is safeguarding the status quo, victim blaming, uninformed and historically inaccurate and incorrect versions of factual information that are misconstrued and conflated in order to deter from fact and obscure the elephant in the room. As a parent, I want my children to be challenged, to have debates and enrich themselves with the wealth and knowledge of experiences shared in their classrooms and schools. I want their skills to be honed and for them to discover that disagreements are part of the human experience and learning from one another, seeing everyone as a human being worthy of understanding and compassion is paramount to their growth and health. The TDSB's own equity policy and the curriculum of courses such as equity, diversity, and social justice, and our very own locally developed genocide course, which I was invited to teach and declined due to my own trauma, underscore the importance of engaging with difficult and often uncomfortable historical and contemporary issues. The curriculum explicitly encourages critical thinking, active citizenship, and social responsibility. I urge the movers to read this curriculum. In 2023, Parliament recognized the legacy of residential schools as a genocide, when it was initially declared a cultural genocide, which is what I taught for many years in Canadian history, grade 10. We then changed the curriculum so that names and naming historical issues actually matters. It speaks to the experience, the lived experience of the people we are speaking of. This recognition also aligns with the United Nations definition of genocide, which encompasses acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part the national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Would the trustees here be so hesitant to acknowledge that they must adhere to the policy of standing and respecting the land acknowledgement prior to each and every meeting, which is essentially a declaration that we are all on stolen land? Educators have a responsibility to empower students to understand and relate historical events to contemporary issues, including the current situation in Gaza. We must enable students to draw parallels, analyze historical patterns, and understand the implications of global actions and policies. This is not only our duty, but a fundamental aspect of trauma-informed teaching. To deny our students the relatability and the ability to see themselves in the curriculum would be to take a step back and succumb to the pressures of those in power that decide whose experiences are more or less worthy of amplifying or silencing. This is not education. And as a mother, I will forever advocate for my children to be vocal and not allow their voices to be diminished or their lived experiences to be undermined. And I do exactly the same for every single one of my students. It is crucial to clearly distinguish, sorry.
I hate doing this, but I'm so sorry. I've been giving folks 30 seconds, but yeah.
Oh, how the tables turn, Yelena. I'm sorry, she was my student.
She taught me what equity was, so it's great to see her here. Any questions?
Questions?
Seeing none, thank you. And we encourage you to share your delegation with us so we can review it later. And the final delegate on this item, Hasib Hassan for the National Council of Canadian Muslims. Welcome, Hasib. Hasib, if you can hit *6, you should be able to unmute yourself. Hi, Hasib, can you hear us? So if you hit *6, you should be able to unmute yourself. I think that's him right there.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Hi, Hasib. Can you just speak a little louder? We can't hear you as clearly.
Yes. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
A little louder, and then you should be good to go. And when you're ready, please begin.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening, trustees. My name is Hasib Hassan. I'm the Education Advocacy Coordinator for the National Council of Canadian Muslims, or NCCM, and an OCT certified teacher. For over a decade, NCCM has been helping to ensure that schools are places where all kids can learn and where everyone can work free of harassment. We've been a reasonable voice and trusted partner of the TDSB. Our members have been seconded to serve on equity councils and have advised on anti-racism policy surrounding Islamophobia. Today, I'm speaking in opposition of Motion 7.1. Since October of last year, NCCM has heard hundreds of cases concerning the mistreatment of Muslim and Palestinian staff and students in schools in Ontario. These cases are often directly connected to tensions about the conflict in Gaza. These cases involve repeated incidences of violence, bullying, unfair suspensions, surveillance, unnecessary police reports, and unchecked discriminatory language in schools. These cases have had serious effects on student learning outcomes and have affected the mental health of staff, students, and parents. With tens of thousands dead, our community is hurting. Many Palestinians in Toronto have lost hundreds of family members in what the ICJ has called plausible genocide. Palestinian families in Toronto still have family and friends who are trapped, injured, or who have been killed in the Gaza Strip. This has resulted in members of our community, along with allies, showing up to protest, talking to their elected officials, and organizing walkouts in their schools to show solidarity and advocate on behalf of Palestinian human rights. Today's motion will only further anti-Palestinian discrimination in our schools. Muslims and Palestinian teachers have a fundamental and charter-protected right to speak about the atrocities that their families and communities are facing in Gaza. Teachers and teachers unions have a long tradition of activism and have consistently taken stances on issues that do not always have a direct correlation with public education. Unions across Canada have actively called for an immediate ceasefire, including the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario. This motion sets a dangerous precedent that will lead to more surveilling of Muslim and Palestinian teachers. If a teacher were to say Black Lives Matter, would that be deemed as political activism? If a teacher were to work to combat gun violence in their schools, would that be deemed as political activism? If a teacher were to ask students to send letters to their elected officials on combating climate change or advocating for Indigenous rights, would that be deemed as political activism? The reason that this motion is coming up is directly linked to the bombardment in Gaza, and is simply another way to shut down the voices of Palestinian and Muslim teachers. If we are asking our students to be more actively engaged, then why are we telling our educators that they can't? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Hasib. Just hang on for a sec. We're going to see if there are any questions for you. Thank you, Hasib. There are no questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So the next set of speakers are going to be speaking to the Special Interest Program. Delegate 31, Usha Kelly Maharaj, TDSB at Etobicoke School of the Arts. And it's an in-person delegation. Welcome. And when you're ready, please begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Usha Kelly Maharaj. I am the current Science ACL at the Etobicoke School of the Arts. I am here because I understand that the TDSB is discussing Minister Lescha's letter about our lottery selection process for specialized schools. Firstly, I would like to remind everyone that the previous selection process was not a merit-based system as some claimed, but rather a non-transparent, unaccountable process that granted access to specialized programming based on students' access to privately funded training and opportunities. Thus, our previous selection process created privileged schools for privileged students, and it created systemic barriers to equitable access to limited educational opportunities. There can be no pretense that we had a merit-based system when the TDSB did not provide the training or opportunities for all students who wish to access those schools through auditions and competition processes. Secondly, because the lottery process has been implemented earlier this year in full, it is no longer honest or appropriate to lean on hypothetical arguments that it would lead to a collapse of programming of excellence in our schools. Any honest review of the lottery system should place an emphasis on the evaluation of the achievements of and the impacts on students who were selected by the lottery process. No one, especially the minister, should be commenting on the level of excellence achievable by our students without having examined their accomplishments. If trustees or the ministers want to comment on how the lottery system is impacting achievements in our specialized schools, they should come and watch the works of our students. And on that note, I invite you to come to any of the many events at ESA that showcase our students' skills and creativity, and then I challenge you to deny the excellence of students who were chosen by lottery. Thirdly, I will be blunt as an educator on the ground. If there are educators who feel that maintaining excellence in specialized programs is not possible unless students are pre-trained for them, then they should consider moving to non-specialized programs. Those educators do not have a lack of quality students. They apparently have a lack of skill. I am confident that the TDSB has enough skilled educators to take their place. Finally, at ESA, there's only one real threat to excellence, and it is the TDSB's continued approach to treating arts as a luxury subject that requires funding to be extracted from parents' pockets. If ESA were a STEM or a SHISM or a robotics school, the TDSB would have given us a specialized program budget. But instead, it encourages and approves the funding of these programs through questionable fundraising practices, unnegotiated percentage cuts from the sales of students' artwork, and student fees that students must be brave or desperate enough in order to decline paying. This must end. Under the lottery system, ESA demographics are shifting. Many of our new students do not have the financial flexibility to cover the additional costs of an arts program. It is time for the TDSB to recognize that unfunded access is not equity, but a setup for students to struggle and possibly fail.
Thank you, Usha. We're just going to see if there are any questions for you online. Oh, Trustee Charnelson, please go ahead.
Just one moment. Thank you. Could you elaborate on the sale of student art and how that works into fundraising, please?
So we're not the only school, and this has been approved by the TDSB. When there is an art show where they're selling the students' art, the students, if they agree to sell their art through the art show, they receive 50% of the money, and the school keeps the other 50%. That is not a negotiated value.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Usha, for your delegation today. We'd also like to welcome Trustee Arts, who has joined us in the room. Up next, we have Felix Ovis, and it's an in-person delegation. Welcome, Felix. You've seen 31 previous people, so I think you know the pro. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm here as a father, and I'm here to tell the story of my son, my oldest son, Gregory, who is now 17 years old and who tried to get into the Max specialty program 4 years ago when it was based on the merit achievements. The system was merit-based system. He's always been inclined towards technical subjects. So when he went to school, math and science were his favorite subjects. But through the first few years of school, he started to become bored and frustrated as he felt that the material was too easy for him and often repetitive. So despite of all A's that he was bringing home with minimal time spent on the homework, we as parents were alarmed to see his motivation in the subject slowly fading away. This is why when we first learned about the Max specialty program, we got really excited as we saw a rekindled spark in our son's eyes. He really wanted to get in. He started to prepare for the test all by himself without any enforcement from us. 2 months of intense preparations led to the qualification exams for the Max specialty program, but to his and our surprise, he was not accepted. When we followed up, we were told that our son Gregory was good and his achievements were good, but there were others who were more prepared and more advanced. My wife and I tried to console him, and it was not very difficult to point out a multitude of real-life examples of why it was normal to invest time, work hard, and still not make it or fail, only to resume the hard work again with re-energized vigor to achieve your dreams. Ultimately, we came to the conclusion that the merit-based acceptance process that was at Max back then gave our son a special gift, a gift of failure. That gift is partially responsible for what our son is now. He is grade 11 student with a GPA of 96% and a competitive swimmer and a prize contender of many programming competitions. We know that for the future, he is prepared for potential future failures, whether it be rejections at a job interview or not being able to raise funds with the investors for his private entrepreneurial venture. So we really believe that the merit-based system was very, very, very advantageous for that. I would really like to commend the board for looking for opportunities to improve the system in its ever-challenging strive to fulfill its mission. Change is never easy, and taking an action to change an established system in hopes to better the future for everyone requires much bravery. Based on the people's presentations from the last meeting, it is evident that the lottery-based system is failing. Perhaps the board can yet again demonstrate its bravery and accept and embrace this failure as just another step in its continual strive to better the system for all the TDSB students.
Thank you, Felix. I'm just looking around the room to see if there are any questions, and all 9. Seeing none, thank you, Felix, for your time today. Up next, we have Delegate 33, Catherine Matheson.
Hi,
Tasha,
Katrina. I'm Tasha, actually. Carradine,
Okay.
who's also list. Thank you. Katrina is at Third
Sorry,
Authors.
pardon me,
Performance.
you're Tasha?
Yes, I'm Tasha.
And
Sorry.
it's just
She's
you
at a
right-
performance, so I'm here instead.
Okay. And if you just
great.
speak a little closer to the mic, then we can.
Like this?
That's perfect.
All right, great. Thank you so much. My name is Tasha Carradine, and I'm a parent at Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. I'm speaking on behalf of my SAC colleague and fellow grade 9 parent, Katrina Matheson, as well as Melanie Duranovich, a grade 12 parent and chair of Rosedale's SAC. My daughter and Katrina's daughter were both admitted to Rosedale through the centralized lottery last year, and I'm happy to report they both love their school and have found fulfillment and peer acceptance, which is significant as both of them are on the autism spectrum. Rosedale has always been an inclusive school in several ways. A full 50% of its students have an IEP, and up to 70% identify as IA2S. In this way, Rosedale serves an intersectionally marginalized school population, including our daughters, very efficiently. However, the lottery has changed the school. Katrina's daughter has noticed a vocal minority of grade 9 students who don't care about the arts, and my daughter reports older students label them as lottery kids, admitted by chance rather than passion. This apathy is reflected in fewer students accepting seats at Rosedale. For next year, 36 incoming grade 9 students have declined their seat. That's fully 15% of the grade's population. This happened last year as well, and it is higher than under the prior system. These numbers are there because students say they are not passionate about the arts, but their best friend is going to the school, or it's close to their house, and because the lottery made it easy. With no wait lists and no local catchment, Rosedale cannot offer these seats to other students, risking higher attrition and a severe decline over time of the school's size and funding, which jeopardizes not only its programming, but its very existence. We understand the shift to the centralized lottery was aimed to promote racial equality and equity. However, we believe that equity should involve actively recruiting racialized students who have a genuine interest in the arts, not just any racialized student. And that is what Rosedale always strived to do. Prior to 2022, Rosedale did not hold auditions. The school required students to demonstrate interest by answering 2 or 3 questions. To improve diversity, Principal Barry Sketchley actively reached out to marginalized communities, including Regent Park, to identify students who did not have material advantages but showed a passion for the arts. If there were more students than seats, the school held a lottery. It kept waitlists until the end of the calendar year, so if students refused their acceptance or even left in the first semester, the seat could be filled. The result was a committed group of students who attended Rosedale, thrived there, and stayed there. We propose a balanced approach to replace the centralized lottery. There should be multiple pathways to qualify, including interest letters, test scores or grades, plus outreach to marginalized communities, including through teacher nominations and direct parent communication. From that pool of interested or qualified students, school-specific lotteries can be drawn if necessary. Wait lists should be kept open until at least September to ensure flexibility, local input, and a dedicated student body. We hope these suggestions offer a way forward that best serves the interests of students at Rosedale and all the TDSB. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tasha, for your delegation. Could you elaborate how many seats your school lost for last year? How many seats you lost this year for the waiting list?
This year, we have so far 36 who have declined, and last year it was 30.
So how that amounted to total number of the seat Rosedale have?
Well, this is 15% every year. So if you do the math cumulatively, that will be then next year we'll be down totally from the school 70 students out of a school of 1,000 kids.
Okay, so 70 students over 1,000, that's almost like a 7%?
Correct, yes. But it's over time, if this repeats itself every year, then the school will shrink in size, we will lose funding, we will not be able to deliver the arts programming, the school will collapse.
So can you elaborate for me with that shrinking in terms of class enrollment, if there's any program changing in terms of the whole program?
There has not been programming changing to date. The semester system changed the way we deliver things, but there has not been programming changing to date, no.
Also, you mentioned that Rosedale School is very specialized, for marginalized students, probably one of the largest LGBT community. Can you tell me what's the percentage of students who belong to that community?
70% self-identify at the school as LGBTQ.
So basically, if you do the simple math, we're rejecting 70 students times by 70%, that's almost 50 students you're rejecting to come to Rosedale from LGBT community.
Well, correct. We have no wait list to fill spots that students don't want to attend that drop off. So this is why we are facing the situation. And yes, the LGBTQ community of students who are attracted to Rosedale because they feel it's a safe place do not necessarily have access because it's just a lottery. And like I said, that doesn't look at kids like mine who are marginalized as well.
Also, I think that Rosedale have very unique process in accepting students. There are multiple ways, they can accepting students. Can you elaborate more, so I can understand, different pathways for students getting the program?
At Rosedale, they always had an application process. It was not auditions. You had to answer, like I said, 2 or 3 questions, and each application was individually reviewed. So it was very personalized to determine whether students had a passion, if they didn't have to have lessons. So what we're suggesting is that different types of schools have different programs which can be accessed by different pathways. In some cases, kids may need certain skills, such as in math, for example. They need to demonstrate that on a test. If you have a passion for art and haven't had access to lessons, you should have access if you are passionate and can just show that. But ticking a box on a form does not show passion. And we know of students who have done this simply because they wanted to go to the school for other reasons than being interested in the arts. And that dilutes the student population over time. It destroys the integrity of the programs, and it denies kids who are really passionate the chance to go.
Thank you, Tasha.
Thank you very much, Tasha, for your delegation. I think today, as trustee, I learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we're going to move on to Ayan Kiley, TDSB parent, Etobicoke School of the Arts. Hi, Ayan, are you there? Can you hear us? Ayan, if you can hit *6, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ayan, welcome. And if you could just speak a little louder, please.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, trustees. My name is Ayan Kiley. I'm a Black, visibly Muslim parent with 3 children currently attending TDSB schools. I spoke to you a year ago about how it was my daughter's dream to attend ESA and what an absolutely talented artist she is, how she couldn't and
wouldn't have gotten into ESA without the student interest program lottery. I explained the financial hardship my family would have to undertake just to level the playing field for her. How, as a parent, I would have to make the very difficult decision of either purchasing canvas, art, and materials, or purchasing needed groceries that week for my family. As a parent, I should not have to make such decisions in order to ensure my daughter gets into a high school of her choice and succeeds academically. My daughter is now excelling in ESA. She is getting 97% in art. She loves her teachers and has formed lasting friendships with students, student peers whom she learns from and supports at the same time. She is developing lifelong friendships. Being accepted into ESA and other schools like it is the first step for many students from economically challenged backgrounds to break through and aspire for a better life. This is the first step for them to learn, for them to understand that, for them to dream big and see that dreams flourish. Because for once they have equal footing and opportunity, they see that they don't have to come from affluent backgrounds in order to gain access to certain schools and achieve their dreams. That talent matters and money is not everything. TDSB has the responsibility and duty to support and provide students every possible opportunity to succeed. Therefore, I'm truly perplexed as to why we are so soon having this discussion, especially when we are only 1 year into the student interest program lottery, and TDSB has not had the opportunity to examine the full scope of the lottery and its impact, which only years of data and research can provide. I'm disheartened that I'm once again having to plead to TDSB to continue to provide equitable access to students from equitable deserving backgrounds. Moreover, trustees and TDSB are supposed to ensure barriers are removed, not create them. You are supposed to be pro-equity and inclusion in the education system. You are not supposed to actively or purposely create or uphold any barriers. However, it's inherently apparent some trustees are using the student interest program lottery as a political platform to gain name recognition for personal aspirations. Thank you for your time and for providing me the opportunity to delegate.
Thank you, Ayan. Just hold on. We're going to see if there are any questions for you in the room. There are none online. Seeing none, thank you, Ayan.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jennifer Shipp, TDSB parent, Bloor Collegiate Institute, and we also welcome Trustee Hastings, who joined us in person.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. When you're ready, Jennifer, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my observations and perspectives as a parent of two students in a student interest program, one in grade 11 who received placement via the quote-unquote merit-based process, and one in grade 9 who received placement via the lottery. My children are both in the TOPS program at Bloor Collegiate Institute, so that's the perspective from which I'm speaking. I know there are many people, political included, who are very concerned about the impact of moving to a lottery process, but I don't think moving back to a quote-unquote merit-based process is the solution to this issue. I say merit in quotes because I've seen from the inside who is earning a place in the TOPS program. Largely, they are students from privileged backgrounds who received private tutoring and enrichment to get into the program, and many continue to receive private tutoring and enrichment to succeed in the program. To say that the application process previously used to select students was based on natural aptitude or talent would be rather disingenuous. This process enabled wealthier families to secure an enriched education for their children with a much smaller personal investment than private school tuition. On the other hand, similarly to what we heard previously from Rosedale, I have observed that in the first year of students who entered the program via lottery, there does appear to be a lower commitment to the program, as evidenced by more spaces available for entry in grade 10 next year. And I think that it is possible we're also seeing students who are either less academically driven or do not have the same level of academic foundation and support as compared to previous years. And I believe there is a possibility of finding a happy medium between these two processes. So I'm proposing just an idea, something to toss out as consideration, specifically related to the TOPS program. I think you could bring back an application process and a test that would screen for students who are genuinely interested in and committed to the program. Then you would take every student who completes the application and writes the test and put them into a lottery to determine placement in the program. Finally, you would check the students' test scores after the lottery to see which students have not met a predetermined cutoff. And then a class could be offered with enrichment and catch-up in the first semester of grade 9 to bring those students up to the level expected for TOPS math and science. And then you could schedule grade 9 TOPS and math and science classes in the second semester of grade 9, which my child who's in grade 9 has already this year. So that would be no change. So that I just wanted to put that out there as an option, but similarly to the other ones who've spoken before me, I don't think that the lottery system was truly a fair process. Sorry, I misspoke. I do not believe that the merit-based system was truly a fair process. I do not believe it was fair in that students were, privileged students had a easier access to the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Seeing no questions online or in person, thank you so much for your delegation. And we're going to move on to Jennifer Lee's TDSB Parent Technical School. Hi, Jennifer, can you hear us? Why does it say 38? Is delegate 37 there? Oh. Okay, we're going to move on to Debbie Green. Jennifer Lee's not with us. Debbie Green. Debbie, welcome. Can you hear us? No? Okay. So Jennifer Lee and Debbie Green were missing. If they do join us by the end of the speakers list, we'll come back to them. Moving on to Delegate 40, Marsan Pesky. Dr. Marsan Pesky, are you there? Oh, in person.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak again on implementation of the P100. So I'm very happy to hear that the staff recommends initiating early review for this policy. There are a number of reasons for it. One of them is that the staff clearly thinks that this policy is not working well. They seem to routinely ignore provisions of the policy. Last year it was demonstration of student interest. This year they ignored paragraph 6.3.14, which speaks about the number of spots that children can apply to. The paragraph is very clear that starting from this year, they can only apply to one position, but I can assure you, Madam Chair, that my son applied to 2 schools. It seems that I thought that this place is run by policies adopted by trustees and the staff implementing them not by ad hoc and discretionary decision of the staff which parts of the policies to ignore. And it seems to me that that it's something that, Madam Chair, that maybe you can think about. It's good to finally see a non-fraudulent literature and best practices scan. I'm still disappointed that it fails to address the only important question, whether moving from lottery to merit-based, to lottery admission is improving, or how does it affect student outcomes. The scan claim that the lottery does not have any effect, and they provide really one evidence. There is a study from Chicago Public Schools where optional attendance is done by lottery, like here, where it was observed that student outcomes of students who won the lottery and were admitted to the school of their choice are essentially indistinguishable from the outcomes of students who did not win the lottery and stayed with their home school. Now, there are 3 problems here. One is that it's optional attendance. People go for optional attendance not for academic reasons. It's not surprising that academics are the same. Second, even if it applied to specialized school, this particular evidence would be an argument that we should not have a lottery-based admission specialized programs. Why to make kids run throughout the whole city, travel, commute for a long time if their outcomes will be exactly the same? It does not make sense. But the biggest problem is that it really does not address the effects of the change of the policy from sorting students by ability using exam-based or random lottery. And I understand it's a difficult question, and there is a large literature on this topic. And it's not easy to answer, but there are studies, there are important studies. I sent a letter a couple of weeks ago to Dr. Cameron, who is the TDSB research, informing him about some recent work by, not random scientists, like 3 Nobel Prize winners, recent Esther Duflo, Michael Kremer, David Card. Those people they are laser focused on causality, on finding causal events, and they show in the research that sorting by ability benefits both lower and higher ability students. I won't be able to, I was planning to explain it, but 3 minutes is not possible to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you from Trustee Pei. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Paskey. My question is really about clarification on one of the research. You mentioned that you forwarded to Dr. David Cameron a few days ago. So can you elaborate what kind of research is that and what the research really show?
The research shows, so there are like many questions that people ask. So like the specific papers that were written by those Nobel Prize winners that I mentioned, they talk about whether sorting students by ability will benefit them and will benefit whom. Like the biggest issue is that, the intuition is that because of peer effects, the higher ability students can benefit from sorting by ability, but low ability students will lose because they lose access to the higher ability students. So it turns out that, you can measure those things, you can measure the peer effects, and peer effects exist, that's true, but there are some other things, like being able to target instructions and the ability levels, and the research shows that for the lower abilities students, at least in the situation that was analyzed, this second effect dominates, and the ability to target instruction wins, and all groups of students actually benefit.
So basically you're saying is like, based on their research, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying that those researchers Nobel Prize winner. Is that correct?
They are Nobel Prize winners. So, like one of the things that I wanted to mention, Nobel Prize winners can be wrong. Like I'm going to be the first to admit it, but I didn't win a Nobel Prize. I just want to make clear. But like if you say that those people are wrong, then you really should come up with a good arguments. Like these people, they are smart. Now, it seems to me that TDSB research department approach is to simply ignore this type of research, which is really the wrong.
So if I understand correctly, if you group a student in certain, based on their ability, will bring out more potential from them, will be more easier for teacher to teach them.
That's the argument in one of those papers. I mean, there are many channels why sorting by ability may work. Like the other piece of research from Florida schools is much more, in some sense, it talks about other channels, like the effect that they find is actually the strongest for the high ability minority students. In this particular case, the evidence shows that those students, when they are moving from regular classes, they escape various barriers like the peer pressure or...
I think in similarity is like you talk about sports, so high performance athlete, when they compete with their same levels athlete, they can perform better. Like if you compete with lower levels, athlete, they would hinder their competitiveness. Is that correct?
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the delegation.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Let me just see if there's any more questions for you online. Seeing none, thank you for your time. Delegate 37 is back, Jennifer Lees. Welcome, Jennifer. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We're just asking folks to speak a little louder just so we can make sure we hear you in the boardroom.
Great. So I am Jen Lees. I have been teaching in TDSB since 2001. At Central Technical School since 2007. Our CSIP program, Specialized Visual Art, is one of the oldest in the TDSB. The Art Center at CTS has been a welcoming place for all students who want to study art. For many years that I've been there, admissions have never been competitive, and portfolio interviews were a means of getting to know applicants and their interests as opposed to judging their technical competence. That would be inequitable. The new centralized admissions is an equitable process which opened the door to many of our underserved students in the TDSB. I'm here to advocate for a more barrier-free specialized art programming in the TDSB, which would surely be the result of further discussion and analysis of the only one-year-old shift to the more equitable centralized admission process. It pains me that I can't play a musical instrument. It might seem aside from the discussion, but this is my experience. I was denied access to the music enrichment program when I was transitioning to high school. So throughout my grade 8 year, I stayed behind with my class doing vocal music with our regular teacher on piano, sensing already not just the academic, but the social differences between the A students and us, while they traveled to the local high school to learn band instruments and read sheet music and perform in an ensemble. Of course, that was a long time ago before the research became well known that studying the arts actually enhances academic learning for all students. Maybe it would have helped me out. I could cite many, including the UNESCO-backed recent Concordia University study, which links arts education to wide-ranging improved academic outcomes. Regardless of our current government's insistence that we get back to basics, I'm hopeful that the good folks who make the decisions at the TDSB are well aware of this link between study of the arts and the 3 R's. This is not new information. In our art program, I've seen students flourish, given the freedom to explore materials and develop ways to express their thoughts. Students who may not have had that opportunity if their technical or observational drawing skills weren't up to some standard. As I taught them how to use tools and materials in the studio, students expressed themselves about deep personal issues like gender identity, body dysphoria, eating disorders, and other mental health issues like anxiety and depression. They also expressed their joy and their passions. I learned about their families, traditions, their lived experiences. Within our diverse student populations, students find new friends and allies, both like-minded and not. They find community. I understand that there's still wait lists for students who have applied for visual art CSIP programs in the TDSB. It makes no sense to me that there's more desire than there are seats. If the TDSB truly values student voice and choice, there should be more non-competitive specialized arts programming in all schools, in all neighborhoods across the GTA. Art education is for everyone.
Thank you, Jennifer. I'm looking around to see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your time today and for coming in to speak to us.
Thank you.
And delegate.
Thank you.
Thank you. And delegate number 41, last one for today, Nimoy Lewis.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Again, my name is Dr. Nimoy Lewis, and I'm an assistant professor in the School of Urban and Regional Planning at Toronto Metropolitan University. And I'm calling in to argue that we should not go back to the merit-based system. And there's research. Can you hear me?
Can you just speak a little louder? We're also going to reset your time. So if you can start from the beginning and just speak a little louder, please.
Can you guys hear me?
Better, much better. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Dr. Nimoy Lewis, and I'm an assistant professor in the School of Urban and Regional Planning at Toronto Metropolitan University. But I'm calling in to suggest that we should not go back to the merit-based system, and that we should actually continue with the centralized lottery system. Most importantly, to reflect the student population within the surrounding student population within the Toronto District School Board, but also to help to maintain racial equity within these programs. And research suggests this because I've recently been doing some work with Dr. Carl James in and around understanding the nexus between education, economic opportunities, and home ownership in the Toronto region, and where we were evaluating and analyzing, I should say, custom tabulations from Statistics Canada, which shows that education is becoming profoundly important in one's pursuit of home ownership in this cost-prohibitive market currently. And one of the things that we've seen from research, especially studies from Dr. James and statisticians Catherine Wall and Shane Wood, that studies indicate that educational attainment tends to be the primary determinant of the pronounced disparities within the Canadian Black population. As such, James suggests that the foundations of these disparities are often established early in the schooling and educational lives. Specifically in his examination of Black high school students' educational experiences in Toronto schools, James reveals that first and second generation Black students are more likely than third plus generation Canadian counterparts to be enrolled in academic or advanced level programs, which are imperative in pursuing post-secondary education at Canadian universities. And the importance of selecting high school programs of studies cannot be overstated, as it serves as a compass guiding individuals towards post-secondary education and consequently towards rewarding and high-paying careers, which ultimately help to determine their social attainments and participation within society. And as such, I think that there needs to be multiple pathways that provide Black and other racialized students in their pursuit of post-secondary education, as these are essential for navigating this exorbitant cost of home ownership in the Toronto region. Thus, the nexus between education and economic opportunities and home ownership underscores the need to address these systemic barriers, so not just by universities and colleges, but more importantly by those in the high schools, in allowing students to have access to multiple pathways to obtaining a university education. And these educational access and opportunities must be addressed within the Black Canadian community.
Thank you, Nimoy. I'm just looking around to see if there are any questions of clarification for you. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if the delegate could send us the written copy of their delegation and their research, any links to the research that you mentioned. I'm very interested. I'm a fan of Carl James's work, Dr. Carl James's work, and would love to follow up.
Happy to share that. Would you provide an email for me to share that information, or
yes, sorry, you can.
How would that work?
You can send it to the same email that you applied for your delegation, so the delegates at tdsb.on.ca.
No problem.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee Hastings, did you have a question? Oh, you're just, okay. Seeing no further questions on this item, thank you, Nimoy, for your time today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you to all the delegates that came to speak. I know some of you have been here from 4:30, so thank you for your patience. And thank you, trustees, for all your questions of clarification. Before we head into the next item, we're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break, and we ask committee members, please come back within 10 minutes just so we can move on to our very long agenda. Thank you. Anju, can you let us know when we're back on live? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to begin the Community Advisory Committee reports for today. 5.1, Parent Involvement Community Advisory Committee. And I'm going to turn this over to Executive Superintendent Robinson. Is this coming to you? The co-chairs. Okay, got it. Welcome. Please have a seat. Yeah.
I'm sorry. We were advised that we're here to answer any kind of, get a kind of clarification based on we being PIAC itself and the delegation. So just confirm.
That's perfect. Just for a minute, can you please introduce ourselves so we can make it recorded, and then we can jump right into questions. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, my name is Sharon Grant. I'm the co-chair of PIAC, Parent Involvement Advisory Committee, and I'll pass it on to my co-chair.
Hello, my name is Zina Sherrick. I am the other co-chair of PIAC, the Parent Involvement Advisory Committee. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Okay, so trustee colleagues, the floor is open. So if you have any questions, please, for PIAC, please let us know. Pardon me? I haven't seen anyone. Sure, trustee Laskin.
Sorry, I thought many of my other colleagues would be asking questions, but I'm not prepared to waste your time, so I will ask. So there was some confusion when your recommendations were placed on the floor at our last meeting to really understand the intent of them. And now that I know that my colleague James Lee is on the speakers list, I think I will stop now and I will let him answer his questions because he was the one that moved it on the floor. But thank you for being here. James.
Trustee Lee, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I am sorry for being tardy on this one. I thought there would be a presentation and I was just fighting my way back to my desk from a parent council meeting. But I want to thank our PIAC reps for being here to share your opinions and answer questions. And the reason why I wanted to hear your opinion in a bit more detail is because I have also had other conversations with other members within PIAC, including the movers of the original motion that we have discussed extensively last Wednesday at the board meeting. And the movers have communicated to me that one of the key components of the PIAC motion is that PIAC believes if the board were to do any redirections to parent-generated funds from parent councils, that we should, or the PIAC team is recommending for us to ensure that one, the money is redirected not to a central office, but to dedicate specific parent councils that are in need. And then second, any redirection or any deductions taken away from specific parent councils in schools should be done voluntarily with the agreement of the council itself. Now, I just want you to expand on whether or not I'm correct under these assumptions and what your thoughts are. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, this is what our team, the committee had voted on. We're trying to, as a group, not have staff have so much access to direct how the funds are done. But once it's set up, that yes, there's a already pre-existed process in order to have the funds go where it needs to be and not by the staff. So yes, that is the consensus based on based on the vote that came through.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that confirmation. And my second question is, there's another part of the motion that that was related to how school councils should be able to attain banking services, or through what platform they should be able to raise funds. I know staff has expressed concern on, how much leeway, how many options do we really give the councils? Can you help us just elaborate on the PIAC discussions on what, in PIAC's opinion, a ideal situation should look like when it comes to banking with school councils?
Okay, again, this is based on the consensus by vote. PIAC members, again, due to, they are looking at ensuring that, again, no gatekeeping, and that's a key word that our group uses, no gatekeeping by staff, and that our group, the school council should have the right to seek banking outside of whatever the process is that the TDSB has, and not be restricted to the local banking of TDSB, simply because of what had happened to a banking financial system company that went bankrupt, and then it now holding us hostage, as for lack of a better word. So PIAC group, we're saying, you know what, going forward, give the local school council the opportunity to seek and negotiate their own terms from their own local bank.
All right, thank you very much. I really appreciate your thought and you being here and all the work that PIAC does.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Dawson, you're next, followed by Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on the external bank accounts and platforms. Would that include the use of Square?
I believe there was a request to investigate the ability for school councils to use alternative methods when fundraising. So Square did come up. And I understand as well that's something that we're asking staff to send a report back on. So there's the viability of doing that. There's a concern from parents that when it comes to fundraising events, it's harder to receive the money. So that sort of, to that point, Square was mentioned, but it's to see if there's other alternatives other than cash, school cash online. I think that was the concern when it came to accessibility, to find out how much money was raised, statements, things like that. So I guess it goes hand in hand with the banking, just to sort of give school councils the ability to receive their funds and see those funds before they get used for the goals of that school council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. And Trustee Sriskandarajah has asked to remove her name. Any other speakers for this item? Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I have no questions. I just want to say thank you for coming. And I know that our area PIAC reps keep me apprised of the discussions, but I will make sure that the next time discussions around fundraising policy come up, that I'll be there to hear the discussion. I was one of the movers around a motion that was a source of much discussion before. So just to make sure I can hear the range of views presented. And just with that, I wanted to move for staff to refer the motion for staff. Have I worded that how we typically word it?
That was perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and thanks very much for coming and all of the work that you do.
Trustee Earhart has moved to refer this back to staff, and Trustee Chernoslin is going to second it. So now we'll open the vote on this item.
Could we say for consideration? Like to move it back to
yes,
staff,
I see that
like
as a
for- to
friendly
staff
amendment.
for consideration.
Okay.
Yes, friendly amendment consistent with what we typically provide. Thank you.
So the language is refer this back to staff for reconsideration. For consideration. Can we do a show of hands because eScribe's not working?
Madam Chair, may I ask a question on the referral? Is there allocations for that? Is that possible?
Sure. Please go ahead, Trustee Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to confirm, is the full PIAC motion being referred to staff for consideration or only what's on the screen?
Trustee Earhart?
To be honest, I feel like the full PIAC motion should be referred for consideration. I think it would be a benefit for there to be dialogue and consideration of what PIAC had put forward. And based on the discussion we had at the last meeting where this motion was discussed, it seemed that staff were also amenable to that consideration and dialogue.
Trustee Lee, do you have any further questions?
Yep, that's I thank Trustee Earhart for that commentary, and it brings me a lot of comfort to know that the entire motion will be referred to staff. Just because I think what was on screen was a component of that motion, but I think it's good to have the entire context, as I find a lot of the nuances are valuable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Lee. So now we're going to vote on this manually. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, and that is carried. Thank you so much for your time and for waiting through all the delegations to speak with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you again for having us.
Thank you.
And moving on to now staff reports. So the first staff report to be discussed today is the employment equity policy. And for this, I'll turn it over to Associate Director Pon.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you very much. I'm pleased to present a report on the Phase 5 on the employment equity policy. And I will hand it over to Chris Chakraborty and Stephanie DeJesus to provide the final report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Associate Director Pon. If we could please get the PowerPoint presentation up on screen, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. As that's up, just a reminder to the committee that this is Phase 5 of the P029 Employment Equity Policy that is up for review. We last saw this policy in January of 2024 when it was first brought to this particular committee for information and feedback. We are now bringing it again to this committee, and the recommendation is that this revised policy, now retitled the Equitable and Inclusive Employment Policy, be approved and the teacher hiring policy be rescinded. So just a brief presentation on progress to date. Thank you. Next slide, please. So in the package before you, you have the Employment Equity Policy Phase 5 GPC report. You also have 4 appendices in front of you, being the current version of the Employment Equity Policy. Appendix B is the Equitable and Inclusive Employment Policy, being the clean version, which we're being asked to be approved today. Appendix C is the Teacher Hiring Policy, which is now being merged with the Employment Equity Policy and therefore is being recommended to be rescinded. And Appendix D is just the track change version of the Employment Equity Policy. So a bit of a recap as to what's happened. In January of 2024, staff provided the draft Employment Equity Policy for consultation. In that particular meeting, we also saw the staff census and employment equity reports being presented for information, which really provided a framework for this policy. And then we also provided the consultation action plan and associated timeline. Next slide, please. So the purpose for today is, of course, the recommended approval of this policy, but it's also to provide an overview of key steps implemented as part of the policy review, to describe the recommended revisions to P029 for approval that really followed the consultation process, to highlight TDSB's progress to address gaps in the representation of the employment equity groups, and to outline the action plan and next steps in the process. Next slide, please. So just a bit of a brief summary of the consultation process. We did engage in an extended 60-day public consultation period from February to April of 2024. We engaged various partners, our community advisory committees, school council, student senate, unions, associations, federations, as well as the public, and they were all consulted for input and comment. The proposed revisions to the policy you have here before you today was informed by the Employment Equity Report, the Staff Census Report, as well as the consultations. And additional proposed revisions were also made following the consultation period. Next slide, please. So just a summary of the consultation feedback. We had approximately 225 individuals participating in the survey and an additional 7 individuals who submitted responses via email. The respondents were primarily identified as parents, guardians, and caregivers, and employees as well. 74% of respondents identified as a member of a historically and currently disenfranchised group and/or community, as was defined in the policy at the time. Next slide, please. And so when we took together the consultation feedback, we actually just categorized some of the themes coming out of the feedback into 6 broad buckets as to what we were seeing from the feedback process. So we got a lot of feedback on the definition of historically and currently disenfranchised groups and communities and what that actually means. Comments on the use of both qualitative and quantitative data to inform the composition of the employment equity groups. The public didn't really like the previous title that we had proposed, which was the Positive Organizational Culture and Inclusive Workforce Policy. The public thought that it was too long, it was a bit incoherent, they didn't really understand what it meant, and also it wasn't really consistent with the policy objectives as we had outlined at the time. Support for hiring and promotion decisions based on qualifications and relevant experience. So again, you see that in the qualifications in the merit section where both the legislative requirements as well as additional lived and relevant experiences are included in there. Feedback concerning the use of the phased approach language in the policy. Again, the public did not agree with the phased approach language because their comments were, well, when is this policy actually going to happen? When is it going to be implemented? Is it 1 year, 3 year, 5 years? They did not like the phased approach language as was said in that policy. And then they also highlighted the importance of using the word retention of the employment equity groups in the policy in addition to hiring and promotion. Next slide, please. And so in response to the consultation process, we considered these 6 themes and we made some slight revisions to the previous revised version of the policy, and they are as follows. The first revision that we made was to the definition of historically and currently disenfranchised groups and communities, and we've amended that definition to include specifically enumerated grounds under the Human Rights Code. And the purpose of this is twofold. One, employment equity, and especially this particular policy, is a special program under the Ontario Human Rights Code. So we wanted to align it with Human Rights Code policies and principles in that particular act. It also provides a level of certainty when you're dealing with actual enumerated grounds under the Human Rights Code, where you can actually go back to the code or back to legislation, back to the common law in cases to see what those terms actually mean. So it's very much aligned with the Human Rights Code. One exception to the definition of only including enumerated grounds is we expressly included the term indigeneity, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. And this was to be consistent with our commitment to truth and reconciliation, our calls to action, and UNDRIP as well. So in addition to the enumerated grounds, we do have an express term for indigeneity to be consistent with our multi-year strategic plan. We also included both qualitative and quantitative data collection methods in the data collection methods section. Again, part of the comments that we got were it's not only quantitative data that's important, but qualitative data and people's experiences and how they actually feel at the board are just as important. So we wanted to highlight that in the policy as well. The third change was a change in the actual policy title. And we've changed it, the proposed change is equitable and inclusive employment. We felt that this was shorter, it was clearer, easier for the public to understand, and if you're a layperson looking at our public policies and procedures, and you actually read this particular policy title, you'll actually know what it means. Number 4, the qualifications in the merit section were amended to clarify that additional and lived experiences are to be valued similarly to requirements under the Education Act. So we all know that if you're a teacher at the board, you will need OCT qualifications, and that's all well and good. But we also want to include additional and lived experience because that's just as important when you're educating, when we're educating our students, to have that lived experience, additional experience in your portfolio when you're teaching at our schools. We've removed the phased approach language and instead decided to address it in the forthcoming procedure because that is procedural in nature. Timelines, when things are going to be done, when the policy is going to be implemented, that is a matter for procedure, not policy, so we've removed that section. And finally, we've added the phrase retention throughout the policy consistent with the policy objectives. So to be clear, the policy is not only on hiring and it's not only on teacher hiring, it's hiring board-wide, but it also involves promotion practices as well as retention practices. In employment equity, we don't only care about people who are hiring, we also care about retaining these people to make sure that they're not leaving. If we can get the next slide, please. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleague from research, Stephanie DeJesus, to speak about TDSB's progress to date. Thank you.
Thank you. So at the January 17th GPC meeting, we shared key findings from the Staff Census and Employment Equity Report. So tonight I'll just be recapping some of the changes in the TDSB workforce, which reflect ongoing efforts and progress to achieve a diverse workforce. And so we'll start with this panel chart on gender identity. And so when we zoom in on the chart on the left-hand side, we can see increasing proportions of staff who identified beyond the gender binary have been hired within the past 2 decades. Next slide. With regards to Indigenous self-identification, acknowledging that these data may be an underrepresentation, the chart on the left-hand side shows slight positive fluctuations in the proportions of staff who identified as First Nations over the past 16 to 20 years, and the proportions of Métis or Inuit identifying staff, or those who self-describe their indigeneity or selected more than one Indigenous identity, have oscillated over the same period. Next slide. We can see from this chart on the left-hand side that there have been greater proportions of staff who identified as Black, East Asian, Latino, Latina, Latinx, Middle Eastern, North African, or West Asian, South Asian, Southeast Asian, or more than one racial identity have been hired at the TDSB over the past 2 decades. Next slide. And as visible in the chart on the left-hand side, staff who identified with Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Sikhism, no religion, creed, or spiritual affiliation, or more than one religion, have been hired with increasing proportions over the past 2 decades. And this is also indicated by the widening bars over time. Next slide. And it's clear from the chart on the left-hand side that there have been an increasing proportion of staff who identified as 2S LGBTQIA+, who have been hired over the past 2 decades. And next slide, please. And with regards to disability, the proportions of staff who identified as having one or multiple disabilities have fluctuated over the past 2 decades, but are trending upwards most recently. So overall, the employment practices over the past 2 decades have resulted in a more diverse workforce that is representative of students with respect to gender identity, Indigenous identity, racial identity, religion, creed, and/or systems of belief, and sexual orientation. And as specified in the policy, ongoing progress will be monitored through the staff census and additional indicators, which will be forthcoming through the procedure.
With respect to next steps, subject to GPC approval of the proposed equitable and inclusive employment policy, the policy will of course go to the Board of Trustees for final approval of June in 2024. Following approval of this policy, we are intending on developing a comprehensive employment equity plan come fall of 2024 and through the 2025 school year to be developed and implemented following the adoption of this policy. We're happy to take any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll open the floor up for any questions of clarification. Sorry, so used to delegations. Open the floor for any comments or questions from colleagues. Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. I know this
You've been working on this for some time now. I just have a question. So I know now the teacher hiring policy has been rescinded, or that's the goal here, and to sort of, I guess, be collapsed into this policy. But on that note, a few years ago when this process started, Trustee Roger Poslingham and I passed a motion about setting hiring targets as part of our conversations on the teacher hiring policy. I haven't heard any comments on that today, so I would like to know what the status of that is and why that's not been incorporated into the conversation today.
Through the chair, I'll just start very briefly and I'll hand it over back to System Officer Chakraborty. At the phase one, or at the start, the first time we were here at GPC, there was a discussion about that particular topic. And so it was addressed at that time, but I think it's worthy of addressing it again since it has been multiple years. So over to you, System Officer Chakraborty. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And in the relevant section that we're speaking of here is section 6.4.1. And I just want to read out that provision as a precursor to answering the question. 6.4.1 states that TDSB will establish hiring, promotion, and retention goals to address gaps in the representation of employment equity groups. And so essentially we understand that there was some discussion that was had between the word goals versus targets. And what staff is recommending at this particular time with respect to this particular policy is the term goals as opposed to targets. And the rationale is there's a few reasons for that. Targets really speaks to numbers, percentages, and we talked a lot about this data in the staff census report and the employment equity report back in January of 2024. But I just want to make it clear that employment equity is not just about numbers. It's not about equating numbers and saying, well, 20% of our student population is South Asian, so we want 20% of our staff to be South Asian. That's a small part of it. Employment equity is a much broader concept. It's a much more holistic approach with not only trying to address the gaps in the representation, but also looking at how employees are feeling, how employees are being treated. And this is what I was talking about before. Are underrepresented groups being hired at the board? Great, but are they also being promoted? Where are they sitting at the board? Are they passing through the system? Are they being promoted to higher level positions? Are they managerial staff? Are they secretarial staff? Are they system leaders? Are they superintendents? Do they sit at the DAD table? On top of that, we're also talking about retention. It's great that if we could meet targets, for example, underrepresentation, but are these employees actually staying? Is it a revolving door? Are underrepresented and marginalized employees coming in and staying, or are they leaving as well? So these are all things to consider in employment equity, and that's why staff are recommending the term goals as a much more holistic approach to achieving employment equity as opposed to targets, which is comprised within the definition of goals, but is a little bit more narrow in our view. And so that's why the proposed policy uses the term goals as opposed to targets. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't think that you can't do both. I don't think you can, that by using the term target, that you somehow are not focusing on all the other things that you discussed, like issues of retention, like issues of workplace culture. The way that it's being framed, it seems like it's one or the other. So I disagree with that premise. Also, can someone correct me? I thought the motion explicitly said target. It didn't say goal. So staff didn't follow the motion because the motion said target. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong?
Through the chair, from what I recall, yes, the motion did request targets as part of the process. And again, the process really got underway multiple years afterwards. Part of the consultation process did include consultation with the Human Rights Office. And we had a lengthy discussion on that particular, on this particular topic. It was also subject of any type of feedback during the consultation process. It was a recommendation to align with human rights principles that the word goals be used. If it's the will of the committee to revert it back to targets, that's something, of course, is something that the committee can determine. But we want to share that this is the result of the consultation and all the research has gone into it so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to speak on that, many other public institutions use targets, or the concept of targets. So, and so the spirit of that motion was for staff to explore what that would look like. It doesn't have to be as simple as 20%, as the example that was given, 20% are South Asian, so we need 20%, but more exploration into it. I find the policy the way right now is just, I would like it to be much more concrete. I think we deserve that after so many years of sort of, I see progress, but I also see concerns. When this really came about for me, was when I saw some of the really alarming data on racialized peoples within not our teaching staff, but in sort of the other aspects. Whether it was our like tradespeople and a whole list of people that we employ. So it goes beyond just the teaching staff, and I would personally like more work going into target, because if not, I don't see this policy really being much of a change from what we've been doing. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, trustee. And again, I will reiterate, if the trustees prefer the use of the word target, that can be certainly something a trustee can put forward for consideration. Thank you.
If I just could make one additional comment. I may have misspoke, and I don't think I did, but I may have misspoke. I did not mean it to suggest that goals and targets mean two different things. I believe what I said was targets is subsumed within the definition of goals. So it's absolutely not one or the other. I 100% agree. I think they're intertwined. I think they're together. Goals is a broader term, and targets, in my view, respectfully, is a subset of goals. And because this is a policy document, part of that recommendation was to keep it a bit more flexible, to have that more flexibility around the language of goals, and perhaps address targets, numbers, timelines, things of that nature through a subsequent policy. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, just to follow up on that, so would that mean in our procedure, we would have more language around targets?
The procedure would be more pinpointed towards all aspect of the policy. It could include targets, it could include timelines. It would be more operational in nature, consistent with the policy objectives. Yes.
But would we need to make a policy change? The wording change in the policy or the procedure to follow suit?
Through the chair, I think the benefit of the word goals is that we wouldn't need to make that change in our respectful opinion, because the word goals provides us that flexibility to be more nimble in the procedure. Whereas if you just use the word targets, would be bound to use targets in subsequent procedures. And that's part of the rationale for using goals, to provide that flexibility to staff and operational procedures, so we can address that going forward, as opposed to being bound to one more narrow topic. Does that make sense?
So through you, Madam Chair, so we could use the words goals and targets. There's nothing stopping us from using both words.
They're the same thing.
Through the chair, of course, this is just, these are our recommendations. These are the recommended changes to the recommended phraseology and wording in that particular policy. Presumably, we could use targets or goals, if it's the will of the board.
Thank you. And to the comment that was made in the room, that's the same thing. It's not the same thing. Staff have just said it's not the same thing. That one is more narrow than the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah, and a reminder to folks to please not interrupt one another, and if one person has a floor, to please not interrupt the speaker, unless you have a point of order, a question of personal privilege. Up next, we have Trustee Shan, followed by Trustee Laskin, followed by Trustee King. Trustee Shan, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I want to thank the staff for bringing this policy forward. I am very glad to see an alignment of human rights code to the policy, and I'm also glad to see retention as part of the policy because, as rightly mentioned by staff, employment equity is broader than hiring. It's promotion retention as well. I'm a bit concerned on few grounds here. First of all, employment equity, even while explaining this policy, the staff used the word employment equity quite frequently as the framework. And for something such a policy like this, I feel that policy title still continue to have employment equity as its title, because it's something that people can relate to, people know that many have advocated for. So there is a fear from people that slowly we are walking away from a commitment from employment equity, and the change of title and change of languages may signal to people that might be the case. So I want to first start off by asking the staff, how long have we had the title employment equity policy? And what is the difficulty in continuing with the title? And employment equity and inclusive or whatever may be different, but at least the employment equity piece is front and center. And I also want to ask staff, when we put out job posting, do we say at the bottom that TDSB has an employment equity policy that encourages people to, do we say any languages around what we are encouraging people to apply to at the end of each job posting?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I'll address the first part of the question, then move on to the second one. So with respect to the first part of the question in the title of the policy was first adopted in June of 2004, so approximately 20 years ago. This policy was last reviewed in 2012, so approximately 12 years ago. Given that this is, it's been a long time coming, 12 years in the past, we're trying to have a more fresh, modern look at this particular policy with doing jurisdictional scans with other school boards, other ministries, other public sector and broader public sector organizations. We wanted a more modern, in-tune name for the policy. Would employment equity policy be incorrect? No. We could certainly do that, but we believe that the term equitable and inclusive employment was more consistent with the feedback that we got during the consultation process, as well as a more modern term to use to implement this policy and get it out to the public realm. With respect to the second question, if the trustee could please repeat that, that'd be appreciated.
So this question around job postings and what do we say at the bottom of the job posting around hiring practices? Do we say anything that says encourages people from equitable communities, equity deserving communities to apply, and do we refer to a policy?
Yes, we do. So in our job postings, we do have equity statements in our policy, in our job postings that encourage applications from equity seeking groups.
And does that refer to our employment equity policy?
I don't know that the job posting specifically refer to our employment equity policy, but there's certainly an equity statement in there that encourages job applications from those groups who are underrepresented in equity groups.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, it's always good if an organization can say TDSB has an employment equity policy and thereby we encourage, and it often leads to a stronger positioning than asking people to apply. And I wanted to kind of go back to this goals versus targets. And I think one difference that was said is goals are broader and targets are narrower. I agree, but targets are measurable, goals sometimes aren't. And targets are things that can reflect what we are working towards. So I think having heard the history of when this motion was passed and still now we're still talking about this word comparison, the fact that we've lost time in getting to that, I think there might be need for us to explicitly say goals, including targets, or something that actually communicates the need for targets. And many organizations have set targets, many institutions have set targets. It's not to say that you set targets, you fail, it's a bad thing, but at least you have targets you work towards. And it's important to be on that. Is we kind of concerned about some of the stuff that's happening across across North America that are working towards, removing a serious commitment to employment equity, affirmative action, and so on. I also want to go back to the staff related. Maybe I'll ask a few questions together, and maybe staff can answer it together as well. The staff levels and the diversity chart we saw, it's not divided up by different professions or different levels, and we see that, like, for example, you have much more we have much more diversity as within lunchroom supervisors and ECEs and early childhood educators, but we don't have the same type in administrators or senior staff, or in the back-end administrative staff within our business sector and so on. So is there been like more disaggregated data on what different levels are? And then where is this, we have collected, I saw the hiring pieces, but do we also know about retention statistics? For example, do we collect data on who's leaving the board? And so that will help, because I understood from the conversation or the comments from the staff, employment equity is broader than hiring. So do we have any data from the past around promotions or retentions as to who's leaving? And those stats would be helpful. And finally, as I run close to my time, there is concern that South Asian communities, despite student population and community population being pretty high, have lower representation in the senior levels of the staffing, and what steps have been taken to have particularly some of those identified areas be addressed. Muslim community members, for example, the other examples. So has there been any identification and targeted interventions from the past?
Thank you for the question. So firstly, thank you very much for the feedback from the trustee, and that's something certainly go back and consider in terms of putting the employment equity policy statement in our job postings to actually ground it in policy. If it's not already in there. However, I will also address some of the other questions that you've asked. So with respect to the disaggregated data, in the January 2024 GPC meeting, we did present the employment equity report as well as the staff census report. And that particular report did identify the different employee groups as well. We actually split it up between the academic side and the business side, senior team versus business managers versus teachers versus unionized workers. So we did actually cut the data this way, so you can actually see, to your point, how the data differs depending on which employee group you're in. So there's a comprehensive data set there. With respect to retention, at this point in time, we don't have that data, but something certainly to take back in terms of feedback to address our employment equity plan, because we agree that retention data is very, very important, maybe just as important as hiring data, and that's something we're happy to take back and address in our employment equity procedure or plan following this policy.
Thank you, Trustee Shan. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin, followed by Trustee King.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm trying to wrap my head around this goals and targets, and I'd really like an understanding. By targets, are we talking quotas? Is that someone's understanding of what a target is? Is it a quota? We're looking for a specific number of individuals to reach a quota? Or is a target simply an acknowledgement that the system should be more representative of the people that it serves in terms of as a goal in the system, that kids see themselves reflected in their teachers, et cetera, et cetera? Can I just have more of an understanding of that? Because I'm very mindful of quotas that have been set up in history and concerned about that as something that we would perpetuate. Thank you.
Thank you for the question through the chair. Targets may certainly be interpreted that way, in terms of quotas and numbers, and this is what I was speaking to before. It is a narrow definition in my view with respect to numbers and quotas. It could certainly be perceived that way by the public and certainly be perceived as a policy goal. Sorry, I should say a policy target, really, when we're talking especially about all the data that we have. Remember, this actually follows the staff census, the employment equity report. We saw all of that data, percentages, numbers. So part of the concern certainly is that it may be perceived as quotas, may be perceived as numbers and percentages, when that's certainly part of it. But again, we want a much more holistic, broader approach, which is part of the reason why we're recommending goals instead of targets.
Thank you very much.
Trustee King, please go ahead. Trustee King, are you there? Please go ahead. I see your hand. Please go ahead, Trustee King. Trustee King, I'm not sure if you're on mute still, if you're speaking.
Good evening. Sorry, it was taking me a moment there. My apologies. Through you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I do want to echo the comment that Trustee Shen made regarding posting the equity policy along with job postings. I agree that it does make a difference. So thank you for that consideration. I just had one question, and I apologize if this is in the report. Just looking at the feedback that was received in consultation regarding the consideration for lived experience, along with qualifications when considering hiring and promotion, I'm just wondering if discussions around lived experience also included specifically alignment and demonstrated understanding and commitment to the values of the board. When I think about our grounding in human rights and the type of work that we've done there, I'm just wondering if that was very specifically something that either community and staff or the staff considering the policy discussed.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. That is something that staff did consider in the development of the policy. And we also saw some themes coming out of the consultation process, which spoke to lived experiences, additional experiences, as being relevant to the qualifications and the merits, especially in that section of the policy. So I guess a short answer to that question is yes, staff did consider that when drafting the language for the lived and the additional experiences. And we also saw comments supporting that in the consultation process. I would also add that part of the qualifications and merit section that you see in this policy comes directly from PPM 165, School Board Teacher Hiring Practices. And then if you recall, we are attempting to merge the teacher hiring policy with the employment equity policy. And part of that teacher hiring policy coming out of PPM 165 does include the language around additional experiences and lived experiences as a component of qualifications and merit. And so that's how it came to be in this draft policy.
Trustee King, do you have any further questions? Okay. Seeing no further comments or questions on this item.
Sorry, I have a question.
Oh,
Or I would like to move an amendment, actually.
please go ahead, Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Sure. I would like to move an amendment for staff to look into setting a plan to set hiring targets to be incorporated into the employment equity policy. Do I speak to it now, or do I need a seconder? What's we doing here?
Sure. Can we get a seconder? And if you can, just type up what you just mentioned to Ms. Joseph Dowers, then we can get it on the screen. So is there a seconder?
I can second it. I'll second it.
Okay, Vice Chair Shan is seconding. So we have a motion on the floor. And did you want to speak to it any further, Trustee Srikanaraja?
Yes, just one second. I'll send it, should I send it to Denise first? I can send it in the chat.
Sorry, if you can send it to,
Let's see that.
it's just,
And I would be happy if Trustee Shan wanted to, I will send it to him as well if he wants to add anything.
it's what you wrote in the chat, right? Staff return with a plan to set hiring targets to be incorporated into the employment equity policy.
Yes, that's just what I came up with on the spot, but if he has, I welcome any language.
Okay. So on the speakers list, we have Trustee Shan, followed by Trustee Laskin, and then Trustee Earhart. Oh, before that, the director would like to speak. Okay, we'll go through the speakers list, and then we'll come back to the director. So Trustee Shan, please go ahead.
Okay, should I speak to it?
Yeah, I think you should go ahead.
Okay, sure. Thank you, everyone. So the amendment, as suggested by staff, if this is a concern, to make an amendment. So that's what we have in front of us. This is just a plan for staff to come back with how this looks like. And I'm thinking of the many different organizations that engage in this practice. And I think we can learn from that. So if that requires a jurisdictional scan, that's of course welcomed as well. This is different from earlier comments about quotas. That's not what this is, or the connotations that are typically associated with that. That's not what this is. This is, so for example, there's different ways about going about this. Just one that comes to my example that I'm familiar with. So at my workplace, we have targets, and that does not mean that we hire people that are not qualified. What all that means is that when you have two applications that are equal, you will refer to the targets that you prioritize to do that hiring. So for example, and that changes. So for example, let's say, gender is a target, and let's say in, a certain department, so let's say our department, we already have gender parity, so that no longer becomes a target goal. Whereas in a lot of the STEM departments, there isn't gender parity, so gender is still seen as a target goal. And, same goes with people with disabilities, same goes with, racialized peoples. And it varies for each department depending on in elementary school teachers, we probably are not setting targets for gender parity because we know it's typically, a feminized workplace. So those are just examples. This is not for something for us to decide on the spot. The amendment is just for staff to explore what other institutions do, and if there is space for us to incorporate that, with the goal of just having a much more a policy with a little bit movement forward and a little bit more teeth, because other public institutions are engaging in this way in really creative ways. So that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Srikanaraja. Trustee Shan, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm happy to second the request. It takes us a little bit more in an active role. In this particular case, targets are often things that are set by organizations that are committing a higher level of investment, higher level of attention, higher level of monitoring, counting. So it's not a bad thing to do. It's not that we are asking the targets to be reached by a certain time. It is still a work in progress, but it doesn't let us go 2 years and then still come back and talk in abstract as opposed to talking in. And those targets could be set not just for hiring, but again, retention, promotion, and other things could be looking at those same targets as well. And I think it's important to have those. And sometimes we talk about targets as numbers, but we can also talk about targets in terms of communities that are underrepresented, which we are actually somewhat doing with our student programs as well. So it is not a goal per se. It's also a target that we've set around some of the programs that we want to diversify within our system, with percentages and allocations. And so I think it's critical if you have that process, and if everybody is clear about those processes, as mentioned, the fear mongering that happens around this is usually about, are we going to hire people who are not qualified, which has been historically used as well. But we know there are a lot of qualified people who haven't had access to employment because of the networks and because of how a lot of these hiring practices happen. So anyways, I'm happy to support this, and I'm hoping that we can have this. I was either thinking of this, Trustee Sriskandar, maybe it is actually a direct wording change to the policy where it says goals or it could be something that the staff can take and bring it back as well. I'm not too sure because this is almost the final phase of policy. I don't know, phase 5. I'm not too sure if there could be something that could be also kind of be a bit more stronger. It can even be a direct amendment to the policy as well. So I'll leave it to Trustee Sriskandar for that. And we do have a possibility of probably pulling it off consent and having some time to think about how this would come as well. So I'm happy to support this for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Very much. Again, I'm not fear-mongering, Trustee Shen, when I've asked my questions. I want to be clear about that.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I didn't name anybody. I've just stated the fact that this is something that is often opposed generally, and we don't have to look further than looking at North American context to know that that's the case. I wasn't mentioning any trustees or saying that somebody did that.
Director, through you, Madam Chair, to the director, when you're setting a plan to set hiring targets to be incorporated into policy, again, procedurally, what would these targets be based on, and who sets these targets?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'm going to ask System Officer Chakraborty to answer the first part of the question, and then I would like to offer my suggestions in response to the debate on the floor.
Thank you very much for the question through the chair. Yes, the definition of targets would be very difficult to meet from a policy standpoint. It does, in our respectful view, it is a procedural item, much like phased approach, much like timelines, much like targets. It is more of procedural in nature, so it would be difficult to implement a procedural aspect and move it into a policy. So, I mean, that's the way that I could answer that. We do see that it's procedural in nature, but again, happy to look at amended language if that's what's required.
Trustee Laskin, any further questions? Sorry, Director, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. If I may answer, just add to the response, I believe that targets would be set on our understanding of staff demographics currently, as well as the representation of our students. To add to what System Officer shared, I do believe and would offer respectfully to the movers that this be incorporated into the procedure. So I would suggest that targets and/or goals, knowing that you do have an expectation for targets, there may be some other aspects of the policy that require goals. So maybe it's targets and goals be reflected in the procedure, and that an annual report on the implementation of those targets and goals be provided to the board. I would also just remind us, sometimes we need to be more specific, that these targets need to be monitored, and once achieved, in order to be compliant with the Ontario Human Rights Code, need to be appropriately adjusted. So they, through requirement, would need to change over time as the target goals are met.
Trustee Laskin, any further questions? Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Oh, you can hear me now. So this element, where goals is mentioned, is item 6.4.1 under 6.4 diversity, equity, and human rights. And I'm wondering, I have a concern that the motion as articulated may delay our ability to pass a motion, which could delay important implementation work. I'm wondering if staff have a perspective on that to offer.
Thank you, through the chair. If I may begin, that is certainly a concern that staff have. This policy is long overdue, and we are anxious to make significant strides towards implementation. We would ask respectfully if there is a way to advance this policy and continue to think about how to strengthen it or modify it in the future, that also be done.
Thank you. I'm also wondering if there may be a way between now and our next full board meeting for staff to bring amended language for 6.4.1 that we would be representative of the concerns expressed. So with an interest in target being included, either because I'm not an employment expert, so I'm not sure what the impacts would be if I suggested retention goals and targets, retention goals in brackets, inclusive of targets. So, but would the timing between now and full board allow for that kind of exploration for amended language to 6.4.1 to be brought forward to board?
Through the chair, timing might not be quite the issue. The issue is clarity and direction from this committee. So if the committee were to pass a resolution to amend the current draft policy, then that can go to the board and, if lifted, subsequently debated. As we mentioned, there is a lot of work to be done to start implementing this. A lot of the devil will be in the details, and the details will be in the procedure. And I am concerned. I just want to reiterate before we head off in another tangent that with the proposed the proposed motion here, that the director's comments on a possible amendment would probably be the easiest and the fastest way, I think, to try to address the issues and the concerns that were raised here. Thanks.
Thank you. Do I still have time to ask? So to the movers, I'm wondering if there's a way that we could provide some direction, potentially in line with the director's advice, that would allow staff to move forward to be able to have potentially our policy, should the board decide, approve this at the next board meeting so that implementation could continue. And I'm saying that really in the spirit that I see that there's quite a bit of change in this policy, references to human rights, like quite a bit of change that it may be highly supportive to our goals of equity and inclusion to have in the 2024-2025 school year. Respectfully, and I just, do the movers feel there's a way we could achieve that?
Trustee Sriskandarajah?
I would love to hear Trustee Shan's feedback, but for me, I'm okay with that. With the director's suggestion of using the words goals and targets. And I think she also mentioned something about this, being something that the procedure can pick up on. Yeah, I welcome incorporating that language, and I'd love to hear Trustee Shan's feedback, but I do think it's important because I understand the timeliness of this report, but I just want to reiterate, this was a motion that was made years ago. So, this is not a new conversation. So, I think, and this is something that the board had decided and voted on at that time. So I think it remains to be important. But yes, I'm happy to include that language, but again, would like feedback from Trustee Shan.
Trustee Sriskanarajah, just to confirm, so it's set hiring targets or goals? Is that what you? Oh, we're going to update the screen. In the meantime, as a seconder, Trustee Shan, do you have any comments around this?
Yeah, so the only difficulty here is that will have to be changed at a number of places where we're talking about retention and other places. So we don't have the luxury of time to resist to make those amendments right now. But I don't know if that's something, because if we pass this, then that we won't be able to. So I'm not too sure how we would get to doing that. The other option we have for us is to pull this, have these changes already talk to staff, and we'll still pass it at the board, but we at least will have some time to make those amendments. So I'm happy with the amendment that's being proposed, but it'll have to be in different places. It's to be reflected in the procedure regarding employment equity. That's fine. So I'm just looking at it now. That's fine with me.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. I thought it was, I agree with what's on the screen, but I thought there was an added note that it would also be reflected in the policy.
Yeah,
that's missing. I don't see that on the screen.
Do the Trustee Sriskanarajah, where did you want that? Can you just say where you wanted and the policy to be placed regarding employment equity? Is it after that?
You could put it even before the procedure part, that language of goals and targets be reflected in the policy.
Okay, and I'll turn it over to procedure, to staff if they had any comments around this.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just want to make one minor comment that the term goals in the policy as drafted just appears once in section 6.4.1. I just want to address that point. Thank you.
Trustee Sriskanarajah, any further comments?
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Earhart's the next speaker on the list. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much. And through the chair, I've done a word search of the policy and I find goal in one spot, 6.4.1. I'll read it out loud for everyone. TDSB will establish hiring, promotion, and retention goals to address gaps in the representation of employment equity groups between the TDSB workforce, in brackets, across all departments and all levels of employment, and bracket, and the TDSB student body. I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could get updated language on 6.4.1 to be considered at board that more explicitly references targets, goals inclusive of targets. Would that, asking staff, would that be possible in the timeline?
Through the chair, as stated, 6.4.1 is the only place where goals is included. It would be probably an easy fix to include the term targets if that's what's being voted on. For instance, goals and targets, or goals and or targets, to keep it more flexible. And that would be an easier amendment to make.
Yeah, and do staff foresee an impact of that, or could that be presented at full board if that were to change in that way with comments? My intention is that I wouldn't want us to have to go back into September if the movers were amenable that a word change or a word shift, if targets are included within goals and reference was made explicitly to targets while still having the broader encompassing goals. This may not be in the spirit, however, of what is being moved, I would want to check with the movers. But would that be possible prior to our next board meeting?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will make two comments in response to the question posed. The first that is in Part A, it asks for the director to present a plan to set hiring targets. The fact that it is a plan means that unless you expect the plan after the policy has been approved, it would delay the policy implementation. If you are considering an amendment that says that the policy must include the language goals and targets, and I respect the fact that the board had previously passed a resolution supporting targets, but if the resolution this evening is to add goals and targets to the policy and then for the actual targets to be reflected in the procedure, the policy could be passed by the board at board, and the changes would be made before the policy would go into effect.
Thank you. I found that clarifying and helpful. I'm wondering for the movers, if you would consider amending A to reflect that. My understanding would be, or if you would be amenable to an amendment, that 6.1, that this item proceed to board with the following changes. That 6.4.1 include the addition of and targets, and then go to B. Would that or something along those lines, would you be supportive to the movers?
Sorry, just so I can understand. So what's being proposed is that the language of goals and targets be reflected in policy. This is how I'm understanding it. And then the policy will get passed, and then the plan will be part of the procedure, which should not slow down the passing of the policy. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair, that was the intention of what I would hope to move. I'd rely on staff for interpretation of how that would be put forward.
Through the chair, my understanding seems to align with yours, which is we would amend, or sorry, you would propose to amend the current draft policy to include the phrase and or targets. You can keep, if you wish, that the director present a plan to set hiring targets and or goals to be reflected in the procedure. So not what you see on the screen exactly. And then, of course, the last part, which I suggest be revised to see, is that a report on the status of implementation, I believe that was the original wording from the director, be presented annually, or progress report be presented annually. So
I'm fine with that. Again,
yeah. So
I'm happy
the
to hear Trustee Shan's comment.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to clarify myself. Amend the policy to include reference to targets. What you see slightly modified in A about the plan to set hiring targets and or goals in the procedure. And then lastly, that a progress report be presented annually.
Trustee Schuster-Conrad, are you okay with that language?
I'm good. Like to hear Trustee Sharon's feedback.
And as a seconder, Trustee Chan, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, exactly. I think if I understood it correctly, we're not asking the staff to change it. We are going to be moving it as a amendment to change that language right now, so that it doesn't have to go back to staff. So part of the motion that we would be putting forward, or if Trustee Gerhardt, we are okay to make that into our motion, or if you want to move it as an amendment, It's just basically, in addition to the two things we see on the screen, the other one is actually changing the wording of the policy to include and targets. So I'm good with that if that's the understanding. And yeah, I'm good to proceed with that.
Okay, we're just going to update. We're going to update the screen. And now on this amendment, are there any speakers? Okay, seeing none, we're just going to get it on the screen and then we'll open the vote on this item. Yeah, email. Okay, folks, just give us 1 minute. It should be up on your screen soon, shortly. Okay, so it's on your screen now. Are there any speakers on the amendment?
Sorry, my understanding, Madam Chair, was that we are actually amending the language of the policy for the first part, which explicitly was quoted by Trustee Earhart.
You have 8 seconds.
So we can actually quote that sentence and say that be amended to goals.
That's
and
it. That item 6.1, that element 6.4.1 be amended to refer to goals and / or targets, goals and targets in that site. That it's specifically diversity, equity, and human rights, but I think it's that it proceed to board with the word targets added in that space with goals remaining.
Okay. She needs 5-minute recess, is that enough? 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah, that the language of 6.4.1 include targets prior to proceeding to board. Would that be workable, Trustee Srishkandaraj and Trustee Shan?
we don't even need to say proceeding to board. We are allowed as trustees to make an amendment to the policy. So we are just making an amendment that particular wording be added. So on that line, we will add goals and targets. That's it. If it approves, if it gets passes here, then it automatically goes to board anyways.
Okay, folks, staff are just requesting about 5-minute recess just to get the wording together. So we're just going to take a quick recess of 5 minutes just to get the wording. Yes, please. Yep. It's not what's on the screen right now, right? Updating? Yeah, we can go on live, Anshu. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We just needed some time. Staff needs some time to just go over the wording. The screen will be updated in a bit.
No, it was sent by email to Denise.
Okay.
So, and I think Minch is online, I think.
It's not this, is it?
That's it.
Is it? Okay, so what you see on the screen, I'm going to ask the movers and seconder, Trustee Sriskandarajah and Trustee Shan, does this reflect what you were trying to have happen in this motion, in this report? Okay, we got thumbs up from the seconder and Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Looks good.
Okay, are there any speakers on this amendment? Seeing none, we're going to open the vote on this item. Do you want e-scribe or show of hands? Okay, this is going to be a show of, it's going to be a verbal vote.
Sriskandarajah in
sorry.
favor.
I'm sorry, e-scribe is open.
Shan in favor.
Okay,
Nunziata against.
Pay against.
Trustee Hastings? Okay, and Trustee Roger will sing them in favor. Trustee Chernos-Lynn, are you online? I don't think Trustee Chernos-Lynn is there. Trustee Shan said he's in favor. Okay, and that is carried. We're back to the main motion as amended. Trustee Shan, did you wish to speak on the main motion, on the main report?
Yeah, I have another amendment I put in the chat earlier, and I informed. I would like to move to change the title of the policy to reflect employment equity as the title still. So I would like, if there's a seconder, I can.
Sure, we're looking for a seconder for the amendment to the title. Title change to employment equity and inclusive employment policy. Is there a seconder?
Yes, I will be happy to second.
Okay, and now this amendment is on the floor. Trustee Shan, do you wish to speak to this?
Just definitely. Madam Chair, employment equity is a term that's been something that community has advocated for. These things didn't come in as the goodwill of the system. They have been put into place because of tens, if not, many decades of years of advocacy by community. There's an employment equity policy at the federal level that goes by the word employment equity. There's an employment equity policy at the city of Toronto level, at the provincial level. The terms are well understood. It's a commitment that people make in the system, and even though they may mean the same thing by different wording, it is important. Even during the discussion, including our staff, we kept referring to employment equity as a concept. It's important for us to continue to have a policy that is titled as employment equity because that is the commitment that we make as a strong proponent of equity. So I understand equitable employment means similar things, but as a policy item, it is a well understood item. It's like, anti-racism. People understand anti-racism instead of saying something like working towards against racism or whatever. So there are things that in our work that communities that champion equity have pushed for. And I would like this policy because it's also consistent with other levels of government. It's consistent with a lot of other private and public institutions. So I would like to have that changed back to reflect that.
Thank you. Trustee Sriskandarajah, as a seconder, did you want to speak to the amendment?
No, I think Trustee Shan did a really good job, and I know we have a busy agenda, so thank you for moving this.
Okay, and now the floor is open on this amendment. Are there any speakers? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the vote on this item. E-scribe or show? Okay, and e-scribe is open. Trustee Earhart in favor.
Shan in favor.
Nunziata in favor.
Wong in favor.
Pei in favor.
Okay, and that has carried. So we're now back to the main report as amended. Are there any further speakers on the main item? Seeing none, we're going to open the vote on the main motion as amended. Do we need a mover? Yeah, right? Yeah. May I get a mover and seconder?
Shan.
Chris Kanaraja.
Thank you. E-scribe? Or? And we're voting on e-scribe or? Okay, we're going to do this vote by hand.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Earhart in favor?
In favor.
Trustee Hastings? Against? Trustee Rajagul Singham in favor?
Wong in favor.
Nunziata against.
Pei against.
Wong in favor. Trustees Pei and Nunziata against.
Kanaraja in favor.
Trustees Kanaraja in favor.
Shurna Lynn against.
Okay. Yeah, so Rajagul Singham in favor, Earhart in favor. Earhart in favor, Sri Skandaraja, Shan, and Wong in favor. And then trustees Hastings, Nunziata. And then trustees Hastings, Nunziata, Pei, and Chernos Lynn against. So we do that. Okay, and that has been defeated. Because it was the vote was tied.
Perfect.
Do you have a record of the votes or is it too late to ask?
Yep, so trustees Rajagul Singham, Earhart, Wong, and Sri Skandaraja voted in favor. Trustees Hastings, Nunziata, Pei, and Chernos Lynn voted against.
Did you count me as well? Sorry.
Oh, trustee Shan. Oh, sorry, and trustee Shan. So that has carried.
Thank you.
Thank you for catching that. Okay, so we're going to move on. Thank you to Associate Director Pon, System Officer Chakraborty, Research Coordinator DeJesus for your work on that item. And now we're going to move on to school choice and student interest program, admission policies and practices. And I'll turn this over to Associate Director Srisco.
Thank you. And through you, if we could just take 1 minute to rearrange chairs. Thank you.
The ones that you think are simple then.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will make my introductory remarks brief and then turn it over to the staff, whom I would like to thank for their work, for their ongoing work on this report and the policy. We understand that some members of the board and some members of the public disagree fundamentally on the values and aspirations of this policy. We have heard from many members of the community tonight and on other occasions. We as staff accept the fair criticism about how to achieve equity of access for our students. We also recognize that there has been misinformation and disinformation campaigns. We hope that the presentation this evening fully addresses some of the information that has been circulated. I ask the board for clarity in your decision-making and resolutions. I understand that in part this is a policy debate, but it is also a values debate. That is fair. If you wish to revert to the past practice, please let us know. If you have practical strategies for change that you would like to see adopted in procedure or policy, please let us know through resolution. The erosion of this policy through multiple requests for debates about data and spending time dispelling misinformation is actually probably contributing to more misinformation. It certainly is reducing school-level commitment, confusing some of our students who are new to the program, and families. It is also reducing the resources to support programs outside of this policy, as the staff you see here have many responsibilities in addition to the central student interest programs. Over the last number of weeks, this has been almost entirely their sole focus. I don't think it's any of our intention to erode our support for other programs that are meaningful to students. As well, our time being devoted to this policy and the requests, although some of them may be fair in terms of reporting back to you and what's happening, are also undermining other efforts to de-stream programming. I don't think that's the intention of most members of the board, including those of you who don't agree with Policy 100. So as director, I'm asking you to please provide staff with a clear decision when you vote on the report and any related motions this evening. Thank you. I will now ask Associate Director Louise Zarisco to begin our presentation.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. If we could please put on the presentation. Thank you. Our presentation this evening will provide highlights of the jurisdictional scan and the preliminary data analysis found in the Central Student Interest Program Implementation Update Report in today's GPC agenda. This is the second update provided to the board on Central Student Interest Programs. The TDSB is a publicly funded education system, and we provide engaging programming opportunities for all students. Evidence shared in this update will demonstrate that the implementation of the revised application process, as outlined in Policy 100, shows early evidence of success in fulfilling the obligations of this policy. Next slide, please. Today's report fulfills the board's resolution passed on June 13th, 2023. The Board of Trustees resolved to request staff to write a review of specialized program entrance policies, including lotteries, from school boards in Canada and the United States and their outcomes in the spring of 2024. Staff are recommending that the school choice and student interest program admissions policies and practices report as requested by board resolution on June 14th, 2023 be received, and that the Board of Trustees amend the policy review schedule approved on November 1, 2023 by moving the review of policy P100 student interest programs from the 26-27 school year to the 24-25 school year. And you will see through our presentations the voice of our students. Next slide, please.
Thank you, and through the chair. Policy 100 was developed pursuant to the Policy Framework P1 and Policy Development and Management Procedure PR 501. It was prepared following a review of best practices, system data, and enrollment trends, in addition to extensive consultation and feedback from students, parents, guardians, caregivers, staff, TDSB community advisory committees, and the broader community. What you have in front of you on the screen is a timeline of the consultation that began with the 2017 Equity Task Force, continued through 2020 with the Community Advisory Committee's consultations and an online survey. In 2021, the consultation continued with webinars, online surveys that also included open feedback, consultations with the Community Advisory Committees, and focus group conversations. This landed us in November 2020 with a secondary program review, the final report. There were interim reports prior to that, which began in 2019. In May 2022, the Board of Trustees approved Policy 100. And in October 2022, there was a motion to reconsider Policy 100 that was defeated by this Board of Trustees. Next slide, please. There has been a little bit of confusion on occasion around years of implementation. So this timeline will, I hope, clarify that. In 2020, in the school year 22-23, policy implementation we will call year 1, and students are enrolled this year for the first year of practice as of September 2023. This past November would be policy implementation year 2, and students will be starting school in September 2024. Policy implementation year 3 would happen next fall, and the students would start school in September 2025. So though we have students that applied through Policy 100 last fall, they have not yet finished their first year of grade 9. We have been providing regular updates to the community as well as to the trustees. In February 2022, there was a community consultation update at GPC around central student interest programs. In April 2022, policy review phase 5 at GPC. May 2023, there was an implementation update at planning and priorities, and this did include the original literature review, which did contain errors. A month later, at the board meeting, the literature review errors were acknowledged and an apology was offered. In January 2024, CSSIP update was provided at program and services. In April, sorry, that was January 2024, I misspoke. In April 2024, we received the minister's letter to the chair. Currently, in May, we have the corrected version of last year's literature review that has been posted on the TDSB website, and we are tonight giving an update here at the GPC. In addition, throughout this school year, we've provided trustees with updates. There were 10 updates provided to trustees this particular school year. So I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Cameron to summarize the jurisdictional scan as requested by the motion last year. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair, good evening, everybody. Good to be here. The jurisdictional scan has essentially 3 main areas, which I'll cover in an overview. It first looks at some common factors that were emergent in the work that we're doing in relation to looking at jurisdictions that are using choice models in the school system, looking specifically at merit-based admission policies to secondary schools and lottery-based systems for scarcity as well to secondary schools. The next section of the review covers a number of jurisdictions, a number of examples to kind of to bring those concepts into kind of a concrete or grounded way. And we looked at a number of jurisdictions in Canada, a number of jurisdictions in the US, and a number of jurisdictions in a jurisdiction in South America, Chile, and we looked at the United Kingdom globally to get a perspective, broadly speaking. In the US, we looked at New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia. And then I'll finish with a summary. The scan finishes with a summary of takeaways. Next slide, please. So in the scan itself, the common factors that were evident across all of the jurisdictional scans or all the examples we saw can be grouped in these kind of four broad areas. The first two are very related and a little bit, the second one especially is a little bit complicated to explain, so forgive me if I bundle it up a bit. But the first is about neighborhood. School choice has a neighborhood specific part in it in terms of that, and the neighborhood specific part in terms of site management. So an example of that would be a school that runs their own admissions policy and figures out that picks their own tests or picks their own performances or their own portfolios and runs their admission policy through that. The more heavily that jurisdictions lean on a very specific neighborhood policy, the harder it is for the jurisdiction to address equity. You can see these kinds of themes in the work we do often. So as an example, the LOI debate with model schools, the dual track French immersion programs in relation to a broader idea of equity in the LOI process is an example of the tension between locally driven and local concern of schools and the broader ideas around equity. The next piece of that that's connected to it is this notion of parent choice and the factors that go into parent choice in terms of school choice. Factors like transportation costs, factors like interest in culture and language representation in the schools, factors like concern for student needs. All of those factors tend to intersect with demographic stratification. So the more a system uses choice models in schooling, the more they tend to be stratified economically. The third point is about criteria. The more a merit-based system is used in terms of an admissions test or portfolios or demonstration of skills, it impacts the students who can get in or not get into the program. That seems fairly obvious. The connection to that particular puzzle piece, though, is that opportunity, pre-secondary school opportunity, has a major impact in terms of the ability to be successful in an admissions test. You heard some of that in the delegates tonight. The last piece of the puzzle is lotteries and the increased use of lotteries by jurisdictions as they're concerned with equity. Lotteries are, broadly speaking, ways to allocate seats fairly that are scarce. There's not enough seats for the interest in a program. A lottery system is used often for those kinds of purposes. Next slide. So related to this, the highlights from the jurisdictions that I just covered fall in kind of similar categories. The first 2 points are that all the jurisdictions struggled with equity. How do we produce equity of access? How do we attend to disproportionate opportunities? The second one is they all had notions of what is an elite school. They had elite schools. They had a small group of schools that tended to be considered elite or specialized, and they had trouble with disproportionate numbers in terms of that, so jurisdictions used a variety of techniques in it. The third piece is this notion of a skills-based admissions policy and the tricky nature of a skills-based admissions policy in relation to its impact on income and income diversity or low income, middle income, higher income families, and also race-based diversity, different kinds of demographic stratification. So there's a real connected to that last piece that I just explained. There's a real those kinds of gates have impact in terms of who can afford a tutor, who can afford art resources, who can afford a piano lesson. So all of those things are connected to this notion of a merit-based or an admissions policy that is trying to do demonstration of skills. The final two are about how different jurisdictions attended to it differently. So one size doesn't fit all means that all of these jurisdictions use some sort of combination of lottery and merit-based work. Sometimes they would do a test, and those that as a standard, and the students that pass that test, they then protected seats for their more marginalized populations or historically marginalized populations. Others did it another way around. Some used all lottery, some used all merit-based. They struggled with it, and there was different approaches to those two combinations across all the jurisdictions. And the final one is the tension that was part of this process as education systems kind of grappled with both choice, parent choice, and equity. Next slide. So the kind of takeaways is the first one is about that stratification is exists in all the systems that we reviewed, and that stratification there was an association between that stratification and the ability of students to be successful in admissions-based tests. This is connected to kind of the notion that students that were marginalized or disproportionately marginalized in terms of access to these kinds of programs also needed supports when they got into the programs in terms of resource support, or supports in terms of allowing for their success inside of the school sites themselves. And I think you saw that story a little bit with some of the delegates tonight. The last two are really about this notion of flexible fairness and this notion of figuring out at what point do you enter into a skills-based admissions process? How flexible can you be within a city, say the size of Toronto? And so this notion that Parakiano and Foley have around flexible fairness is an important one, and to figure out what's the right balance for a jurisdiction. Finally, the last piece is our own local data, and it's about what's the appropriate time in a K-12 system for merit-based work. Generally speaking, it's at the end of high school. So around 16 and above, and the OECD supports that. So grade 11 is a really good time to start if you're going to start a merit-based process in which you limit access based on demonstration of skills. Grade 8 is not a great time for that. Okay. The OECD follows this up, and it looks at 72 jurisdictions. It predominantly has a standardized assessment. It looks at different kinds of jurisdictional policies around equity. And their points here are important and relevant as well to the conversation. The first is this notion of resources for access and looking at financial burdens when you're trying to diversify your programs. The second one is a balance between parental choice and equity, and that tension between that and attending to both of those is really an important piece of the puzzle. The last 2 points are around being more careful about site management and site-based work, as discussed earlier, in terms of the ways that schools control site management and the difficulty that is in relation to attending to broader system equity. And finally, targeting underrepresented groups is a really important concept inside of any work on equity.
Ms. Seville will be speaking to the next slide.
Oh, okay, next slide.
Thank you, and through the chair. In order to meet its obligations under the Human Rights Code, TDSB strives for substantive equality. which means understanding and meeting the needs of disadvantaged persons or groups using historical, legal, and social contexts, also known as TDSB, as historically and currently disadvantaged, underserved, underrepresented. It takes into account discriminatory barriers in their many forms, not all of which are obvious or intended, and that's a direct quote from the Ontario Human Rights Commission. Next slide, please. With respect to privacy and data collection, TDSB's collection of personal information is strictly governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. TDSB is permitted to gather personal information, including racial identity, for legitimate, limited, and specific purposes. Very importantly, the collection must be for an authorized purpose under the Education Act. Racial backgrounds other than the 4 priority groups were not used in the seeding process, and therefore the information was not collected.
Thank you. I'd like to now turn to some early highlights from Policy 100. You'll find this in Appendix B. To support the implementation and monitoring of Policy 100, an analysis of the demographic data was used in central student interest programs, and that is currently ongoing. This work will support a larger evaluation in the future, as well as procedural documents outlining decision-making frameworks for priority groups. Female students, for example, have been prioritized in some MST programs in the past, and they are currently prioritized in all MST programs after Policy 100 was implemented. This is important because we turn to the data to identify a need and fill that need by making a change. Specifically, highlights in Appendix B that you will see is that after the first year, we have seen early evidence that racial proportions have shifted towards greater representation when compared to the TDSB student population overall. At a more nuanced level, the overall family income distribution for students in grade 9 central student interest programs more closely reflects that of the TDSB overall. We do have greater percentage of students from higher income households still enrolled in some CSIP programs, so it is a work in progress. And I've already spoken to the last nugget around percentage of girls in our MST programs. Next slide, please, and I will turn it over to Dr. Cameron again for more detailed analysis. Thank you.
So just a little caution, because as we discussed before, this is really preliminary data. We're in year 1. Ideally, we would want to be talking to you about this information in year 3 or 4. So very small sample sizes, but very interesting changes. We looked at TDSB as a whole. You'll see that in the gray bar chart. And then we looked at the orange bar chart represents the grade 9 students this year and in the CSIP program. The blue bar chart represents the grade 10 through 12 students in the CSIP program. The reason we have that division is the admissions policy has affected our grade 9 student intake. So we're looking at any shifts in terms of demographics or students in terms of diversity and so on, in terms of who's in and who's out of the program. We did not use income as part of the admissions policy, but when we look at estimated income, you can see a significant change in relation to the students in grade 9 as they relate to the board. You'll see the board, it's divided into thirds. A third of the students are from the lower income bracket, and you can see on the bottom there, you'll see the range of low income in terms of median income, and that low range is 6,000 to almost 80,000. The middle range is 80,000 to almost 112,000, and the upper range, high income for median postal code, is 112,000 to just under $2 million. So you can see that the proportions are shifting for grade 9, and it's the orange and the gray bar, that's what you're tracking, are more representative, which is a very good sign. Next slide. When you look at the 4 racial groups, identified racial groups that the admission process was targeting and trying to get more opportunities for, you also can see some positive changes, especially with our Black community and our Black students. Again, when you look at it, the gray bar represents TDSB as a whole in terms of the self-identified race. The orange bar is grade 9 students, and the blue bar represents the grade 10, 11, 12 students. So again, we're looking at the changes between the blue-orange bar tracking towards representation. And you can see that our Black students have increased by 5 percentage points in relation to grade 9s versus grade 10, 11, 12 in the CSIP program. Not so much of a different change between Middle Eastern students identified as Middle Eastern or Latinx students or Indigenous students, but there's some very positive preliminary looks in terms of analysis there. Next slide, please. When you look at everybody, you're seeing this chart is a repeat chart, but it's looking at all our larger monolith taxonomy racial groups across the grade 9, which is the green band, the grade 10, the CSIP grade 10, 11, 12, which is the pink band or the peach band, and the white band is TDSB secondary schools as a whole, and you can see the proportions there. You can see that there's convergence from grade 9 CSIP program compared to TDSB as a whole when you look at the proportions, just like we showed in our Black students, and you can see that also the decline in overrepresentation, specifically when you see that with our white students and our East Asian students, you're also seeing some convergence into representation. We connected all of this. All of this data is not admissions data. This data is, I should have said this on the front end. This data is using our 2023 census data, which we integrated into both the CSIP program and the TDSB as a whole, which is why you can see those proportions. Those proportions aren't. As an example, there's roughly 71,000 secondary school students. You're seeing 25,000, 24,000. That's the sample we have. Yeah. Next slide.
Thank you. Just wanting to go back to what policy P100 asked staff to do. It was to affirm the board's commitment to providing strong programming in local schools and to ensure equitable educational access, experiences, and opportunities for all students. The intention of P100 was to increase equitable access and opportunities. Repeating that again. Next slide, please.
The Board of Trustees adopted the Student Interest Programs Policy in spring 2022. And as you have heard tonight, prior to Policy 100 implementation, there was extensive community consultation and opportunities for feedback. Over the years, even prior to the Enhanced Equity Task Force, staff and trustees heard from individual families about the barriers that TDSB students faced in accessing these programs. TDSB student staff also heard about the barriers from the community advisory committees. The goal of this policy was to create equitable access to learning opportunities. Policy 100 required applicants to be deemed eligible based on interest-based criteria rather than ability-based criteria. The use of the lottery, however, to grant students access to central student interest programs is not new to the Student Interest Program policy. Prior to Policy 100, admissions to specialized programs as they were known was determined through the optional attendance policy and procedures. Lotteries were held in local schools where the number of applicants were greater than the number of seats. Another practice from the previous procedure was the expiry of wait lists once the offers were complete near the end of each February. As we shared during the May 2023 report and with trustees, we have lowered the likelihood that seats in central student interest programs would remain vacant in September, and we've done this in several ways. We've done this first by increasing the number of offers that went out based on last year's data. We offered placements in French and Gifted at an earlier time during the school year so that students and parents had all their options on the table so that they could make the best decision for their child. This change in approach has been helpful, especially at schools without local boundaries. For example, Rosedale is currently slightly over projection for the 24-25 school year. Though this year is not yet over, this is a great improvement over last year at this same time. The use of local waitlists in central student interest programs with neighborhood boundaries allows principals opportunities to fill CSIP's seats that become vacant by local waitlist students already registered at the school in June and at the start of September. In the past, we have recognized that individual schools may not have adhered to the optional attendance practices, and moving to our centralized approach supports consistency and access in all of our programs. Oh, next slide is here. Thank you. Some facts and figures. We did have over 6,000 applications this year. We had over 3,100 students offered seats in our 47 central student interest programs. In January this year, we shifted our approach. We always try to be responsive and offered available seats to unseated applicants in new programs that were created for September, recognizing that they do not yet have the reputations of others. In 26 out of our 47 programs, students were offered admission. Every primary applicant was offered admission. In 9 of our programs, they offered admission to over 70% of their primary applicants. However, we also have 15 programs that offered seats to all applicants, and we still have remaining seats. We will again continue with the wait list with schools with boundaries, and we will be placing students through June until early September. As I mentioned earlier, schools without boundaries have been offered additional seats to reduce the likelihood of empty seats in September 2024. This also occurred prior to Policy 100. We do want all of our seats filled. One of the goals of this policy was to engage students from new schools and areas around the board. We had a central communication strategy last year and this year. We had the number of grade 8 students, number of schools with grade 8 programs applying to our programs, and this increased specifically for the arts by about approximately 22% in 2023. You can see here that the number of seats available in central student interest programs has shifted. It has increased. In 2022, we've removed elite athletes, now known as high-performing athletes program, from these numbers. We had 2,315 seats filled in September. A year later, the number increased to 2,576. And the number for September 2024 is 2,785. So again, you are seeing you're seeing increases of just below 10% or just above 10%. Thank you. Next slide, please. We also know that there continues to be strong interest in our MST programs and our arts programs. Approximately, we have applications from 90% of our schools over the past 2 years for MST, and over 85% of our elementary schools have students who have applied to our arts programs. Next slide, please. To accommodate this growth, we have increased our central student interest programs to 20 for September 2024. Again, improving geographical access to programs across the city to reduce the travel time for students. Next slide, please. We also have growth in our arts programs. As you know from previous updates, we are opening 2 new arts programs, Westview and Woburn, different ends of the city. Again, areas of the city that have had limited geographical access, and this will now change for September. Next slide, please. As was mentioned earlier by the delegates, you heard about our professional learning. We continue to support principals, vice principals, school staff with our arts programs and our math, science, text programs with professional learning through this year, and we will continue next year. We know that staff learning is key to student achievement. The professional learning was available to all current schools and all future schools, and that learning will continue next year. Next slide, please. TDSB will continue to support central student interest programs as we increase numbers of programs and seats, and we improve geographical accessibility to programs. In addition, TDSB staff is committed to continuing to support strong programs in local schools. We want all students to have equitable access to programs so they can be engaged in rich, rigorous, challenging programs that reflect and affirm their identities and experiences so that at their graduations, we will see equitable outcomes. Next slide, please.
We leave you with some advice from a current grade 9 CSIP students to incoming students, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions that you may have. And Chair, we have put staff recommendations on the screen for committee's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Srisco, Senior Manager Cameron, System Superintendent Pangiotopoulos, Associate General Counsel Savio. That was an extremely dense, heavy, lots of information, and you went through so many of those misinformation that's surrounding this report. And I think as someone that was part of this process from when it was first being proposed, seeing the way how staff have always been forthcoming with information, especially at 10 o'clock, it's really great to see. And thank you for such a thorough report. So we're going to open the speakers list. First up, we have Trustee Laskin, followed by Trustee Pei.
First of all, through you, Madam Chair, I feel a bit verklempt, to use a Yiddish word, because it's not really even been a year, and yet you've been providing this rich data to us that actually proves the value of the change we made in 2022. I am not a member of this committee, so I have no vote. But as you've mentioned in the report and also in your presentation tonight, this is a snippet. I mean, this is a snippet and the very beginnings of change that we wish to see. And I think through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Cameron mentioned that really the minimum should be 3 years, which is what we heard all the time, which is why we said that the policy should not be reviewed until 2026, 2027, because that was the intent. It's not the intent not to make improvements, not to make changes, not to tweak it, but to make sure when we do that, it's not based on a minister's letter that completely misunderstands where we're going here. So if I was a member of this committee, I would receive the report and I would not vote for number 2. I believe that we should stick with the policy review in 2026, 2027, when we will have rich data. And again, I'm not a member of this committee, but I would say that I would, if I were staff, and staff will do what staff will do, but I would recommend staff share this report and the deck with Minister Lecce and offer to walk him through it exactly as you did with us tonight and explain to him the original intent, why he completely misconstrued in his letter a lack of understanding what our goals and intent were, which, by the way, I do believe substantially support the ministry's goals of access of education for all. That's what I would do if I was a member of the committee, but I'm not a member of the committee. I think staff have to stay the course. I think we have to get rid of the noise. I think this board has to take a very strong stand in continuing to support this direction and stop the nonsense work that is taking staff in a gazillion directions instead of actually focusing on students and what we need to be doing in support of the teaching of these students in the schools. That's my 2 cents worth. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Up next, we have Trustee Pei, followed by Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I want to ask Dr. David Cameron. The first question is why TDSB not doing anything with that fraudulent report under his watch until Minister Lecce gave the letter?
I didn't understand.
So
To
my
us,
question is,
clearly stated
why-
that we took an action in 2023. So I don't know if this question is necessary. It was replied to in the presentation that was provided to us.
a
Thank
point of
you.
order, by the way, is like I'm asking staff. I'm not asking you, Trustee Earnhardt. Okay, I'm asking staff.
Trustee Pei,
I'm
I don't think
asking Dr. David Cameron.
I understand.
Why there lack of action regarding this fraudulent report, which was published on May 2023? We're not doing anything. I move motion in February. I'm asking, take action for the report. The board wait until today to give update for this report. Why there's like action for a year, by the way? Can anybody just explain to me?
So Trustee Pei, just to give you clarification, Trustee Earhart had raised a point of order, but you probably didn't hear it because the mic wasn't on. So I just want to make sure that you know that, just so that you didn't think that she was interrupting you. She had a point of order. Okay. I'm gonna look to you.
But Madam Chair, I don't think she really have the right to have a point of order because I'm asking question to the staff. Why she interrupt me, by the way, by point of order?
Any trustee can raise a point of order or a question of personal privilege. I think that was a question of personal privilege. Point of order refers to.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Why other people always have point of privilege over me as Asian trustee? I don't understand. Why?
So
why always interrupted through my question period? I don't get it.
Trustee Pei, so Associate Director Srisco is ready to answer your question. I don't think anyone's intention is to interrupt anyone. She just had a point of order. So now I'll turn it over to Associate Director Srisco with her response.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, before we proceed to this meeting, can we have some in-house housekeeping rule here? When one trustee is asking questions, other trustee better just at the minimum courtesy not to interrupt. Is that okay? Can we come on term?
Trustee Pei, I think about 2 hours ago, I had mentioned to folks to not interrupt one another. I say this at the start of every meeting, and I had shared that about a minute ago, but I will say it again. Trustees, please not disrupt one another unless you have a point of order or a question of personal privilege. And Trustee Earhart had raised a point of order. I don't think it was caught on mic, but that's the only reason why I allowed her to speak, not because I'm allowing folks to speak over you. And so we're going to turn it over to Associate Director Srisco with her response.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just as it is custom to raise a point of order for trustees, it is custom for questions to be directed to staff, and as a director or associate director, we can determine who will be answering the question posed by a member of the board. I will be responding to Trustee Pei's question. This question in regards to how we took responsibility for the flawed citations in the in the literature review has been raised on multiple occasions in public, at committee, at the board, in the presentation this evening, as well as in writing. It has been asked and answered many times, and we feel concluded. Also, through you, Chair, I feel it very important to be underscoring that we must be respectful of each other, and particularly for the staff that report to me through this conversation, and I do ask that be maintained through the discourse this evening. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, sorry, I didn't get the answer. I asked a question why there's lack of action regarding this report until Ms. Raichi gave the letter. I'm asking why. Can staff give me a reason through you? Thank you.
Sure, and Trustee Pei, the first part of the question has been answered, and I believe also what action has been taken around what you're referring to is also posted on our website. So that part has been answered. I'm going to see if staff has any response to the second part of your question regarding the letter.
Thank you very much through the chair. The response to the minister's letter is the board's decision. It is not staff's decision. And I want to reiterate what was shared by Associate Director Zarisco. On multiple occasions over the past year, staff have responded to questions about the literature review. It is not possible to correct the board record by removing the literature review. We would have done so if it was appropriate. It was not appropriate.
Okay, thank you, Madam Director. Okay, I have a second question to Dr. David Cameron, because this is based on a delegation who is talking about, giving some literature for Dr. Cameron to review. That literature certainly carry a lot of weight because written by Nobel Prize winners. And so I want to ask him is what's his take on those literature reviews? Because certainly that literature is talking about if you grouping a student with certain, same ability, you certainly bring out their best potentials. Also, would assist the teacher to teach them well and design curriculum. So I just want to ask Dr. Cameron is why he's not kind of ignore this Nobel Prize winners literature, not including the report, just for curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. I will ask Dr. Cameron to respond to this question.
Thank you through the chair. I did receive a letter from Dr. Pesky sharing 4 references. They were out of scope of the review in question. The review, as I mentioned at the beginning, was looking at, as directed by a motion earlier last year, was looking at admissions policies for secondary schools, not within school setting. So those studies are about within school ability setting. The study that was referenced in the Dr. Pesky's deputation, which you asked about, Trustee Pei, which was a study of grade 1 students in Kenya. It was an interesting study in relation to the degree of social engineering. They split the classes from 60 to 120. They divided by an ability group, and they had a control group, a randomized control trial, and they had a standardized assessment after 18 months, which showed positive effects in that particular study. The question, I suppose, if you were to ask me, was about that study that I would ask the authors was the baseline. It's a very difficult baseline. Grade 1 students are extremely volatile, very hard to figure out what would be a high ability and a low ability group for a 5-year-old student or a 5-year-old child. So that volatility, and it was a locally assessed baseline. So that would be the question if I was peer reviewing that study. I did send an email back to Dr. Pesky and recommended that he read John Hattie's Visible Learning book, in which it had a meta-analysis of almost 500 studies around streaming, ability grouping, within class grouping, showing almost no effect, and oftentimes, especially in qualitative reviews, which aren't part of an RCT or randomized controlled trial, showed significant harm in instances in some of the studies. So that's what I shared with Dr. Pesky, and the reason why it's not in the lit review, besides the very short time it was sent to me, is because it's out of the scope.
Sorry, Madam Chair. So basically, Dr. Cameron, you're mentioning that Nobel Prize winner's literature review basically have no value. And then the other person you mentioned is have more weight than this Nobel Prize winner. Is that your assertion?
Thank you. And through the chair, I believe that Dr. Cameron responded to the question.
Okay, all right. I can move on my next question. So let's go over table 4. Through you, Madam Chair, I have a question. When I look at table 4, there's 8 categories. What I'm seeing here, okay, for the group Black student, there's a 5% jump from grade 10 to grade 9. That's great. But I do see that there's almost 50% drop for the indigenous group from 2% to 1%. And then another 16% drop for the Middle Eastern group. East Asian virtually just have another 25% just as white, students. So can the staff explain me why there's a drop in terms of indigenous group, almost 50%, from 2% to 1%? Are we hurting this group by doing lottery?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll ask Dr. Cameron to respond.
Thank you through the chair. Thanks for the question, Trustee Pei. It's a good question. As I said, it's preliminary data. It's very small numbers here. So 1% is pretty volatile. The reason why I shared our students identify as Black is because it's such a significant difference. The other 3 groups that we're monitoring as we go through, they're very small numbers in terms of that. So I wouldn't take a proportion of a proportion as you just did. I would consider it as no change to the point right now. But the positive signs in terms of income and the positive signs in terms of our students identify as Black is very encouraging at the moment. Again, all of it is really, really preliminary and very tenuous.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Madam Chair. Okay.
Excuse me, Trustee Pei. System Superintendent Pangiotopoulos has something to add for this context.
Thank you, and through the chair. This past year of applications, we did seat all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students prior to other priority groups. So for September 2024 in our grade 9 entry year. Thank you.
So for this year, which is 2023-2024 enrollment, right? Or is 2024 enrollment? Because I got a number here, table 1, table 2. So if I look at table 1, for Indigenous, you got 99 applicants for 2023, 2022, 2023. You got acceptance rate at like 59%, 58 students admitted. And then move on the year up, 2023, 2024. You have 92%, 92 students, 81% acceptance rate. So why, when you have higher acceptance rate, when the total number in Indigenous student dropped from 2% to 1%? I just don't add those numbers.
If I may.
Can anybody explain to me?
Trustee Pei, it would be helpful for staff to support an answer for your question if we knew exactly to which you were referring. If you could refer us to, are you looking at an appendix from the report?
I'm looking at the agenda, page 67, appendix B, page 67, table 1, table 2.
Thank you. And if you could just give us one moment, please. Tables 1 and 2. Thank you very much.
Because I'm asking a question regarding is the number at the table 1, table 2, how they correlate with table 4.
So if I'm just wanting to pare it back, Trustee Pay, while staff are analyzing the data, you are wondering why the drop
That's right.
for Indigenous students.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I see my time is for some reason running out when staff is speaking.
Okay, we can give you,
Would you reset the clock, please?
we can give you 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Did you have a further question, Trustee Pay?
Yes, I do, but staff didn't answer my questions.
Yes.
I mean, do they need more time to answer my questions, or I can move on to my next questions?
Thank you. System Superintendent Diana Pangiotopoulos will respond to your question.
Thank you.
So two parts to the answer. I'm going to start with the first, that though we have students that identify as First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, they also apply for grades outside of the grade 9 where they are placed priority. There may not necessarily be available seats in the other program, in specific programs at other grades where they apply, so they would not be seated. So that is part A. Part B, to note, as Dr. Cameron mentioned, the percentages that are listed are based on the census data as well. So we can't correlate the two. Thank you.
So if you cannot correlate these two, then you cannot present data showing you have improvement, right? Because this two is totally different table, totally different data. You cannot like showing the data say you have improvement. Am I correct?
Dr. Cameron, please.
No, that's not right.
So why is not right? It's plain to me. Thank you, through Madam Chair.
Dr. Cameron, please.
Again, the way I would interpret this information, Trustee Pay, is that the numbers for Indigenous students are very low, and a 1% move up and down is not significant enough or reliable enough or valid enough to suggest that it's measuring a change in the admissions policy. However, when you look at our students who identify as Black, that move is significant, and it represents a move that is related to the change in policy. Because of the preliminary information, it's tenuous information, it's only a year. We would need more time to look at more substantive trends in the areas you're asking questions about. But that is how I would respond to your query about a decline of 1%. And I certainly wouldn't make a decline of 1% a 50% decline because it's a percentage of a tiny number. It's preliminary information. We're seeing changes that are significant in terms of our income diversity and our representation of income. We're seeing changes in terms of our racialized students, our students that identify as Black, and we're not seeing changes in relation to our Latinx students, our Indigenous students, and our Middle Eastern students, yet when you compare grade 9 to previous years 10, 11, 12.
Through Madam Chair, I really don't understand what this explanation to me, because I do see that the number from 2023 to 2024 for Indigenous students, there's an increase by 34 students. But unfortunately, when I see, the table 4 is showing a 50% drop in terms of enrollment. How could that happen?
Your time has run out, but if you hold that question, I can add you back to the end of the speakers list, okay?
Yeah, hold me, send me back. So can you put me back to the speaker list?
Yes, of
I have
course.
more questions. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. And up next, we have Trustee Lee, followed by Trustee Arts, and then Trustee McLean. Trustee Lee, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. First of all, appreciate staff for your work. I know you have done a lot on this policy of the past little bit. I have a question that I may have asked before. I'm very excited and anxious to know what the result is. We throughout the past year we have done made some changes to the student interest program. We have added 2 new programs in the field of arts, and we added, I think, was it 20 to 30 new programs, including local programs in the MST stream. Given that when the student interest program policy came out, it wasn't just a central student interest program policy, but a overall student interest program policy. And I believe the original intention of the policy was to, satisfy local demand where we can, and then use central programs to satisfy demands that are not, that we're not able to satisfy in local schools. Do we have any statistics yet on the total enrollment rate of applicants in both central and local programs as a whole, and how that has changed over time, even if we don't have it over time, what it is for the 2024 school year?
Thank you. And through the chair, System Superintendent Diana Pangiotopoulos will support Trustee Lee's question.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Lee, and through the chair. We are not collecting the local application process. That is going directly to the schools. So that is a separate process from the centralized MST programs. So students are applying to their local high school to access those local math, science, tech programs. That data is not being collected. Thank you.
Okay. Through you, Madam Chair. Now, in the central program, then, if we just focus on this, do we have a total? I'm trying to go through the report. I don't really see it, but do we have a total number of applicants and acceptance rate data available?
Diana?
Thank you for the question. As I mentioned during the presentation, we had over 6,100 applicants, and I'm just pulling up the correct number. So I would say that, Trustee Pay, the number for this year is not yet firm because we still haven't taken students from the local wait lists. So I hesitate to give you a number from this year. However, all seats that were made available were offered to students, and we have, sorry, Trustee Lee, we have seats of, sorry, I'm off. Apologies, Trustee Lee. So our seats that have been, our seated students have not yet been complete for this school year because of our local wait lists, and that will continue in June and into late August and early September. So those numbers would be available really next year to be more accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's okay, sorry, Madam Chair, to the Superintendent, I am happy to wake up and know that I have a dentist degree any day. But jokes aside, can you just remind me, through Madam Chair, to the Superintendent, do we have any idea on what the total number of available spots are this year?
Sorry, Trustee Lee, could you repeat that? We didn't hear you.
Do we have, do we know what the total number of available spaces are this year?
What kind of spaces?
Total number of available
spaces. Thank you, Trustee Lee. Diana?
So in the presentation for September 2024, we will have approximately 2785 grade 9 spaces. So our other programs are small. I would have to double check those numbers, but our major entry point is grade 9. Okay. I'm happy to, if you're looking for overall numbers, I'm happy to provide that at a future time, perhaps in Trustees Weekly.
Okay, I understand. And out of the, so we mentioned that this year there were over 6,000 applicants. What was that number last year?
Diana, thank you.
It was over 7,000 from my memory, so we have had a drop of just over 10%, though we do not know why, and I want to be very clear about that. There may be suppositions and guesses as to why, Trustee Lee. We don't know if that was a result of the reduced media attention, because this was our second year of the application process. We don't know if there is a stronger desire for parents and students to attend their local high schools. Again, for reasons that you mentioned, obviously, just a moment ago, the local math, science, tech programs that have grown in a number of our schools for September. So there could be a multitude of reasons as to why students have, we've seen a reduction in the application process. Thanks.
Thank you. And through Madam Chair, no, I think one of the reasons, if I were to guess, if everyone's guessing, could also be that the fact that we're asking students to write a application report or demonstration of interest, that could have thrown some folks off when they didn't want to exert the effort. Now, my next question's on that. Through you, Madam Chair, can we get a sense from staff on how we executed the evaluation of the demonstration of interest this year during the application process?
Thank you, Diana. We'll continue responding.
Thank you, Trustee Lee, for the question. We have looked at that prior, and this year we had staff review the over 6,000 applications with the expression of interests. They were reviewed for completion. They were not evaluated for entry purposes. So as if a student, for example, had a blank page or a blank essay or video, we would contact that student, ask that or offer them the rationale that perhaps there was a technical glitch and that they would like to resubmit in the next 48 hours. They would have that option. We would then contact parent if we had not received it and given them, again, a short timeline to resubmit. If the student did not submit a completed expression of interest, they were removed prior to the lottery.
Thank you. And does your 6,000, through Madam Chair, include those ones who are removed or no?
No, because those were the 6,000 in the lottery.
Okay. Okay, so it doesn't include the ones that we removed.
Sorry, through the chair, it was actually a very small number of students that did not complete it.
Got it. And what is staff's feedback on this process? Do we feel like it improves the program, or do we feel like it's just a whole bunch of work, but for not much return?
Thanks for the question, Trustee Lee. That would be a wonderful question that we will continue to explore through our review process. So we do not know the answer to that question at this time.
All right. Well, thank you. Those are all my questions. Once again, I appreciate staff and all the work that you're doing on this one. I know it is rigorous, but I do believe it is well worth the effort, and I look forward to more solid data as we go on. And my only ask, I know staff, you're busy for consideration, is if there's any way of collecting any data from the local programs, just so that we can get a sense on what the interest is like, what the execution is like, and what the feedback are, I think that'll be very helpful. Just because once again, I do want to look at the student interest program portfolio as a whole at the board, as opposed to central and local. I think one of the shortcomings that we had on the previous iteration of this policy is that we were not unified, or we're disaggregated. So any way to at least keep the reporting consolidated will be helpful.
Thank you, Trustee Lee, and Systems Superintendent Panjitopoulos.
Thank you for the suggestions, Trustee Lee. In fact, we've already started that process. The local math, science, tech programs, as well as the local art programs, were invited and will continue to be invited to work with our more mature programs around the professional learning and the continuing sharing of resources and teaching strategies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Madam Chair. So thanks to staff very much for this update. I am very happy to see the progress, even though it is very early days. I kind of feel like with the very comprehensive review of the work over the years, but at this point of the implementation of the policy, that 10 updates is kind of like watching a pot of water boil. And while I appreciate the information, I do agree that staff's time would be much better used supporting these programs than giving updates to the board. And in fact, you could probably just send us written updates because we could just read them for ourselves. But thank you very much. This is very exciting early days in terms of increasing the equity of access. I did forward some questions earlier, but to staff from our Special Education Advisory Committee members. But first, it's not in this report, but can staff remind me off the top of their heads, and if not, don't worry about it, but can you remind me of how many more elementary schools applied for this grade 9 year compared to what was historically, how they historically applied? Like how many more elementary students from how many more elementary schools applied this time in grade 9?
So unfortunately, we do not have that data directly because prior to the Central Student Interest Program, students applied directly to the schools and they didn't necessarily collect that data or keep that data. So I can only speak for the last 2 years, and that information was on the slides. Overall for arts, it was about 86, I believe, percent, and about 90% for our MST programs of schools that sent students or had students apply.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm probably thinking back to an earlier report when I thought that there were schools and communities highlighted that had never really applied before, never sent students forward to apply for these programs. And that kind of increase is amazing. I'm glad we're opening new programs. I was really excited to see the breadth, the coverage across the city of the balance of central and local programs. I just wondered, I know parents for local programs that are hitting the ground this fall, I know there was some confusion about where to find that information. So I was wondering if the information about local programs will live in sort of the same space online or in information sessions for families as the central programs.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, we will continue to communicate around the local programs, and schools have been doing that directly also through their websites. And in terms of, I think I now, maybe it was a little bit late, and I now fully understand your first question, so I apologize. But yes, we have seen a change in our program application process. So for example, I'll use Ursula Franklin Academy as one example. In the first year of the application process, we had 10 schools that had never had students that applied to Ursula Franklin, and with this policy, we saw that kind of change of 10 schools. So Ursula Franklin received applications from 87 TDSB middle schools and accepted students again through the lottery from 43. 10 of which had never applied to UFA before. So we are seeing these types of changes as well with IB as well as with the arts program. So thank you for the question, and sorry that it took me an extra moment.
Thank you. I think that's, well, not presented in this data. I think that increased reach is an amazing change in these programs. Okay, so I'll go to the questions from that were given to me from our members of our Special Education Advisory Committee. And what they really wanted to know about is how we're accounting for students for disability. So that demographic was not presented here. And I wasn't sure how to answer in terms of what data was collected, but what they wanted to know was whether or not students with disabilities are a priority access group to increase the equity of access, Historically, students with disability have not had access to these programs. There was, if you could give an update on how we are increasing equity of access for students with disabilities. Also, what kinds of things might be in place to support students with disabilities within these programs. And an example was given for supports that might be needed for a student with autism as an example. And I think one of the other questions would be, given the historic climate, like because students with disabilities frequently didn't have access to these programs, and where these programs live in the same building with another school, there's been a less than positive culture that's been experienced by students with disabilities. So there was questions about what what supports would be putting in place to help all students meet our human rights expectations and acceptance and inclusion.
Thank you for the question. I'll begin and invite Diana and Dave to join me. Students with disabilities and special education needs were not a priority group through the chair. We have a working group of staff that are currently developing a guideline on what basis we would be considering changes to priority groups to our approach. And part of the foundation of that is grounding it in the human rights codes, the protected grounds, as well as the importance of analyzing the data of what we are seeing change. Although students with special education needs and disabilities was not a priority group, we do anticipate that we will see increased numbers of students with disabilities accessing these programs, which is fantastic. And as we have more data coming in, it is our hope to be reporting that out in future. In regards to providing professional learning, we heard Diana talk about sessions for administrators that touched on universal design. So that would be the beginning of a journey of providing professional learning, but I'll invite Diana to speak more fulsomely about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I, again, want to say that this is very, very initial data and it's very tiny numbers. So I do want to go back to that. So we have looked at the needs, students with special needs and students with IEPs and IEPRCs. And we do have a little bit of data, given that we are 1 year under. So at the moment, we do have, in our CSIP grade 9 program, exceptionalities excluding gifted for grade 9 is approximately 3%, while gifted exceptionalities would be at approximately 7% in our CSIP programs. Again, matching it back to the census data that Dr. Cameron talked about. This is, I want to point out, a change, however, because we know that our grade 10 to 12 CSIP students, exceptionalities excluding gifted is 2%. But with gifted, it's 12. So what does this actually mean in terms of representation? And this is key. So again, grade 9 CSIP is at approximately 3%. We know that TDSB wide, grade 9 is approximately 6%. However, we also have to note, though it's a small difference, and Dr. Cameron talked about statistical numbers at this size, remember I said that grade 10 to 12 was 2%. So we've moved from 2% to 3%, but representation would say we should be at 6 for our grade 9s. In terms of our non-identified special needs students, our grade 9 currently in CSIPs are at 11%. Our TDSB representation would be at 14%. Again, we are seeing a small difference in our grade 10 to 12 student body. In our central student interest programs, it is 9%. So we've moved from 9 to 11%, but representation would put us for grade 9 at 14%. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, that's great. And if I assume that will be sent out to you so I can respond to SEAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Up next, we have Trustee McLean, followed by Trustee Earhart, Trustee Sriskandarajah, and then back to Trustee Pei. So Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I want to thank staff for the report. There's lots of, tremendous information here. I'd like to start initially. Do we know the numbers? Trustee asked about the numbers about last year, but do we know the number of the applications we got in the last year of the old format?
We're just referring to notes, Trustee McLean. Just one moment, please.
Thank you for the question. So I'm only going to speak about grade 9 applications. Again, that's our largest group, but our applications for September 2022 was 6,444, and our grade 9 applications for September 2023, again in central student interest, was 9,660. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, through the chair, a lot has been made of, and in part by the Minister of Education, regarding the lowering of expectations or the TDSB concentrating on student achievement. Was it a goal of this policy as it was introduced in any way to lower the expectations regarding student achievement, and in fact, by offering it to greater students, wasn't it the expressed desire of the policy to increase student achievement for many students who didn't have access?
Thank you, and through the chair, Trustee McLean, what we can say definitively is that the policy sought to increase access and make equitable access for programs for students. We based our policy on, as well as our procedure on how we develop the process, on the considerations for program planning from the ministry. We feel we're very well aligned to the direction from the Ministry of Education. And in that document, the ministry states that Ontario's education system at all levels must respect diversity, promote inclusive education, and work towards identifying and eliminating barriers to equal treatment in education that limit the ability of students to grow, to learn, grow, and contribute to society. We believe when students are able to equally access our programs, more students will thrive and achieve.
Thank you. If I may add, all of our programs are intended to raise the achievement levels of students regardless of the entrance process. So high achievement is our universal goal across each and every one of our programs, including our central student interest programs.
Thank you, and through the chair, this is always, I want to thank the effort of for the report. This has always been a process where we have these brilliant programs that the demand exceeds the supply. And this debate, for as long as we've been having it, is always centered around who gets that which is in demand and who gets to be disappointed. So I want to go on record tonight as expressing my gratitude to staff and senior team for their ability to grow the program and grow the amount of opportunities that students have to participate in this programming, which reduces the number of students who are ultimately denied access. I also want to, there's lots of questions around evaluating how effective this is, and we're 1 year in, and some of the, I'm echoing a little bit that which Trustee Laskin shared around the limited nature, the limited amount of data that's here, just given that we're not through a 1 year. Some of the things, for example, that I'd be interested in is how many students left after grade 9 and didn't return for grade 10, and how that would reflect against previous years. How many left in the middle of the year? Were there challenges for the educators getting through the entire amount of programming that was expected to transpire in these programs? And we don't have enough data to answer those questions. So I'm a little concerned about the notion that we're going to make a final determination about this with such little data. I'm going to risk developing a reputation for being a one-trick pony a little bit, but I have a question for staff around the possibility of growing the amount of these spaces. If the TDSB, if the moratorium had been lifted or was lifted in the future, and we had more opportunity to build secondary schools of the size that we believe they should be in, of 1,000 to 1,200 students, would this allow for the for the implementation of additional programming to meet this high demand?
Through the chair, the answer is yes.
When I get it wrong, you guys take hours to tell me how I'm wrong. When I get it right, there should be a little, you know, the fact I got one right, there should be a little more time allocated to that.
We didn't want to
Thank you.
confuse the correctness of it. Yes.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. And I suspect we'll be discussing this again at some point, and so no need to answer now, but I'm hopeful that we can come up with ways around growing the number of female and girl identified participants in math and sciences. This has been an intractable problem for decades across jurisdictions, and I'm hopeful that the TDSB will give great insights to unlocking this one. And so thank you very much for the efforts. What I am on the list for, though, is to move a slight amendment to staff recommendations. I'd like to add an item 3, and this is related to a piece that I feel is missing, which is a response to the Minister of Education. And so I did send something to Denise just in advance of this meeting. It's very short, and it would just empower our chair that the TDSB chair, which is who the initial letter was written to, it's in our appendix, that the TDSB chair reply to the letter from the Minister of Education, comma, outlining board decisions and next steps on this item.
Okay, so we're just going to get the wording on the screen. Do we have a seconder for that amendment?
I'm happy to second.
Okay, so moved by Trustee Earhart, seconded by Trustee Turner-Slin. Trustee Earhart, you have the floor. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
No, that's it. I think the minister wrote to our chair, and we would need to empower our chair to respond. Today's the day we're having a discussion around the letter, as it's the most recent meeting, appropriate committee meeting to discuss said letter. So this would be the forum to empower our chair to respond to said letter. I don't want to predetermine the outcomes of the board discussion, so it's necessarily vague. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. And as a seconder, Trustee Charnelson, is there anything else you'd like to share?
No, thank you, Chair.
So the amendment is on the floor. Are there any speakers?
Madam Chair, I want to have a clarification regarding this amendment. What's this amendment really about, by the way?
Sure. If you give us one moment, we'll get it on the screen. What the intent of it is to write to the ministry and explain in response to what was shared to the chair of the board.
I'm happy to answer Trustee Pay if that would help.
Okay, please go ahead.
The minister has sent a letter. We are dealing with the ask in his letter, the questions in his letter. So it would be appropriate for the chair to respond to his letter reporting on what steps we have taken.
But I don't understand. I have motion here, I have motion on the floor, it's like, we're not talking about my motion yet. I think it's most important is we should talk my motion first before we can even discuss about this letter here.
Trustee Pay.
I don't understand the rationale here.
So Trustee Pay, we're dealing with the staff report that was presented, and
Yeah, but we haven't finished asking questions regarding the report yet, right? I mean, I have a lot of questions to ask the report. I don't think the report is really good enough, to be honest, to present minister.
So you can share your concerns around the report once we go back. Once we vote on this amendment, we're going to return to that item. We're going to return to the main item. And Trustee Earhart had the floor, so that's where we're dealing with the amendment now. Do you have any further questions for the mover and seconder?
My question is, I still don't understand the rationale, to be honest. What do we try to accomplish here? Is submit a half-cooked report to minister?
No, I'd be happy to respond. In my view, it is good form when a letter is written to seek to respond. And I have great respect for the role of Minister of Education, although now that I have the floor, I frequently disagree with the current Minister of Education, perhaps even on the letter they sent. But this empowers the chair to write whatever decisions we come up with, even if I disagree on those decisions. Thank you.
Trustee Pay, do you have any further questions?
I do not agree, because I don't think we're ready to write a letter, because we haven't able to figure out how we're going to proceed. And then it's really premature to write a letter to the minister with not complete data, report with incomplete, data and unconvincing results here. So I object.
Okay, well, we're just speaking about the amendment now. When we return to report, you're on the speakers list to continue your comments, so we can continue that conversation there. Are there any other speakers to the amendment that's on the floor? Seeing none.
I have a question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm just wondering if we could go to staff, perhaps to just ask, because I was told it would be that the appropriate course of action would be for me to, once we have taken, if the board has taken a decision around the request from the minister that we ought to answer, and perhaps staff could advise on this. This is not something that we've had happen before as our board, but staff perhaps have better instincts on this one. So if they perhaps could just comment on this.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, although I'm sure the Ministry of Education will be well aware of the decisions made by this board, I do think it is appropriate professional form for the chair to respond directly to the minister's letter with the actions that have been endorsed through resolution of the Board of Trustees in response to the letter and the guidance provided in the letter.
Trustee Chernosin, any further questions?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions on the amendment, we're going to open the vote. E-scribe or it's going to be on e-scribe, please. Just give us a moment and it should be opened.
Sriskanaraj in favor.
Trustee Pay against.
Shan in favor.
Earhart in favor.
Trustee Hastings? You voted, okay.
Turnus Lynn in favor.
I'm in favor as well. Trustee Nunziata, how do you vote?
Nunziata in favor.
Sorry, Trustee Nunziata, did you say in favor?
Yes,
Okay.
in favor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that has carried. And now we're returning to the main motion as amended. Trustee Earhart, you have the floor. Was there anything else you wish to say?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Student Trustee Zhao, please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. And through the chair, I wanted to thank staff for that excellent report. It really gave me more insight on the student interest policy. I just had a few questions of clarification for myself and for students. So just to start, from my understanding, one of the reasons why we've introduced the lottery system was to account for the disparities of opportunities between students. Is this better? Okay, so I'm not sure what you heard, but from my understanding, one of the reasons behind the introduction of the lottery system is to account for the disparities of opportunities between students of different socioeconomic backgrounds prior to high school. So I was wondering if the board has considered introducing more opportunities to students during middle school or elementary school instead of or alongside changing admission processes.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Zhao. I'll turn it over to Diana Pangiotopoulos to talk about what I believe was the question about, can we increase programs at the middle school level and high school level, correct? Thank you. So we'll talk a little bit about the history.
Thank you for the question. So we are, as I mentioned, increasing programs in number, but also therefore in spaces for our math, science, tech, and arts programs in our secondary schools. We will look at the art schools and review of those in the coming year or two, along with the other types of central student interest programs. And as we do program reviews, we would be looking at spaces. So we are currently undergoing a program review for our exceptional athletes and looking at increases of spaces, including in the elementary middle schools. So that is something we would look at in the future for other types of programs and central student interest programs as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would also just add that in fact, this was the suggestion made by the student trustee is something that staff will be working on. Some of our initial plans actually call for additional resources, which has been a sensitive issue and complex issue for us over the last number of years. But as alluded to earlier by Trustee McLean, if there is movement that allows us to be able to right-size schools and communities and build programming and add programming through additional dollars and more effective deployment of our resources, we will be able to build stronger elementary programs, which means more students will apply to central student interest programs with a background that they have gained in school in these areas.
Okay, thank you for the answer. I had a few more questions of clarification. So my second question was, has the board considered like a mix of lottery and merit-based admission processes? Why or why not?
Thank you, and through the chair, a complex question, Student Trustee Zhao, and I think the jurisdictional scan shed some light about that. We have not contemplated having a blended model as we are seeing positive effects through the implementation plan that we've put in place and positive signs thus far. As well as what the jurisdictional scan has indicated, that there's mixed response to that, and I'll invite Dr. Cameron to add any information.
Thank you, through the chair, great question. The jurisdictions, some jurisdictions have tried that, and they're in fact, Peel has tried it, and they're not getting the kind of representation they were hoping for. Because of the gate, the merit-based gate is a very significant one in relation to socioeconomics, opportunities, the huge array of opportunities that students have based on income capital and social capital that are put in play. So it's a good question, but it hasn't worked in Chicago. I think it was Chicago. It hasn't worked at Peel. But the good side of it is, I guess, is that this notion of choice and the tension between choice and merit-based work and equity is a bit of a tug of war for systems to figure out how to get it right. So the tracking for equity is an important piece of the puzzle. Putting in merit too early, the reason why that's problematic is because just like the grade 1 students I referenced earlier are very volatile, so are 13-year-olds. So it's very difficult for a system to figure out who can and cannot do stuff at age 13. And the diverse range of skills inside of for that age group is such that often educators with the best intentions in mind, including myself when I was a teacher, misassess skills at that age group because it's so volatile and so dynamic. So the point in systems, and that's what the OECD is saying, is open up the gate as wide as you can at that age group and let the merit-based stuff happen as kids mature into 16, 17 years old.
And I guess that ties into my third question. So I know you referenced, I believe, a source within the presentation with the quote, reserving skills-based admissions processes for post-secondary education, or at least until the later years of high school, allows students access to broader choices within the system that can have lasting effects on their trajectories. I believe that was slide 9 on your slide deck. I was wondering what the reasoning behind this was and what trajectories are impacted for students.
So that was a research study that we're looking at our own TDSB students. We do a lot of trajectory work where we follow students for the last 30 years because we have data sharing agreements outside of the TDSB. So within the University of Toronto, within who applies to colleges and universities. And then we backtrack in and look at different points in the system that are really important in terms of that work. And that research specifically was from Dr. Parak and Dr. Brown and Dr. Gallagher-Mackay. They were looking at it for HECO, which is the Higher Ed Education Council, in relation to at what point in the system is is there a strong tell in relation to moving on to a post-secondary school access and opportunity, and that's at age 16. It also is associated and is connected to the OECD, which looked at 72 countries and came to the same conclusion around if you were to put in a merit-based environment, or if you were to start looking at merit. Now remember, everybody who leaves high school is then in a merit-based world, right? Your applications to universities and so on, and colleges and everything else. So it's about where you put your oar in relation to merit-based work, what's productive and what isn't.
Thank you. And for my very last question, I know we touched upon family income as one of the markers in assessing the student interest policy. So I was wondering if the board is considering including family income as a ground for admission in the student interest policy.
Thank you for the question, Student Trustee Zhao. As we've seen that we are seeing better access for students who have lower socioeconomic circumstances. We are not considering that to be an application criteria, just thinking off the top, engaging in problem solving alongside you. That may be actually we'd be introducing a barrier because we would have to ask for proof. We'll certainly consider to think on that as we continue to look at our criteria and the things that are changing. What we want to see is the continued trend to see that we are representing our students, and it's an indicator actually that we've reduced barriers. That's our initial hypothesis right now. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Student Trustee Zhao. We need a motion to extend the meeting. Trustee Hastings, seconded by.
Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. For how long? Half an hour. We'll do half an hour by half an hour. Okay, so up next on the speakers list is Trustee Hastings. Please go ahead.
I have a question that I've been meaning to ask. I haven't. How did we come to be in a position of so few schools with so much talent that everybody wants to get there? How did we build it? I realize that you build it and they will come, but how did we do it? And why didn't we notice that we were building it?
Thank you, and through the chair, that's a large, meaty question, Trustee Hastings, and I think that you are highlighting some of the themes that we saw in the jurisdictional scan. That parental choice really matters. I think it speaks to the heart of every parent, every guardian, every child wants to be their very best and have access to the very, very best. And in TDSB, and indeed in every school board and for every educator, we want to be our best. Sometimes, so that is a universal aspiration. There's a reality that there are some schools that have decreased enrollment because it's a smaller community that is surrounding a school. And decreased enrollment can be affecting the amount of programs that are offered. So in a board as large as ours, sometimes what is contemplated from our planning team and our program team is to introduce a program to be placed in a school that may be experiencing declining enrollment. And that then gets intertwined with families and students wanting the very best program. Our vision is to have our public be confident that every single one of our schools is exemplary, and they can feel that and experience that without question.
Thank you very much. If I may just add, the demand for some of these programs has always, in fact, exceeded the placement spaces. The Toronto District School Board is not unique in that regard. I believe most district school boards that offer some sort of specialized programming, regardless of how students enter those programs, have more demand for them than they actually have space. In part, that's what makes them exclusive and draws attention to these programs, which is a tension that we are grappling with. Our ability to build larger secondary schools, to bring more students into a vibrant local school that offers different programming options, has been limited over the last decade by the province of Ontario not allowing boards to conduct program area reviews and to bring students together from smaller local schools to offer our students more options. This has limited our ability to expand programming without investing a lot of additional dollars and also having very small programs with fewer options. These central student interest programs are built for a certain number of students in order to offer a variety of course options over the course of 4 years in high school. So those are some of the factors, in addition to the context provided by my colleague, Associate Director Sarisco, that have led to limited program expansion over the last number of years.
Trustee Hastings, do you have any further questions?
I sort of asked a question and I sort of didn't get an answer. Because I would look at what has been built, what everybody's been scrambling to get to, and it would be recognized that we have a diamond in the rough. Why did we not continue in this vein?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'm not sure that staff have additional information to offer in response to the question. We hear the prompt and the position taken by the trustee.
Trustee Hastings, do you have any further questions?
Well, if that's as good as an answer I'm going to get, I'm not going to ask anymore.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. We're back to the second round of the speakers list. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to continue my last question regarding the Table 1, Table 2 information, which does not correlate to the information provided in Table 4. Can staff give me a full explanation why there's such big discrepancy when the number of accepted for Indigenous went up, but the total percentage went down?
Thank you, Dr. Cameron.
Thanks for the question, Trustee Pei. The data that you see in Table 1 and 2 is application information. Application information had its own separate identifying section. So the students who applied identified themselves as Indigenous in this instance, or Black, or Middle Eastern, or Latinx. The tables that are, and the graphs that we showed you earlier in the presentation and in the report, that's enrollment data. And that's a different, it's a collection from a different source. So that was a student census done in 2023 spring against enrollment data of students inside of those schools. So those two data sets can't be compared. One is application data that's self-identified in the application source. The other is a student census drawn from a completely different source, a different database, a different process that we integrate with enrollment data in relation to who are in the who's in those programs.
Sorry, I still don't understand, because you have a total acceptance number, 58, and then 92, right? That should have some kind of correlation to the enrollment number.
They can't be compared.
Why cannot?
Because they're different. They were different points of data collection. Different students identified different
you mean
things.
that is like more than half the student drop out?
Okay, so again, there are different points of data collection. The data collection from enrollment is data about students who are in those programs. It's a sample. It's matched data from the student census and in the enrollment data in those school programs. The data tables you're looking at were collected demographic collections in completely different way. They were actually in the application process. These two data sets cannot be compared.
Okay, then why you show this two different data collection, two different data site? What do you try to prove here for the table 1, table 2? What do you want? What kind of message you want to send out here? How they compare to table 4?
Through the chair, to meet a standard of accountability and transparency, and to provide interesting information. Thank you.
Okay, anyway, although I didn't get an answer I wanted, and I'm gonna move my next question. My next question is, in the past, what's the goal of this program, so-called specialized? What's the goal was academic achievement? Is that still the goal? If it is still the goal, how we are doing? If it's not, what's the new goal?
Thank you through the chair. I do believe that has been spoken of repeatedly. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to understand more, because I didn't understand, the answer the staff will provide to other trustees. I just want to understand more here. So what's the goal for that? What's our goal, main goal for those academic excellence program, so-called specialized program? What's our end goal here? Please, thank you.
I thank you, and through the chair, I think that I'm going to infer that Trustee Pei is talking about something Trustee McLean was hearkening earlier, and that was how are we going to be evaluating the program. I do invite Dr. Cameron to talk a little bit about some information in regards to what we'll be looking at in the future. Dr. Cameron, if I could ask you, please.
Thank you through the chair. So just to restate, the goal is high achievement, as stated. The evaluation process is we'll look at a variety of things. We're not only looking at student behavior, which is outcome data from students. We will be looking at a variety of data as and when it's ready to be looked at, to be analyzed, and making sure that we have the right sample set. But it's not just individual student behavior. We're also exploring, because it's a connection. Student academic achievement and learning is a connection between what students do and what teachers do. So there's also a pedagogic piece of the puzzle, which was referenced by earlier in the presentation around professional learning. So we will be looking at evaluations of professional learning in relation to UDI and UDL and differentiated instruction, the ways that our schools and our teachers are both responsive to students and student strengths and needs, and as well the way students are responding to the learning environment they're in. And that process will be ongoing, but it will take some time before we start looking.
And I would add that our goal is absolutely academic achievement, closing disproportionate outcomes, and trustees will be seeing in the future a report about program pathways and the effects of de-streaming, and that is a Ministry of Ontario commitment, and we are seeing very positive outcomes for students, and we expect the same positive outcomes for students in CSIP. Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, if the goal is a high academic achievement, why we're not, outline some measurement matrix to measure all the outcome? Because from last 2 weeks, we hear that delegation come to the board telling us we're failing those programs. 50% student fail math tests at max, and 50% student fail math tests as tops. And then I talk teachers at the Victoria IB. She's telling me that, the math students, they have a 6 student failed the math test. That's never happened in IB program, because IB program, normally they have high 80s or 80s average. Also, we look at, the results from the competitions throughout the board for all the max and top, they're dropping significantly from top 2 or top 5. They're like bottom 20. So why we're not measuring all the student outcome if our goal is a high achievement for all the program? So what are we doing here? Through Madam Chair, I want to have an answer here.
Thank you, and through the chair. We will be at an appropriate time when there is enough sufficient data, be looking at important key performance indicators that are also of interest to the ministry and that we have a duty to reporting on, graduation rates, accumulation, credit accumulation, how many students are in grade 11 and 12 level courses or university courses in grade 11 and 12. I'm starting to get tired, Chair, I'm sorry. In regards to the information trustee Pei was talking about math contests. That information is anecdotal and not verifiable for us to be in any way connecting it as an indicator of student success. Thank you.
So, through Madam Chair, so I want to ask when the staff are going to start collecting those data and start analyzing those data.
Thank you, and through the chair, that would not be an advisable data point that staff would say is verifiable as an indicator of student success. The previous data points that I mentioned would be and will be part of our analysis in years to come.
Through Madam Chair, would that dropout rate after grade 9 would be through the whole year? Would be a part of a data collection process?
Thank you, and through the chair, we absolutely look at graduation rates for our students, and when a student joins us in grade 9 and they're tracked through to graduating with an OSSD is part of how we calculate graduation rates. Thank you.
So I want to correct here, through Madam Chair, that the math contest data is publicly available and publicly posted. So it's not under the dodo. So I think staff should really look into those numbers. Okay, my next question is, as I remember in the last report last year, I think the staff is report that we have 7,500 applicants. This year we dropped to 6,000. So why there's 20% drop in terms of applicants? Has the staff do any analysis or research on this?
Thank you once again. Staff would not be able to agree that the math test for these for the students who are in these programs is a verifiable indicator of student success. The previous data points that I indicated will be certainly reported upon in years to come. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, I have a second question though, regarding the application number drop 20%.
So as I mentioned, we are down approximately 12% in application numbers for our grade 9 programming. We do recognize that we do not know the reasons. We have not asked students the reasons. Trustee suggested reason that we hadn't even yet considered. It may be that that students are disappointed in the change in program. It may be that students are choosing to go to their local school for a variety of reasons. We have not looked at that we have not explored that data, but I would hesitate to make any assumptions as to why there is a decrease. It may be as simple as we do not have the media attention that we did in our first year of application, which would not be unusual. Thank you.
So could you, through Madam Chair, could you put me the actual number, application number for last year and this year? You said 12%? Sorry, Madam Chair, is my clock just keep running out when I just stopped speaking, but it still keep running.
Chair will need a minute to find the data for that question.
Could you please put some time back to my clock?
Sure, I'll add 5 seconds to the clock. I was watching it. It was probably 5 seconds it took.
Thank you.
Through the chair, what we may do in the consideration of time is send that to trustees through Trustee Weekly.
Trustee Pay, do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do. My next question is that why our policy is not applied to the elite athletes program, because I really see that the elite athletes program has probably most inequitable program in terms of income. Thank you.
Through the chair, if I heard the question correctly, why the elite athlete is not part of Central Student Interest Program, can I just confirm with Trustee Pay if that's what I heard?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you. As the board knows, their Central Student Interest Programs did include what was known at one point as the Exceptional Athlete Program. That name has changed to High Performing Athletes, and as part of a program review process that began last year and was completed this fall, the realization that it is not a central student interest, key word is interest, because an outside organization, specifically sporting organizations, whether it's Swim Ontario, Swim Canada, the basketball organization. So regarding the sport, the organization has identified students that are competing at international, national, and provincial level. And so therefore, there is a training schedule that requires an accommodated day schedule rather than offering any specific program to those students. We do not offer a program to this high-performing athletes. They receive that training outside of the school, and we offer an accommodated schedule. So that is not a central student interest program where we offer curriculum. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I don't understand why. They're our students. They use our facilities, they use our schools, they use our teachers. Why they're different?
That question has been asked and answered.
So basically, you can just change the name of the program, then you treat other people different.
We were responsive to the needs of our students and correctly identified that this was not an interest program, but a necessary accommodation to be supporting the demanding timetables of our students.
Okay, I want to move on to the next question. My next question is like, I see that there's a 10% increase in terms of seat. Where are those 10% increase in those seats? Because in those top performing schools, I didn't see the increase. Sorry, I don't understand why my clock just kept running even after I stopped speaking.
We'll add 5 seconds to the clock, Trustee Pei.
Thank you. As I noted during the presentation, we offer increase a number of seats where space is available. Where there is no space available in facilities, we are not able to increase seats. There is no space in the buildings. Regular students, students in regular program in the neighborhood access that school. Thank you.
Madam Chair, could you add 5 seconds back?
Sure. Trustee, we add 5 seconds to Trustee Pei's time. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so Madam Chair, if we're adding seats that's undesirable to the other program, then there's no meaning to add those seats. We need as a seat for those SM program, that's most sought after program. That's called increased access. If you add a seat that nobody want to go, or even to the school that even have empty seats, then you defeat the purpose adding seat. I don't know whether anybody else would speak for the first or second round. I would love to get me back on the speaking list. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have Trustee Lee followed by Trustee Shant. So Trustee Lee, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions on table 4. The first one is I'm looking at the distribution. I should have asked this the first time around, but I'm glad I have a second opportunity. I'm looking at the change in representation in the programs from last year to this year, and I do realize that for the groups that were underrepresented, they're now getting more opportunities. But I do see a couple of groups that are that have experienced significant drops in representation, especially in the East Asian column, where I think the representation of East Asian students in our student interest programs now is below the overall representation in the board. Does our staff team have any plan to make sure that as the representation of East Asian students go down, we have a way of ensuring access for the community?
Thank you, Trustee Lee. I believe I heard the question. I'm just going to answer. If I did not hear correctly, somebody else may pick it up. So I believe you're discussing Southeast Asian students. In grade 9, they are currently at 7%. Our grade 10 to 12 students in CSIP were at 6%. Representation is at 8%. So there is absolutely 1 percentage point lower for our grade 9s. It is an increase of 1 percentage point. Again, these are very small statistical numbers, as Dr. Cameron spoke about. So that is a 1% difference from our 6% that we used to have in grade 10 to 12 to 7. So it is 1 percentage point lower currently.
I was looking at the East Asian column as well, including, right? So if I add East Asian and Southeast Asian, they account for 28% of the population. But if I look at the East Asian population right now within our student interest programs, they now represent 18%, and that's down significantly from 24%. I understand the representation equity part of it, but I think in adjusting, in pursuit of making sure that everyone have access, the East Asian student population is very significantly affected. In fact, by the biggest portion of all, to the point where East Asian students are now underrepresented in the program.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. I'll begin, and then I'll invite Senior Counsel Saville to contribute. I'll start by saying, remember, this is our first year of data. And so we really need to see 3 years to identify a trend. The difference of 2% from 18 to 20 is not a lot. when we look at what is statistically significant. But I'll invite Jennifer to talk a little bit more about the percentages and seeking representation. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. As we know, the student interest programs policy was adopted to ensure the board was meeting its obligations under the Human Rights Code. As we know, every student has a right to equal treatment and to equal access to educational services. The Human Rights Code recognizes the importance of addressing historical disadvantage by protecting special programs. That is what the student interest program is. It is a special program protected under Section 17 of the Human Rights Code. And by their very nature, programs designed to ameliorate the disadvantage of one group will affect other individuals from other groups. That does not make them unconstitutional. That does not make them contrary to human rights laws. So as certain percentages of priority groups increase, we do expect that percentages of other individuals from other groups will be impacted and will decrease.
All right, so through Madam Chair, respectfully, I appreciate the answer, but unfortunately, I can't accept it, right? So 2 percentage points, I know statistically we can call it insignificant, but under the total number of available seats in our special interest program, that is 54 students. And if I count the year-over-year change, 162 East Asian students lost their opportunity to attend a student interest program. I know we're trying to make it better for our students, but we need to recognize the impact that we're causing for these students who have lost their opportunities. I do want to respect our student applicants who, some of them have their dreams and many years of preparation on, the notion of having the opportunity of attending one of these programs. I think to write them off as immaterial, insignificant, statistically, too small for us to worry about. I just want us to recognize that there are real students, real dreams, hard work behind a lot of these numbers. So I asked staff to look at the statistical changes here. I think the opportunity and the purpose of this new policy with lottery is to make sure that representation within our student interest program is done correctly to represent the board, which I'm okay with, I agree with. But when I look at the current grade 9 data, the representation mix is not fully representative. Our Middle Eastern students are underrepresented. Our Southeast Asian students are underrepresented. Our East Asian students are underrepresented. Our Black students are still underrepresented. I do see the only overrepresented group I see here are South Asian students, which I'm sure there's a good reason. But I ask staff that given we have spent all this time talking about proper representation in our student interest programs to reflect the board, I like to see staff exert effort into making sure that we actually go towards that direction and not just, satisfy ourselves with what we see here today. And in addition, I'd like to ask whether or not we have the ability to pull this data by specific program and send it to the trustees via Trustee Weekly.
Thank you through the chair. By program is not possible, Trustee Lee, because the sample is too small. In future years, we will be able to do that. Thank you.
But through you, Madam Chair, we have 2,700 spaces, and there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 program groups. Why would the number be too small to pull? Sorry, I don't mean by individual program. I mean by program groups that's outlined in Table 5.
We believe the majority are still less than 1%, but Trustee Lee will go back into the data, and if we are able to share information, we will. We'll take that back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this hard work. I know I'm adding work to staff. I appreciate it, but I do think, for this time around where we are in the conversation, it'll be important to have this information. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. We need another motion to extend the meeting by another 30 minutes. This is going to be the final extension as we have a hard stop at midnight. Do we have anyone who's willing to make that motion?
Trustee Shan. Shan.
Okay, and seconded by,
Chernis Lynn.
okay, Trustee Charleson. Okay, thank you. Before we head back to the third round with Trustee Pei, Trustee Nunziata, please go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, I want to thank staff for the report. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, we have a motion to end the debate. This can be done by a member of the committee once all those who are, all committee members have spoken. As this is Trustee Nunziata's first time speaking, he's allowed to make that motion. According to the bylaws, there's going to be no conversation around this, so we're going to take the vote now. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 In favor. Any opposed?
Trustee Pei.
Okay, Trustee Pei. And that has carried. Okay, so we have half an hour left. We have 2 more staff reports. We have 4 information only and 3 motions. What staff are proposing are the next 2. Oh, my apologies.
We have to vote, yeah.
My apologies. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, now we're going to vote on this motion, the main motion as amended. We need to move a seconder. A mover and seconder, please.
Chernis Lynn.
Thank you. And seconded by Trustee Earhart. All those in favor?
Sorry, Madam Chair, what are we voting on? It's like I could not even see the
Staff report with including Trustee Earhart's motion amendment. It's on the.
Trustee Pei against?
Okay. Anyone else against?
Yeah, against.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we just have 1 against. And that is carried. Okay, so what we're proposing for the next 2 staff reports, staff have shared that these are just work plans, preliminary work plans, and that we vote on them together for them to just be passed because it's only here for receipt. So 6.3 and 6.4. May I have a mover and seconder?
I'll move to approve both jointly.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Earhart. And a seconder, please.
Chernis Lynn.
Thank you. Trustee Chernos Lynn. All in favor? This is going to be by vote of hands.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? And that has carried. Before we head to the motions, we're just going to go to 4 information only. This will not be presented, but staff are here to answer any questions. If we get this out of the way, then the staff that don't need to be part of the motion part can just go home. So 4 information only, we have 3 items. Are there any questions on any of the items?
Which items, can you just list which
Sure.
items you're referring to?
PR
Chair?
518, revised admissions eligibility requirement procedure. PR 744, mini drone use procedure. 8.3, community advisory committee review.
Thank you.
Seeing or hearing, Trustee Earhart, do you have a question?
No, I'll just move for information.
Okay, we don't need to move a second. Okay, so Trustee Earhart moves it. Seconder,
Shan.
thank you. Trustee Shan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Fantastic. Thank you, staff, for a long night of discussion. And thank you again, once again, Associate Director Srisco, Senior Manager Cameron, System Superintendent Pangiotopoulos, Executive Superintendent Linton, Associate General Counsel Saville for your work on the previous report. And now we're heading into our motions. So up first, we're going to be discussing 7.1, reviewing policies pertaining to political activities of TDSB staff and/or educational partners during school hours, which is moved and seconded by Trustees Pei and Trustee Hastings. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the honor to move adoption of motion calling for the measures to establish professional boundaries between students at the schools operated by the board and the professional staff of the board with respect to political activism. I believe this motion is reasonable and moderate and sensible. And that is deserve the board adoption. It puts student safety and well-being first, and is designed and intended to ensure a welcoming, inclusive environment for all students. All of us and the other trustees, board staff, have been inundated with complaints from parents in regard to issues of polarization of the climate at our schools in response to geopolitical events, and how this polarization is leading to an environment where not all students feel safe and included. Our director has on multiple occasions called for us to come together to take a leadership role in addressing this polarity. And this motion is very important first step towards addressing these issues that we have heard over from concerned parents and the staff. Public education in Ontario and at the TDSB is about putting students first, providing them with opportunities, and teaching them knowledge and skills so they become productive and contributor citizens. Does that mean the political issues are up for discussion and debate in classroom? Of course they are. Our board teaches according to the Ontario curriculum, which provides for many occasions for discussing current issues, exposing students to diverse points of view, and encouraging students to engage in critical thinking and develop and defend their own opinions. Tonight, we have heard comments from our delegates that the term political activism and political activity need a more rigorous definition before they can be incorporated into policy. I agree. I don't have all the answers. That's why the motion calls for recommendation from director and from external authority, such as a college of teachers, on the complete and nuances topic. Tonight, we also heard from delegates who insisted that it's proper for a civic teacher to tell his students that the leaky roof is a fault of the provincial government for inadequate funding. Let's unpack that example. That could be one of the explanations, but if the teacher presented as the one and only explanation and refused to consider any other suggested by students, that would indeed cross the line between education and propaganda. I am hopeful and would expect that report requesting this motion will be thoughtful to the nuances of this issue, including as it relates to better defining these terms and making recommendations regarding the appropriate balance of education and political activism by staff and education partners. I cannot emphasize enough that this is merely a first step. It asks TDSB staff to consider this issue in more depth and present to this committee recommendations as to how we may proceed to help strike the appropriate balance in our schools to help ensure that every student feels comfortable and safe. World events such as the war in the Middle East in the spring of 2021 or since October 7th of the last year have brought passion and high emotions driving that conflict into the classroom. And as we heard today and in previous meetings, into trustee meetings. As Canada's largest employer of teaching professionals, it falls to us to show leadership in providing guidance and setting boundaries. This motion is an important first step in setting those boundaries. Our students deserve to learn in an environment where they can be given the tools to think critically and form their own opinions, and not have opinion handed to them ready-made. I think this motion deserves your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Page. Trustee Hastings, as the seconder, do you wish to speak on this item?
Yes, I will make it sort of short. I believe that we have a situation within our schools, within our classrooms, that shouldn't exist, shouldn't be known not by kids between JK and 10. It shouldn't be a known. It should be something that's there, but they are, by whoever, indoctrinated to get out there and cause absolute mayhem. I would like to have no politics in our classrooms. I really would, because it's not good for us, it's not good for them. And that's my short story.
Thank you, Trustee Hastings. Up next on the speakers list, we have Trustee Laskin, followed by Trustee Arts. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I speak, do staff have any comments to make?
Through the chair, thank you very much. I will abbreviate my remarks just given the time of night. I won't be focusing on the preamble other than to say we have strong concerns about the wording, some of the underlying assumptions in the whereas statements. While as an employer, we do agree that there is a responsibility of all employees to maintain proper employment or professional boundaries while engaged in employment or professional work, including in some cases off-duty conduct. We also acknowledge that the case law often holds employees to, in certain roles, at higher standards than other employees. We also confirm that freedom of expression or the charter is not unlimited. However, this motion as it is written and as it has just been explained is not appropriate or necessary, and if it's passed as is, it is, in my view, it represents a broad overreach and is very concerning. So just one example, which was actually raised by one of the delegates, there's a lack of definitions in the motion. Definitions of political activity, political activism, or educational partners. When there's vagueness in any type of motion or policy, it causes confusion, it causes risk of misuse, inconsistent enforcement, inadvertent noncompliance, and also increases our legal risk. So, because it's also inconsistent with our principles of democracy, our fundamental principles of democracy. If the definition of political is so vague that it can even include criticisms about a leaky roof due to underfunding, which Trustee Pace confirmed could fit within the definition of political activity. Other concerns, more so on the legal side, as a management side labor lawyer, I can share with you there are concerns that I have reading this with the Labor Relations Act, the School Board's Collective Bargaining Act. Since educational partners, I would assume, in this motion includes all unions and employee associations. It's also inconsistent with the multi-year strategic plan, TSB policies, our work toward truth and reconciliation, Human Rights Code as well, Education Act and existing ministry guidelines, collective agreements, and existing policies. It also raises very serious questions about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I was referring to the substitute motion, the one that was shared with trustees in late Friday afternoon. However, that is not the one that's currently available on the public site just due to the timing. The actual motion does refer to limiting certain public speakers, limiting certain educational partners, limiting professional judgment on teaching practices, limiting certain library books and teaching resources, curricula, calendar, and also one element of it was just simply not practical, which is the proposal to require all staff to create, quote, create public and easily accessible list of curricula and resources and links to the full texts and contents of all curriculum resources and tools. So not only is that impractical, it is actually impossible. The copyright challenges alone is a massive barrier. There seems to be a misunderstanding or a message that was shared that there are no policies or standards in place that employees are facing at this point in time. That's not correct. As you heard earlier, the Ontario College of Teachers already has some professional standards. Other professional colleges will also have standards as well. I'll just provide a very brief list of TDSB policies. I would encourage the trustees to take a look at the policies and procedures for yourself. Code of conduct, PR 735 social media and online content, PR 571 code of conduct, board code of conduct. I'm skipping it through really fast because there's only so much I can do at 11:47 p.m. Educational programming partnerships, advertising, distribution, materials, and so on. A full list. Vetting external presentations is also a procedure that we have, let alone our foundational policies and procedures like human rights and equity. So those are really quick, high-level comments I wanted to share, just given the limited time available. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Pond. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Firstly, I want to be on the record that I completely agree that political indoctrination of students is inappropriate. I remember well the arguments about sex education, but I have tremendous concerns about this motion. Regarding Section 1, as Associate Director Pond already said, there are procedures in place. There are procedures, PR 571, Code of Conduct online, PR 589, vetting external partnerships, PR 700, educational program partnership criteria, etc. And we have a complaints process. We do not need a motion for that. And we also have a complaints protocol to deal with inappropriate staff behavior. So that's sections 1 and 2. Regarding section 3 on the days of significance calendar, again, this is not new. Staff are doing exactly what is being asked, and the movers would know this if they attended the information session last week. Regarding number 4, whether there are definitions in our equity policy or not, last I checked with staff, we currently use the principles of legislation of the Human Rights Code for definitions that aren't included. Human rights principles and legislation benefit all. Towards that end, the board identifies and addresses bullying, harassment, discrimination, hate, and violence against all identifiable groups, including Palestinians. And while there isn't a specific definition of anti-Palestinian racism currently in the equity policy, human rights law and TDSB policy provide the necessary basis for TDSB to identify all discriminating acts targeting all protected groups. Regarding number 5, the Ontario College of Teachers already has an advisory intended to help Ontario certified teachers understand their professional boundaries. There's the college's ethical standards for the teaching profession and the standards of practice of the teaching profession. And the ethical standards are clear, and they also, like the TDSB, has a complaint process that is very public on their website. Yes, it's frustrating that the TDSB complaint process and the OC complaint process take too long, and perhaps the ministry can be helpful in providing board resources to support these. I've lobbied this as a Jewish trustee, and of course I wouldn't be supporting this motion because it's seen to be combating anti-Semitism by using examples purporting to be pro-Palestinian. And I reject that divisive argument. I stand against all hate and will continue to do so. The language of this motion with its far-right overtones provides nothing new substantively to our advocacy efforts to combat anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms. And I implicitly and explicitly understand those efforts, having been fighting systemic anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms through all my time at the TDSB, including the Combating Hate and Racism strategy. This motion does not forward our shared desire to combat anti-Semitism. If that is what the movers thought it did, I'm sorry, it certainly does not. All it does is further divide. I believe our educators are professionals, and I believe the vast majority understand their personal political agenda stay out of classrooms. But rich conversations belong in classrooms. Supporting the identities of all students belong in classrooms. Hearing their stories belong in classrooms. Supporting their struggles belong in classrooms. But I also believe educators need support to deal with difficult and controversial issues that are outside of their personal experience and make their way into our classrooms, because schools are microcosms of community. And we must provide them with guidance, resources, and tools to support those conversations. And guess what? We have those too. But the Ministry of Education does have a role to play. And instead of the off-the-cuff statements that the minister makes blaming school boards, perhaps they could actually provide resources. And they could respond to our board's letter of April 3rd, where we had an urgent request for them to better support school boards across Ontario in combating incidents of hate and racism within schools. Their silence speaks volumes. I've received hundreds of emails on this to tone down the politicization of schools, and for me, all this motion does is exacerbate them. It's overtly political, which is exactly what it purports to be against, and I urge the movers to withdraw it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I want to echo Trustee Laskin's statements. I am deeply committed to fighting all forms of hate, including anti-Semitism and anti-Palestinian racism, and I believe that our responsibility to the system is to increase the capacity of our staff to combat anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian racism, and improve their capacity to compassionately and competently support the trauma caused by the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict. I would welcome from the minister, as Trustee Laskin said, the Ministry of Education, support for this and resources, as would all boards. But I'm going to give you a bit of my history. I've not been a trustee as long as Trustee Laskin, but in my 6 years, almost 6 years here as a trustee, many groups and individuals have reached out to me over the years asking me to ban politics in the classroom. In 2020, after George Floyd was murdered and the education system moved to provide critical supports and conversations for students around anti-Black racism, I received hundreds of emails from people claiming that diversity education and combating anti-Black racism was political and had no place in our schools. In 2021, when the province moved to recognize Tamil genocide and the TDSB followed suit, trustees were inundated with emails opposed to the recognition, labeling the fight for recognition as politics. Every year, over the course of the year, and especially at this time of the year, I received numerous anti-trans and homophobic emails denying the rights of 2S LGBTQ students and staff under the guise of opposing political activism and political indoctrination. These bigoted voices are louder every year. The language in this motion includes removing books, political activism, and political indoctrination, which is undefined in the motion, but is the same language used by extremist groups in Canada who are openly anti-trans, anti-immigration, and anti-Semitic. To deny, and they always seek to deny human rights. I am left to wonder if the aim of this motion is to censor one specific ethnic group, as it mentions Palestinians, or is it to deny the deny the voice of all marginalized students and staff? Political indoctrination can be defined as the tactics of a partisan political power to enforce the status quo. Given that partisan politics is disallowed in the trustee code of conduct, I wonder also why the movers haven't included the political activities of trustees in this motion. Educators in Ontario are required by the Ministry of Education to deliver culturally responsive and relevant pedagogy, or CRRP, which recognizes that all students learn in ways that are connected to the background, language, family structure, and social and cultural identities that they possess. Educators are responsible for meaningful teaching and learning that recognizes and responds to who is in the classroom and the school, including the various aspects of their social and personal identities and the social issues that arise where those identities intersect. The CRRP approach is designed to spark conversation and support educators and school leaders as they seek to implement effective equity strategies and policies. How would educators meet their obligations to the ministry and, more importantly, to their students if the board prevented their ability to respond to who their students are and the world events that impact them and sometimes traumatize them? Like Trustee Laskin, I would urge the movers to withdraw this motion that does not clearly differentiate itself from the extremist language that is impacting our students across the system. It opens the doors to hate groups that would impact students in our 2S LGBT community, our racialized students, all marginalized students, really. I hope trustees will not support this, and I would urge withdrawal.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Seeing no further questions, and I'm just worried about the time, we're going to open the vote on this item. Trustee Pei and Trustee Hastings are the mover and seconder. All those in favor?
Can we have recorded vote?
Sure. We're asking for, oh, sorry, we're at committee. So Trustee Hastings in favor? Any? It's on eScribe? Okay, we're going to do over eScribe.
No, sorry, Madam Chair. I thought I have closing comments, right?
Sean
The vote has
against.
opened. We have 3 minutes. We won't even get to the vote. So I've called the question. So we're going to vote on the item now.
Okay, can I ask to vote for as Siri Adam?
The vote is open already, Trustee Pei. So we're gonna vote as is. All those in favor? It's open on eScribe.
Trustee Earhart opposed.
Trustee Payne in favor.
Sean against.
Nunziata against.
One second, everyone. It was on eScribe. It was open on eScribe? Okay, please go ahead if it's on eScribe. Trustee Sriskandarajah, how do you vote?
Against.
And Trustee Rajagul Singham against?
Sean against.
And that has failed. Okay.
I want to advance this one by minority report.
Okay.
I do not agree with the committee recommendation.
Okay, so Trustee Pei moves minority report. Folks, there's 2 minutes left in the meeting. What I'm proposing is the rest of the 2 motions come to board. One of them, including especially the student trustee motion, is time sensitive as one of our student trustees are graduating, and they worked really hard on this motion, so we hope to see it move on. So may I have a mover?
Can I move it without recommendations to board, Chair?
Yes, that's what we're proposing right now. So
Okay, I'm happy to move that.
okay, so Chair Turner-Slin moves it. Seconder, 7.3 and the 2. And Trustee Earhart, okay? And adjournment, may I have a mover and seconder?
Turner-Slin.
Okay, and seconder?
Wong.
Trustee Wong. All right, we are adjourned.
Thank you
Madam
very
Chair,
much,
I have a
Chair.
question
Thank you,
regarding
Chair.
regarding my second motion. How they gonna go?
It's coming to board, Trustee Pei. So
So June 19, right?
yeah.
So it's coming to board. That mean I only have one chance, like a vote, or a second chance?
No, once